Hey guys. This is part 4 of What If Naruto Was in the Warring States era. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 13, Course of Action. Boom! Tintin stretched her arms over her head as she wandered through the woods, following the periodic sounds of chaos. With all of the excitement from the day before, she'd tired herself out. She'd slept like a baby that night. Her partner had been conspicuous by his absence in the tent that the two shared, however. His bedroll had been rolled up and ready to hit the road by the time she'd awoken, which was strange. They usually woke up at the same time, because she was usually the one to wake him up. Boom! Well, unless a clan battle had broken out just out of earshot of the campsite, at least he wasn't too hard to find. Another blast, from closer this time, and Naruto flew through the openings between tree trunks before landing right in front of her, the top of his head tapping her shins. Tenten looked down at him with a grin, figuring he was training that jutsu of his that Kakashi had given him the steps to. "Good morning, Naruto. You're up early today." Naruto opened his eyes and revealed them to be quite bloodshot and bleary, much to her surprise. He was clearly not in the mood for any chipper attitude, which was an extreme deviation from normal on his part. "You didn't hear that last night?" Even his voice sounded dead exhausted. Tenten blinked down at him and shook her head. "Hear what?" Someone could have set off an explosive tag next to her head last night, and she wouldn't have known. She'd fallen asleep before Minato had flashed off to retrieve Jiraiya from decoy duty. Naruto's eye twitched at her apparent ignorance to the events of the night. In reality, though, it was probably for the better that she'd been so out of it. After all, he really wished that he hadn't had to hear Minato and Kushina get reacquainted in a spousal manner. How no one else seemed to stir in the dead of night was beyond the youngster. Did they know he could hear them and technically see them? He really hoped they didn't. Kurama drumming his foot on the floor of his cell in an effort to estimate Minato's rhythm and tempo in an effort to further scar Naruto for life didn't help matters either. By 2 in the morning, Naruto had to sneak off and get away. Go anywhere. As long as he was outside of hearing range. This turned out to be a surprisingly, disturbingly, far distance, because the farther Naruto went, the louder Kushina seemed to get, and the longer his nightmares would haunt him from that day forward. Plus, when he'd finally gotten up and gotten out to leave, boom! Moonlight silhouette through the fabric of his parents' tent. And it had been pure evil in his eyes. There are certain things that one cannot unsee. Which was why he started causing chakra explosions in the palm of his hand in his attempt to finish the Rasengan. The ringing of the failure blasts in the air, and in his head would drown out his mother's love cries. With a sigh, Naruto resigned himself to suffering alone. There was no way that Tenten wanted to know about his parents banging. "Never mind," he said, stretching his arms into the air. "Help me up?" Rolling her eyes, Tenten did as requested. "Honestly, why would you come out here all by yourself? It's still dangerous, you know." "I wasn't alone," Naruto said, pointing to another tree nearby where Fu sat, knees to her chest and her bright orange eyes peering out above them. "See?" Tenten recoiled, partially in surprise and partially because of the eerie factor of having someone watch someone else she knew like that. "Why is she watching you like that?" At that prompt, Fu stood up and walked her way over to the two, getting uncomfortably close before putting her finger right in Naruto's face. "Fu wants to know how you beat Fu." Naruto said, sharing a look with Tenten before deciding that it didn't hurt since she already knew he was a Jinchuriki. "Kurama helped me. He let me use his chakra during the fight, and it sucked. But it worked." Fu flipped her accusatory hand upside down and hooked Naruto's nostrils with her index and middle fingers, pulling him along with her as she walked carelessly. "No, Fu knows that." "What did you do?" "All of that power. Chomei says Fu's body would break if Fu used that much." "Fu can't control that much." You turned red like a star, and then everything hurt. Everything hurt as in everything on her hurt. A punch from Naruto in that form would have turned a normal kid with Fu's body composition into human confetti. "Oh. Let go." Naruto wrestled himself free with a snort. "I don't know. All I know is that it hurts like hell. I can't control it. Kurama just tells me when he's gonna do it, and then he does it." Fu seemed very underwhelmed by this information. "That's all I've got." Fu's eye twitched before she turned and walked away. "Boo. Boring powers are boring." Fu thought it was cooler. "What?" I flattened you in 3 goddamn punches. Naruto shouted, feeling extremely offended. What's cooler than that? Not almost choking up a lung after every punch. Fu pointed out, holding out a thumbs down without even turning around. You couldn't beat Fu in a rematch now that she knows what you did and how you did it. Naruto wanted to challenge her right then and there, but he really didn't want to have to take a triple shot of Kurama's full power to prove a point. And speaking of points, Fu had won. All she had to do was make him miss a few times or endure whatever he dished out to her, and he'd be in no more condition to fight, let alone keep using Kurama's chakra. Still, he was 10. So he couldn't let something like that slide without a fight. Oh yeah? Well, I only had to beat you once, and I did. That stopped Fu right in her tracks. That was never a good sign whenever someone stopped cold. The only time winning once matters is when one side dies. You beat Fu once, and you didn't kill her. If you don't kill your enemies, you give them a chance to get stronger or smarter and come back. With that, Fu turned around halfway, eliciting more killing intent by looking at them with one eye than they thought the bubbly girl could muster. If Fu didn't like you all so much, if we fought again, right now, Fu would definitely kill you. That was definitely a girl taken away from her family, and raised by the greediest ninja in the land to be nothing more than his human attack dog. There was no mistake, or lapse of identity with her. She was a killer. An unbalanced killer who had to adjust for the kind of life she'd been forced to lead, but still a killer and an unapologetic one at that. Tenten knew what Naruto didn't, that Shino had softened Fu's Biju chakra armor and allowed Naruto to smash the rest of the way through to deal that devastating damage to her. This time, even if he did hit her, he'd be trying to hammer through the full portion of her superhuman natural defense. And just like that, it all disappeared, and the brightest smile a human being could put on their face found itself back in place. But Fu doesn't want to, so she won't. Masked Guy said Fu can do what she wants, and Fu doesn't want to kill anybody. She finished with a giggle. Just like that, she was gone. Off to do whatever it was she normally did when she wasn't watching them. Thus leaving Naruto and Tenten markedly more unnerved than when they'd first met up that morning, but for different reasons. Tenten was unnerved because Fu had basically said aloud that losing to Naruto meant nothing. If they fought again, she would defeat him. A girl that had tried to kill them only a day ago was close enough to wring their necks if she so had the notion. On the other end, Naruto wasn't so much intimidated as demoralized. He wasn't afraid of her because of what she said, only saddened really. Fu wasn't a bad girl that was in her element as a killing machine, and she wasn't born into a ninja clan and had no inherent predisposition to fighting. She hadn't even wanted to be a ninja. Kakuzu took her and made her one. He ripped her away from her family, took her childhood, and tried to make a monster out of her. Now that she wasn't fighting them like Kakuzu's guard dog, it was clear that while Fu was a little off, she was no monster. Monsters didn't cry when they were hit. Naruto remembered a girl like Hinata, being chased by the Uchiha clan with the intent to kill, all over taking mercenary business away from her clan so that theirs could thrive. Tenten's parents were killed in a battle between the Senju and the Uchiha years ago. And those were just the things he knew about because they'd affected people he knew. Either way, he was beginning to pick up on why Minato was out to do what he was doing. Taking in the culture shock of the mainland was making it clear why Minato was so for creating a place where ninja clans didn't slaughter one another. He wanted to learn more about it. Dare say, it might have been something he would have been proud to help out with. Cha no Kuni, small fishing village, a simple mission to pay for an item to return to the main clan headquarters. That was all that had been on the docket for Sasuke when he'd been dispatched with a near full platoon worth of his clansmen. It was easy, but every mission couldn't be storming fortresses and taking down enemy elements to the Uchiha. The more mundane tasks had importance as well. Mundane wasn't necessarily the word of the day when it came to what awaited his eyes upon reaching the meeting point. This is awful, Sasuke thought to himself as he walked through the suffering town with his fellow clan members. Apparently they all had been warned to wear rebreather masks just to enter the town limits, and it was obvious why. The air was diseased, the entire place smelled of death, and not the sort that came from battle. He'd seen his share of settlements that had suffered from clan conflicts, but those situations had been easy enough to remedy. Most of the time when general safety fell far enough in an area, towns and villages would take the risk of becoming an outpost to a ninja clan. It made them a target for enemies of the clan they assisted, but they became a protectorate instead of just a possible battlefield. While it wasn't a guarantee of safety, it was better than the alternative. This had nothing to do with that though. It had nothing to do with any sort of conflict that was taking place nearby. As far as the Uchiha clan knew, there was no shinobi activity anywhere near there. These people all looked sick, as if stricken with the plague. "What's wrong with this place?" Sasuke asked aloud as he and his father walked past a man sitting outside of a building, twitching on the ground. It seemed like the only thing differentiating him from a corpse was the clear sight of pain in his eyes. Was that pus coming from his eyes? "This is what happens in places with no ninja presence," an older Uchiha clan member told him. "Just because there aren't any clan wars being fought here does not mean that things are safe or peaceful. In all honesty, it just makes things worse in countries without a strong daimyo." Places far out from the monarch of the realm found themselves cut off from getting assistance via the enlisted soldiers in the daimyo's employ. They liked to keep their warriors close to protect themselves and their nearest interests from the crazy ninjas that did battle all over the place. Criminals of all sorts pervaded these unfortunate locations. If they didn't matter to ninjas or the feudal lords, they might as well have been invisible. That led to bandits or worse. "Places like this can't afford to hire us, can they?" Sasuke asked, getting the gist of his fellow clansman's point. "No, that's pretty much why we don't do anything. There's no interest here for us, and they aren't paying us, so we don't touch it." The adult Uchiha then grinned viciously over at Sasuke, realizing that he was stewing over this. Of course, the first time we find an excuse that these sorts have wronged us, we usually get rid of them in a hurry. That helped, sort of. Anyway, they were supposed to be there to meet someone, for something or another. Sasuke remembered his father being very vague when he was in earshot about what they were getting. All he knew was that his father wanted him to go out in order to garner experience in more than just combat. This was one of those shut your mouth, open your eyes and ears sort of things. His purpose there was to watch and soak everything in, even if it was a gruesome sight. Before long, they came along a man that seemed out of place. Not just from his appearance. Long dark hair, a sheet white skin tone, yellow snake-like eyes, and a kimono that seemed to have been the property of a person from this sort of town. No, this man seemed almost gleeful at the pitiful sight of the dying town around him. He was the only person who wasn't sick or wasn't wearing some sort of cover over his nose and mouth. Even the 4 people around him that looked as if they served as his muscle had their faces covered for safety from whatever was ravaging this place. Those sorts seemed to be unified from the similarly cream-colored tunics in different styles, and their body types varied drastically in shape and size. "Orochimaru," Sasuke's companion said, "your message to Fugaku-sama arrived with news. You have something we may be interested in?" He then looked around at the village. "I'm assuming this has something to do with it. Just a final test. A way for you to see the results of my work, a preview before you may choose to buy," Orochimaru said with a pleased smile on his face. "I'm very satisfied with the results for something I came across unintentionally. Did you know that the stronger the chakra of the infected, the worse the virus ravages their body?" The Uchiha man didn't say a word at first, simply taking in the effects of the bioweapon and what he felt it was worth. "And we're the only ones you've told?" "Correct. You're the first. I always love how you Uchiha find methods to use my creations. So resourceful." The grin on the man's face never left. "Of course, if you're not interested in having the exclusive rights to my bioweapon, I'll have to take my business elsewhere. I'm sure there's another clan that would find a use for this. Against them." That was the unspoken point he'd driven home. If they didn't buy the exclusive rights to the weapon, he would sell it to someone else, and there was a good chance that they'd use it against the Uchiha clan at some point. "And you're saying that the stronger the chakra, the worse the effects?" The thoughts of how such a thing could be applied were staggering. This wasn't some stupid poison gas that an enemy would realize was coming. It was an airborne virus. "Kukukuku, if this disgusts you, you really don't want to see the results of the test when it was used on actual shinobi," Orochimaru said. "The survival rate for civilians is 32%. As of now, the survival rate for shinobi is significantly less, I should say." "Is it really now?" "It's extremely effective, I can assure you. 5 million ryo, please." With a gesture of the Uchiha man's head, a ninja Akunoichi of the clan handed over a scroll to Orochimaru's bodyguards, receiving one in return, presumably containing a certain amount of whatever they had bought from him. "Remember, it's not only waterborne, it's airborne. Make sure you don't breathe it in. Take every precaution. The canister sealed inside of the scroll has 3 separate deployments all ready for you," Orochimaru explained, giving them the crash course on what they needed to know to use the weapon. The pathogen itself will be dangerous for 2 days in the open air without finding a host to infect. As I'm certain you know, coughs, sneezes, and mere breathing from those infected release fresh pathogens to continue the cycle. It's very fast acting and the effects will begin setting in within 5 minutes. An antidote? An antidote is extra. 2 million more. The Uchiha clan member growled before turning and walking away. We'll take it under consideration. We brought enough to pay for the weapon, nothing more. Fugaku-sama will contact one of your representatives if he finds it necessary. Damn it, he'd given them enough for it to be effective in action after a test run on a lesser-known enemy facility, but he hadn't given them nearly enough to waste on having their medics try to design their own or come up with a cure. It wasn't as if it was going to be used on them. They had the rights to it, and if nothing else Orochimaru did straight-up business. You couldn't believe him if his tongue were notarized otherwise, but when it came to matters of his science and the business it brought him, he was straightforward. It helped to ensure repeat business even when other clans knew that he sold to their enemies alike. Be very careful then, Orochimaru said between chuckles. Make sure to only take the canister out in a sealed room while your mouth and nose is covered. For safety, of course. I would hate to see my clients die using my weapon. It's bad publicity, you see. He called out as the purchasing party got farther away. The bodyguards all seemed to smirk behind their face masks as they followed their leader away. Sasuke bit his tongue, but the ire was clear on his face until they'd gotten far enough away that he felt he could let loose without ruining the dealing. What the hell was that? He snapped irritably. We just bought Dash. That guy is a monster, and he threatened us, Sasuke said, wishing one of them would have shot a fireball at that snake and been done with him. They definitely would have been doing the world a favor. I thought you said Dash. Sasuke, one of the older clansmen said stoutly. Orochimaru is a proven commodity and a resource that no clan can afford to make an enemy of. Not even us. That man has the power inside of his head to turn the tide of things any way he wants, and the strength that opposing him for no reason would be a foolish idea. Another one of the adults said. It's just that the only things he seems to care about are his weird experiments. Luckily, when they work, he's more than willing to sell them to the highest bidder. He's a mercenary, just in a different way. It's not so different from us. Sasuke looked around him at the horrible plague Orochimaru had unleashed on the little village as a test. These people aren't even ninjas. He wasn't accepting that sort of answer. That snake was nothing like them. This was different from hurting people in battle or during a mission. Sasuke had been born for warfare. To him, the second you picked up a weapon or ingratiated yourself in the discipline, all bets were off, you were fair game. But what did these people do that justified this on any moral level? Just live in a convenient part of the country where Orochimaru could get away with doing as he pleased? This was just suffering for the sake of suffering. Anything to keep from making eye contact with Minato or Kushina. That had been Naruto's mindset when he'd returned to camp with Tenten and Fu and found everyone awake. It took him all of 5 seconds to notice that his mother was positively beaming, and his father's satisfaction seemed so thorough that he seemed to have a lean to his walk. This brought 4 thoughts that no 10-year-old should have had to face. It brought 4 thoughts that no one's child should have ever had to face when it came to their parents. So yes, anything to keep from making eye contact with his parents until he could suppress the memory of their passionate night of reunion. It didn't hurt that his partner was a specialist in ninja tools and seemed to have a teeny-tiny obsession for tinkering and inventing new weapons. Minute really. It was only around 100 different blueprints. Either way, there were very few things that could occupy a young man's attention better than exotic sharp, pointy things and objects that exploded. Naruto, Tenten, and Shino went through the process of reading all of Tenten's meticulous plans of design, mechanical estimations, and down to the penny costs of materials for her would-be creations. Fu just laid around behind them, airily staring up at the sky and kicking her legs aimlessly. When would you even get around to making all of these? Naruto asked earnestly as he ran his eyes over another of Tenten's design scrolls. And why do you know how to make all of them? Because she seemed certain that all of her designs were foolproof, and thus far they had been. I don't want to fight battles forever and die before I turn 30. This is my exit strategy, Tenten said with a smug smile. One day, word will spread about my special ninja tools when people see them in action, and I'll start getting paid to sell them to clans and other ninjas, and then I can get the materials I want to make the harder stuff, and then I'll keep going from there. I'll take that money and retire from being an active ninja. She was clanless, so being a lifetime kunoichi really didn't guarantee her anything other than a lonely death before she got to be even Kushina's age. Her plan was her only way out of the life before she got too infamous that didn't involve subsistence farming and or living like a serf for the rest of her days. Being a statistic was not a part of her master plan. It still didn't explain how she knew what she did of weapon design. Minato was a kingpin with seals, not with engineering, so he didn't teach her about creating ninja tools. Studying Tenten's works as well, Shino raised an eyebrow behind his sunglasses. She had a rather sensible plan. Very sensible for a young girl to have. It was actually sort of impressive, especially for an 11-year-old, and while some of these designs seemed pretty wild, as far as her current track record went, if Naruto was to be believed, Tenten was 4 for 4 with things she'd already made and used. Tenten laughed to herself at the thought of her own ambitions before her smile became rather somber. Kunai, shuriken, crossbows, catapults, those are all well and good, but against people like that Conan or against monsters like Shikaku, or in the middle of a big battle, what kind of difference can someone like me make by myself? That's why I want to make strong ninja tools, so that someone like me can make a difference when it matters. Naruto frowned and looked up from the blueprint when he heard her saddened tone. She didn't think she made that much of a difference? No, she was awesome. She was definitely Naruto's favorite person that wasn't related to him. Once he sat and reflected though, at the moment she was his favorite person, including people that were related to him. That made her number 2 on the list right behind his mother, and oh, there went that thought again. Must suppress. Okay. Damn it, Mom. Everybody that's coming with my family, listen up! A happy Kushina chirped spiritedly to the amassed camp. The next plan of action, to get the fuck away from Hino Kuni! Everyone waited for further explanation on just what the forthcoming days would have for them. They received none. Still, Kushina seemed thoroughly proud of her determined course for the lot of them. None of them could see why. And go where exactly, Red? Jiraiya eventually spoke up, sitting off by the back of the camp, a smile on his face. So this was Minato's wife? He liked her, and not just because she was pretty. Anywhere, the red-headed mother said, not losing her mood a bit. I don't care. Take your pick. Hell, rock the vote. Be democratic. Just as long as it's not somewhere in Hino Kuni. I hate that country. Most of the battles she'd had to fight in her life had been fought in Hino Kuni, bringing bad memories. Thus, she was not a fan and wanted to stay as far away as possible. I'll go ahead and drop Shino off with his clan then, Minato said before looking over to the kids. They had just as much stake in what was happening as everyone else, so hearing from them on what they thought was only apropos. Though when he checked on them, Naruto seemed oddly preoccupied in thought. Naruto? Minato asked, putting a hand on his sidetracked son's shoulder. Naruto's eyes lit up as if he were a computer in sleep mode, thus the last real thought of focus that had been on his mind before he'd sidetracked himself with looking at blueprints jumped up. Get off my mom, he hurriedly said before the rest of his brain caught up with his voice. I mean, what? Both of Naruto's parents looked sufficiently mortified while Jiraiya threw a 1,000-watt grin on his face. Kakashi actually paid full attention to the people around him outside of combat for once, and Enko openly laughed. Minato idly wondered if he'd have to have a little talk with his son later. One that he figured he'd have to have a few years from then, but one that he'd have to have nonetheless. Wow. The whole dad thing was really happening. It was really sinking in now. Deciding to be the one brave enough to break the silence, Shino cleared his throat with a cough that cast attention over to him. I would rather remain with your party, if it isn't a disruption to your affairs, Namikaze-san. That came as a surprise. Normally the Aburame weren't ones to get on very well with people outside of their clans. Most found them an odd, creepy sort, and that in turn led to them not showing very much camaraderie. But Shino seemed to like Naruto and Tenten, and they liked him. They could have been friends. As long as it was fine with Shino, there was no reason not to. Clearly the kids worked well enough together as Fu hadn't torn them limb from limb, so why not? You can stay with us for as long as you'd like, Shino, Minato said with a smile. From what I've heard, you could have returned home by now after your mission to help Kakashi, Naruto, and Tenten ended. Shino just nodded and made no impression that he was going anywhere. He had been invited to stay, which was what he had wanted. He wasn't going anywhere. Unfortunately, Enko did not share the team player mentality with people she'd only recently met. I'll be breaking off from your merry little band, the purple-haired woman chimed in, raising her hand as if she were in class. Nothing against you guys, but working with others gets you killed. It worked out once, but only due to a series of extremely fortunate circumstances going their way as far as she was concerned. And working alone gets your kidney pilfered, Kakashi interjected. Just saying. Anko turned her attention to Kakashi, taking his interruption in a different way. She gave him a downright seductive smile as she sauntered over to him. Are you gonna miss me when I'm gone, Scarecrow? Sure, Kakashi said, lowering his book to give Anko the deadest stare he could muster with one eye. Look, can't you see how much I'll miss you? Oh, you know you love me. Hardly. Love's for suckers. Kakashi then spared a glance over at an offended Minato and Kushina before shrugging and speaking to the youngsters. I stand by that statement. Kids, don't ever get married or keep a steady lover. Rolling Stone and all that. Jiraiya grinned and elbowed Minato in the side. Kakashi always was my favorite of your subordinates. Yes, sensei. Tenten said, swirling her index fingers clockwise before pointing down. I've learned to take everything you say about everything that doesn't involve being a ninja, and just ignore it. I like being happy. You'll grow out of it. The older ninja assured her, getting a harsher glare from Kushina that basically told him to stop trying to corrupt kids to his more cynical way of thinking. Anko let out a noise of thought. Scarecrow does have a point though. Working alone did end up with Kakuzu harvesting my kidney. I miss my sweet-ass kidney. She looked around the gathered party before her brown eyes shone upon locating a viable target. What the hell? I'll take you. What? Everyone present asked at once. Fu, the person Anko had been pointing at, sat up from where she'd been kicking her legs into the air and fixed the older Kunoichi with a skeptical look. You want Fu to go with you? Sure. Anko chirped as if it were obvious. Everybody else is tied down to old yellow flashier dash. I'm not, Jiraiya said abruptly, figuring that if Anko, the fine piece of woman that she was, happened to be taking on a partner for the time being, it might as well be him. Sexy, top-shelf shinobi, totally free and clear to go and do whatever I want here. I'm just throwing that out there. He was thoroughly ignored. So I figured, why not bring you with me? Anko finished, walking over to the mint-haired Jinchuriki, throwing an arm around the curious girl's shoulder. You're a good hand in a pinch, and you're a potential mini-nuke in human form. Come on. I promise I'll teach you all sorts of cool stuff you wouldn't learn here, like dash. She trailed off and started whispering in Fu's ear. What she had to say apparently involved one of the other kids, because Fu wound up staring hard in their direction. Why would Fu want to learn that? Anko slapped her on the shoulder and whispered to her again. And that's a good thing? Anko nodded with a mischievous grin. It is. I promise. Fu agrees then. But she won't do anything she doesn't want to. Hey, you can leave whenever you want. Just give things a shot first, partner. Minato cleared his throat. Well, actually, if you're going to be off looking for work, which is what I'm assuming you'll do, dash. Anko nodded, her attention piqued by someone like him seemingly preparing to ask something of her. I've got a mission for you to take, if you'd like. Well, she would have been lying if she said she wasn't intrigued. How would you pay me? Kushina didn't even try to mask the deadpan in her tone. My son and his friends just stole enough money from the biggest miser in shinobi history to fund 4 clan wars from scratch. How do you think? A fair point. How Anko had forgotten that a large sum of cash and other high valuable goods had been pilfered from Kakuzu's pit of greed, she didn't feel like dwelling on. She was not going to get sniped at by Minato Jr.'s red-headed mommy. Careful now. We can always take a little walk and handle our differences like Kunoichi, tomato. Ah fuck, I mean air. Minato snapped before realizing that he'd cursed in front of his son, who'd muttered the exact same curse, so being a good influence didn't really matter in this instance. He wanted to be more articulate, but he really didn't know how in this instance. Both father and son knew that Kushina was somewhat touchy about her red hair. Minato knew from seeing Kushina interact with ninjas from the mainland willing to insult it in the past, and Naruto knew it from civilian clients around Yuzuno Kuni sometimes pointing out the almost universally shared color of the clan's hair and her at times touchy responses. Kushina chuckled huskily with closed eyes, grinning in a manner very reminiscent of her son. Honey, I've been locked up for the last 3 months with nothing to do but worry, wait for an opening, and get back into full fighting shape so if the time came I could tear one particular bitch's blue hair out by the roots. At that point, Naruto started grinning. His mom was cool when that scary latent killing intent wasn't focused on him. I'm all pent up, and I might not know when enough is enough. I don't want to hurt you too badly, because I kind of like you. Okay, it was the Yellow Flash's wife, who was not only unafraid of fighting and experienced, extremely active adult kunoichi, but who also seemed to be a little stir-crazy and antsy for combat. Looking at Naruto sitting behind her, she caught the boy shaking his head as if to say that it was a bad idea. Minato held up his hands and quickly inserted himself into the line of fire. It wouldn't do to have Kushina beat the daylights out of a new comrade. He only had so many that would actually actively help him at the moment. Alright. So, mission? He asked, holding up a scroll with the details on it. Anko stared past him at the still grinning Kushina, but took the scroll. As much as she wanted to take a piece of the surefire action she'd get in the sort of fight she'd find against Kushina, she wasn't fully healed yet. It was also another reason traveling with Fu. The girl was earnest as hell and tough enough to more than watch out for her. If nothing else, if Anko was honest with her and didn't do anything to hurt her, Fu would be good company. She took a moment to peruse the mission and raised an eyebrow at it before shrugging. If that's what you want to pay me for, sure. It sounds a hell of a lot more peaceful than what I usually get up to. Minato just gave her a wry grin. You'd think so. It'll be harder than you think. Well, whether it is or it isn't, I took your contract, and my word is bond. Anko said, sliding the scroll through her belt for temporary holding. Sounds like a scouting mission to me, but I'll search high and low anyway. So, Fu, are you in or are you out? Fu huffed and stood up from where she'd been seated and dusted off her skirt. Fu already said she was coming. She then flashed a smile at the younger portion of the gathering. So, Fu will be leaving with Anko for a while. Maybe when she comes back, we can be friends. Naruto looked at both Shino and Tenten. Shino wasn't exactly the go-to on how things of this nature were supposed to go. Tenten was still considerably unnerved by the girl's strength, especially when she tried to stack it up against her own abilities. Well, I think we're friends now, Naruto said, extending his hand at Fu shook. If you can get past the us fighting thing, I can too. I kind of wanted you to hang around, he exclaimed when he suddenly found himself pulled in a hug. Anko snickered and bore the looks from the other adults before shrugging. Oh, traveling with that girl was going to be fun. Fu hadn't had a hug since Kakuzu had taken her from her family, and Naruto was the nicest person she'd met since then, even if he had taken it upon himself to belt her with a few Biju-enhanced punches. He was too stunned to hug her back, but she didn't mind. It was the most positive human contact she'd had in years. Naruto adjusted quickly enough and did actually muster enough to return the gesture. There wasn't anything to be afraid of when it came to Fu. Yeah, we're friends. She must have been an extremely nice girl before Kakuzu got a hold of her. Pulling away, Fu gave Naruto a knowing look. You wanted Fu to teach you Biju stuff, didn't you? Naruto's sheepish expression was all the confirmation she needed. Fu doesn't know that much about that. Chomei was just being nice and helped out, Fu revealed. Besides, Chomei doesn't like Kurama. Uptight bug. Kurama sounded off inside of Naruto's head. It's just as well. Our powers don't work the same anyway. Well, there went that idea. Anko took that time to herd Fu away from the other kids. Well, there's no time to make money like the present. Come on, the sooner we see this through and finish, the sooner we can see your new little crew again. Fu waved goodbye and Anko cheekily blew Kakashi a kiss that he didn't care to see before the two of them took off through the woods. Jiraiya clapped his hands one time to get attention on him. Alright, I'm heading out too. Places to go, people to see, and all of that noise. He had to keep on putting out feelers to see if there were any clans interested in. Check with the Hyuga clan, Kakashi advised, knowing full well what Jiraiya's self-imposed mission would be. Their clan head seemed interested when we stopped through. And if nothing else, the goodwill Kakashi had won for helping them at a dire time would get Jiraiya an audience to talk. Jiraiya let him know he'd take it under advisement with a nod before he left. His departure was markedly mundane for his standing, as he merely left in a puff of smoke. And that was the way that it had to be. There was no time to dwell and soak in everything that they had been through. Anko's run-in with Kakuzu, Fu's life that had effectively ended when Kakuzu was killed, what had happened to Naruto and Kushina to prompt everything that had brought them to that point. They could not stop and look back. Let's get moving then, Minato said with a smile. Even with everything, he had his family with him. Whatever happened from that point forward, at that moment he was as content as he ever felt he could be. Kushina doesn't want to be anywhere near Hino Kuni, so we're heading north. A week later, Uzumaki clan village. For almost 14 days Nagato had been nigh inapproachable. The only one who seemed to be able to get close to him was Konan, thus any messages that members of the clan and the village had to give to him went through her first. This wasn't seen as particularly odd, as many had seen Konan as the right hand of Nagato for quite some time despite the fact that she was an outsider. As far as many of them went, Konan might as well have been of the clan herself. Nagato was depressing Konan though, which in of itself was quite a feat as her usual demeanor was always somewhat depressed. To say that she was in a deeper state of despondence was saying something. It all revolved around Nagato though. Ever since Minato's blitz on the village to take Kushina back, and Kushina's willingness to fight Nagato if need be to ensure she left with him, something had changed. With a knock, Konan entered the office, knowing that Nagato would not answer one way or the other regarding her allowance inside. He was seated in the same place he'd sat the last several times she'd come to him, in his chair staring out of the window to the west. On his face was the look of someone who had let something go, and that something had taken a piece of him with it as it had left. Before she could open her mouth to speak to him, he beat her to the punch. Was I wrong? She didn't know what he meant. I knew what it meant when Kushina married him. She's a loyal woman, and she never would have turned her back on Minato, even with 10 years apart. It's one of the reasons I admired her. Konan frowned deeply but listened. He was confiding in her, and she would not interrupt until he was through. I couldn't have her and I knew it, and my own desires caused me to make decisions that I shouldn't have, that I knew better than to make. Nagato continued before looking at his own hand, watching as it shifted into a chakra cannon. You can try and do good with the power you're given. You can do your best to live up to the responsibilities people bestow onto you with it, but in the end, what good is power if you can't have one thing that you want? He wanted Kushina. He wanted the Uzumaki clan to be seen on the same level as the Senju clan, and not one of their underling clans, albeit one with high standing and value. We are only human, you know, Konan said to him, shutting the door as she walked inside. We make mistakes, we're blinded by our avarice. The fact that you can admit to yourself and others that you erred makes you better than most. Nagato laughed wryly and turned to her, pointing at his eyes. People say that these eyes are divine, more than human, but if only they knew. Konan shook her head, knowing that Nagato was referring to his own lineage. More appropriately his direct parentage, and what it was supposed to have represented, a long time ago. They would call it an abomination instead. The Senju clan doesn't need to know anything about this, Konan said, trying to get some sort of positive reaction out of him. Kushina was never a figure of importance to them. There's no need to dash. Konan, I don't give a damn about the Senju clan. Nagato interjected before she could finish the attempt to give him some sort of comfort. The Senju only paid attention to their sister clan during the yearly conference meetings or when they needed bodies to fight the Uchiha. Other than that, the Uzumaki could sway in the wind as far as they were concerned. Tsunade made an effort to strong-arm us, and what was her contribution to the effort? To send her Mokutan-using pet with you to go after Naruto and his protector. For all of the good that it had done in the end, Nagato could have gotten the same effect or better by keeping things in-house and sending Konan with a team of her choice. But no. Tsunade considered it a Senju problem only because of the trouble that Naruto's current status could bring their clan by association. In the end it was still seen by her as the Uzumaki clan's fault, thus they apparently needed their hands held to fix it. Insulting. And Konan had dutifully gone along with it, because he had asked her to. I'm sorry, Konan, Nagato declared earnestly. I put you in the position to act in my stead, for as much as it handcuffed you. This was never your issue to be involved in. You have my eternal gratitude for helping me as much as you have. A smile tugged at the blue-haired woman's lips as she stopped and turned around. There's no need to thank me. I've already made my choice to stay by your side a long time ago. So what will you do now? One thing he wouldn't do was waste resources on Minato, Kushina, and Naruto. It wasn't worth it. He still despised Minato's very essence, and Kushina had hurt him deeply with what he'd seen as a betrayal of both him and the clan, but there were more important things afoot. They were a wild element, but not dangerous. Minato wouldn't start a fight with them now that he had what he wanted, and Kushina wouldn't be conspiring with enemies to the clan. Nagato's thoughts had been turning outward since the panic of Minato and Jiraiya's little escapade occurred. Namely, beyond the confines of the island nation that housed their settlement. Yuzu no Kuni was a double-edged sword to the clan. It was an easily protectable location too small for any other clans to really get a foothold, but with enough trouble at sea and on the islands outside of the country that they could receive plenty of work. On the other hand, because of how easy they had things when it came to their constant clientele and because the nature of their missions rarely pitted them against the powerhouse clan of Hai no Kuni, as well as their status as a subordinate clan to the Senju, they received very little respect. Even with their ability in sealing, an extremely difficult field of the ninja arts, a specialization that no other clan could claim, they weren't perceived as a truly imposing clan. They had the strength to match any clan in the elemental nations. If the Senju clan believed they could bend them over a barrel and treat them as children, they would find themselves with a problem. "This clan deserves better," Nagato said. "For decades, we've been cleaning up the messes other clans have been creating with all of their fighting. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of inheriting all of the Senju clan's problems when they won't take ours seriously in the slightest. I'm just sick and tired of being so damned sick and tired, and it's about time we put an end to it." Nagato wanted to be a kind man, but he had the propensity to hold grudges, and those grudges tended to stew and fester. One could say it was partially in his blood in a way. Northwestern mountain range, it was obvious that the idea of finding training while you traveled was not a Kakashi original when their travels took them to a mountain. Instead of following the beaten, winding path, they took the direct route up, and the kids weren't allowed to use chakra for the climb. They could only use their bodies and their muscles to pull themselves up for the entire way, and if they fell, no one was going to come for them. Fortunately, they were tethered to Kakashi, but they had to keep climbing for themselves. "I hate you, old man!" Naruto shouted through his teeth, gritting them as he pulled himself up behind his parents and Kakashi, who walked ahead of them. "You guys suck!" Shino didn't complain, but he wanted to badly. Tenten, on the other hand, was too tired to think about complaining. Oh, how walking straight up instead of climbing would have been a simpler affair. The things you took for granted until you're forced to go without. Still, it was difficult to understand how one could take the life energy inside of their body that gave them access to superhuman abilities for granted. The folly of youth, perhaps. What are you going to do when you don't have enough chakra to perform another jutsu but you need to keep fighting? Minato asked, leading the way up the mountain, sticking to the cliff face with his feet. You barely have enough energy to hold your arms up or even hold a weapon. What will you do then? Naruto wanted to say that he never run out of chakra ever, but that wouldn't have kept him from having to do the exercise anyway. All it would have gotten was a lecture from Minato or a tongue lashing about being lazy from Kushina, because the question was supposed to be rhetorical, and adults apparently didn't like it when you actually answered them. Mostly because there was no way to do it without sounding like a smartass. Kushina's question, on the other hand, was one he could answer. The moment she reached the top of their mountain ascent, she looked back over the edge and unloaded the question. Naruto, what are the minimum number of hand seals that go into a Class 3 barrier seal, and which ones are always going to be in the technique? Ugh, 5, Naruto said, trying to think as he kept climbing. And it'd be ushi, and touching the surface of what you're placing the barrier against counts as a hand seal, doesn't it? Yes, that's all 3. Kushina informed him as she sat down and watched the kids continue to climb. Now, what are the differences between the 5 classes of barriers? Kakashi, who had also finished, turned his head to see Minato and Kushina grinning at the sudden quiz. Is this something that happens a lot? He asked, fixing his gaze on Naruto for a moment. He can actually answer that? Most ninjas didn't learn anything about seals past how to unseal weapons or how to apply paper seals to targets. Of course he can, Kushina responded, almost looking offended at the unspoken implication. I raised him, I trained him. Until the unpleasantness with the sealing of Kurama, Kushina had never really had Naruto operate outside of her watchful eye, but she knew one thing for certain, that if nothing else he would know his way around Fuinjutsu. Those aren't even hard questions to him. He's just tired. And proving her point, Naruto spoke up just a second later after finding a good handhold in the cliff face. Class 1s are spiritual wards and weak limiting seals that take paper tags as mediums. Class 2s are area-encompassing barriers that go around buildings or caves, with multiple placement points or users to make sure enemies can't break it. They only find one of them. Class 3s are small-scale supplementary techniques. You can use them as traps to buy time or limit an enemy's mobility and stuff like that. They get weaker over time and can fail if you hit them hard enough or enough times dash. Oh dear lord, he's still going, Kakashi said in a stunned manner. Having traveled with and trained him, he hadn't figured that Naruto was particularly book smart. Apparently he was, at least when the book was based on sealing techniques. Class 4s are direct battle barriers that ninjas can use to stop attacks against them in fights. He knew that one because Kushina could do a few of them. And Class 5s are the best. Class 5s are huge area-covering barriers. They can block entire battlefields, castles or towns depending on how many people there are minding the jutsu. Not many people learn how to do the ones that can actually stop and block things though. Most are huge sensor jutsu, and most of them take ritual arrays that take forever to make. That's impressive and terrifying at the same time. Kakashi pointed out before another sobering thought came to mind. If Naruto knew about them, how many of those can he actually do himself? Barriers are high-level stuff. Kushina said. He can do one Class 3 type and more than a few Class 1s since anybody can scribble some arrays on a piece of paper. The first to pull himself over a ledge, Naruto crawled on his hands and knees for 30 seconds before retaking his feet, heading back to the cliff to help pull Shino and Tenten up once they grabbed the top. Tenten rested on her knees and winced at her bleeding hands. I wish I had some gloves. She probably should have started wearing gloves anyway, seeing as how she dealt with sharp objects and explosives regularly. Minato let Naruto, Tenten, and Shino catch their breath for a moment, breaking out a map and smiling as he looked ahead. The trail ahead of them led to a bridge across the vast chasm between mountain peaks where trees seemed to be growing through the mountainside. Dotting the sides of the mountains were cottages that seemed to hang in the air. This was the domain of the Sarutobi clan. While they were a notable clan with powerful ninja, they were truly famous for another reason aside from their skill in battle. It was for that reason that they had come to see them. In a world where secrets and information of any kind were so closely guarded that even finding beginner clan techniques written on scrolls was a rarity, the Sarutobi clan were the finest scribes in the elemental nations, and it was this stockpiled knowledge that provided them with the bulk of their business instead of the conventional mercenary work done by other clans. They would sell any information to anyone willing to buy it from them, even other ninja clans, and if within their vast annals they didn't have what their client wanted, they would go out and obtain it any way that they could. As the 6 visitors made their way through the quiet mountaintop town, Naruto couldn't help but wonder why they were there in the first place. Were they about to do another mission? It couldn't be for money if they were. They had enough where they were contracting Anko for one of their own. Kakashi commented in mild interest. I can't say I can recall crossing paths with the Sarutobi before. Having regained her air and disliking being left out of the loop, especially regarding things that involved her, Tenten looked around their surroundings curiously. Minato-sama, did we come up here for a reason? Not that she minded going there just to go. Were it not for the luck of the draw that ended with her traveling with Naruto and Kakashi, she would have still been in her little village trying to get strong enough to beat that gang of 3 thugs. Ya old man. Naruto started, getting a visible flinch out of Minato and a smirk out of Kushina. What are we doing up here? Minato held up an index finger before drilling it down on the top of Naruto's head. You can never have enough intelligence on your side, Naruto, and these are the best people in the world to go to if knowledge is your vice of choice. You can consider this the veritable den of inequity. A swat of the hand, and an upturned blank look was all that followed from his son, eliciting a sigh out of Minato and an observation from Kakashi. Okay, good. It was just the seals after all. Village in central Hai no Kuni, Tsunade was pissed, which wasn't unusual, but having it directed at her younger brother made it a good idea for him to take a short sabbatical for about 2 weeks. They were in the middle of territory where you could find a Senju clan member in any town, so if nothing else he'd have at least a few allies abound if something happened. Sitting at an outside bar in a town about a day or so away from the main headquarters, Nawaki looked down at his small cup of sake before fishing one of the valuable pieces that Naruto had given to him out of his pocket, a ring from Kakuzu's stash. Staring at it managed to draw a laugh out of him. Between Kakuzu's money being out of reach, buried under countless tons of rubble at the bottom of a deep, deep lake, and Nawaki completely ignoring the standing order to take out the Jinchuriki child for the danger he posed, Nawaki was on his sister's bad side at the moment. And yet she had refrained from crushing the brooch he'd given her as proof of the money pit's existence in her hands. She was either keeping it to wear during formal events, or she was going to hawk it and use the money to gamble with for a spell. Either or wouldn't have been out of character. Do you mind if I join you? Nawaki looked up to find an old man standing a safe distance from the table. He had short, shaggy black hair, a cross scar on his chin, and a closed eyelid, signifying that the right one was missing. He wore a black robe that went down to his ankles over a white kimono shirt. Heavily scrutinizing the man, Nawaki found that he couldn't identify on sight what clan he came from, or if he was from one at all. He was obviously a shinobi though. I guess I should be civil and offer you a drink if you'd like, Nawaki said, gesturing to the second sake cup at his table. I was kind of hoping a girl would be interested in coming over to join me, but since you're here you might as well. I can always order a new cup when you leave, mister. You may call me Danzo, the elderly man said, simply waving off the offer. How kind of you. However, I neither drink nor accept consumables offered to me by others. I hope you understand. Probably a good principle to have, honestly, Nawaki said, drawing out his words as he poured himself more to drink. Seeing as how we're all killers and everything, TCH, for all you know the guy offering you a drink could be slipping you poison or whatnot. Danzo nodded in agreement. Indeed. But I'm afraid I have a measure of business to talk to you about. Take mission requests and things of that nature to headquarters or a clan outpost. There's one in this town. Nawaki replied automatically. If you're here to try and kill me, let me finish my drink first. The mood changed momentarily, Nawaki's killer intent flaring for a split second to try and force this man or anyone he had hiding around to spring into action if an attack truly was forthcoming. Of course, this man seemed to know exactly who he was, so approaching him before attacking him to prompt a lowering of his guard clearly hadn't been what he'd had in mind from the beginning. Fair enough. It's nothing of the sort, Danzo assured him before lacing his fingers in front of his face, elbows planted on the table. My clan takes it upon ourselves to make sure that things in our line of work stay as balanced as possible, if you can understand. Nawaki didn't. It sounded quite shady though. Uh-huh. I've never heard of you. My clan name is well hidden, Danzo replied. I would tell you, but if I did so you would not be allowed to make it far enough to tell anyone else what it was, and that is not a threat, merely an example of our ways. Nawaki nodded, understanding that he was not there to provoke a fight. Our services are not for sale. We only operate in the interest of stability. What does this have to do with me? You were the last person to make contact with an element that will prove to be dangerous if left alone for much longer. Funny, it was almost as if this man and Tsunade were sharing notes on scolding him. It was almost as if he were 12 again. Nawaki downed his cup and sighed as it burned on the way down. This is about the Jinchuriki kid, isn't it? Putting aside how the hell you even know anything about that dash. We know more than you think, it's our job too, Danzo said, his steely one-eyed gaze locked with Nawaki. Your little episode involving Kakuzu, the Uchiha, and the dust-up that occurred over his money made quite a bit of noise. A fair enough point. A lot of people did wind up dying, and while no one ever wound up finding Kakuzu's head, the bodies of the dozen-plus Uchiha and various other ninjas that died in the countrywide search didn't necessarily disappear. Well, putting that aside, he didn't seem any more dangerous than any other ninja. Nawaki drawled smartly, idly twirling the handle of the Raijin no Ken like a baton. He just seemed like a kid to me. And he wasn't even going to talk about the green-haired girl that was supposedly Kakuzu's monster. She had been crying heartbrokenly when he'd come across her with Kakashi and Anko, with Naruto seemingly consoling her for whatever reason. They were kids. Whatever people had thought Jinchuriki were for as long as they had, those two weren't it. He won't be a child for long, Danzo said, speaking as if this were something a man of Nawaki's experience should have already known. And to make him twice as dangerous, he's Namikaze Minato's son. I'm certain someone in your station is aware of what he wishes to accomplish. Tobirama Oji royally fucked Namikaze, Nawaki pointed out, proving that he knew his own clan's history, even the shady parts no one talked about. He was the grandchild of Hashirama and grandnephew of Tobirama. He knew this. He was kind of extreme and he did it to a lot of people, but Namikaze was the only one who could really hit back. Beat him with his own jutsu, I heard. And am I to believe that you don't hold this against him? No, if he were in front of me I'd be trying to take his head, same as anyone else. Nawaki clarified calmly. It's not going to end with him killing my family member and taking one of our signature jutsu to use on his own. I'm just saying, Tobirama Oji started it. Tobirama started a lot of things. He had good intentions, but mistrusted other clans to such an extreme degree that everyone not of Senju blood was either an enemy or an expendable commodity. He was the one that truly closed the doors shut on anything civil ever really existing between the Senju and the Uchiha. It was him who shattered the last-ditch effort to create some sort of peace between the two superpowers with a marriage between a member of the Uzumaki and the Uchiha clans. Good lord, did he ever cause that one to explode? It is what we know, Danzo explained. Can you possibly imagine a world different than the one we live in? We're shinobi. Our way is to fight for profit, for what we believe in. There's a balance to that, and it's more delicate than you would ever know. Were it to just up and vanish, what would happen? Nawaki smacked his lips. So your ideal scenario would have been me slitting Namikaze's kid's throat the second I realized who and what he was. We're not as bloodthirsty as you would make me out to be, Danzo said in his indecipherable tone of voice. But ideally, yes. I wouldn't have expected or wished for you to find any joy in taking that young of a life, merely comfort in knowing that you did what was necessary to keep things as they are. Nawaki looked around them and threw his hands in the air as if to ask what? To keep things the way they were was not a good enough reason. Look around. Things suck as they are. All of my granduncles except for Tobirama were butchered as kids before they were even as old as the one everyone seems to have a problem with, so forgive me for not having a taste for it myself. Understandable, Danzo said. It is my clan's place to do what must be done when others are unable or unwilling. I cannot hold it against you for what you believe. I didn't come to convince you of any folly, just to confirm as much as I can about the existence of this Jinchuriki child. You are not the only one my clan is approaching on this matter. You sound like you and yours are going to take him out yourselves, Nawaki said, smirking slightly. Kind of gives cradle to the grave to a different meaning. Danzo's mouth affixed itself in a prominent frown. You don't get it. It's not necessarily the boy, or what's inside of him. It's what he can represent, and who he's with. That's the real danger. A danger to what exactly? It wasn't as if Minato had a running hit list going, and Nawaki highly doubted that Naruto did. To everything my clan has spent the last 2 centuries working to maintain. Northwestern Mountain Range, Sarutobi Clan Archives, 1 week. Minato had paid the Sarutobi clan 7 million ryo for 5 days' worth of unlimited access to their grand library for just himself and one other person. Any tangible question that one could have could be answered by the information that lay within the deep walls of the library enclosed inside of the mountain that served as their home. Access to that sort of information was not cheap, nor was it something that the Sarutobi clan were willing to grant to people en masse. The biggest catch was, for larger projects you had to find what you were looking for yourself. Everything was categorized and kept in a strict classification system, and obsolete information was replaced routinely, but still, the staggering amount of material made it easy to get sidetracked. Finding everything you were looking for in the course of a small window of time was extremely difficult. People did not come there for simple matters that were easy to look up. Access to the library was simply too expensive to buy a slot of time inside for anything less than intensive research and study. For small amounts of particular information you could pay them to teach it to you. It was far less expensive, but you wouldn't get much. Therefore, hiring them in that capacity didn't work if you didn't know what you were looking for. The library was your best bet in that regard. From an upper level of the Grand Library, Minato leaned on a safety railing and looked down at where he could see his red-haired wife grumbling to herself and reading through several texts at once. She was clearly irritated with all of it, and audibly cursed when a clone of her came up to deliver more. Fuck Tebane! It was positively adorable to him. God, he had missed her. Minato himself had found much of what he was looking for. Entire stacks of paper notes that he'd taken filled his arms that he had yet to seal away to take along with him on the trip. The patience to research isn't a trait shared by your wife, I see. A wrinkled old man with gray spiked hair and a gray goatee walked up to Minato with a smile on his face. The garb of the old man closely resembled that of a scribe or a classic librarian, a small pair of reading glasses resting over his eyes kinder than most would find on a shinobi. Even with his obvious age, his posture seemed to exude nothing but power. I hope you're finding everything you're looking for, the old man said with a short laugh. You've certainly paid us enough. Unsurprisingly to Minato, when he made this man's acquaintance he had already known who he was. Then again, he had expected nothing less from what was perceived as the most well-informed ninja clan in the elemental nations. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the head of the Sarutobi clan for decades. He was one of the rarest commodities in the ninja world, a man who had survived to actually see old age, and his power was clearly evident simply from his posture that radiated poise, dignity, and strength. I hope my son and his teammates aren't disturbing anything in your town, Minato said with a short bow, knowing full well that Naruto had a thing for getting into trouble. Hopefully Kakashi was keeping them out of anything huge, but he'd have to go and check on things in just a bit, if only to touch base. Don't be absurd. It's quite a sight to see a child from the Uzumaki clan, the Abdurrahim clan, and a purely civilian family all coexisting. Hiruzen said with a smile on his weathered face. 3 different backgrounds of ninja together. It's something you don't see every day. I would say that this in of itself is more of a success than I've ever seen in regards to your ambition. It is possible. It looks like it's circumstantial, but it's possible. Minato said with a shrug. Naruto hasn't gotten the chance to feel too strong of a dislike for other clans yet, even the Uchiha. Tenten is wary of most clans after living through the battle that her parents were killed in, but Kakashi says she does a good job hiding it for the most part. Shino is like his clan in that he tries to affix a logical model to everything he comes across. It proved something to Minato, on the smallest scale imaginable, but it was proven nonetheless that what he wanted was not impossible. The idea of a place where ninjas didn't have to worry about being aimlessly slaughtered, where the kids could grow up without being taught to hate one another just because they weren't of their own clan. By something being proven on the smallest scale imaginable, it only proved that when the ninjas were young it was easier to get them to consider the idea as feasible. It wasn't much, but it was a start. It was something. This system is only going to get worse if it continues, Hiruzen said, taking a puff of his pipe as he walked through the seemingly endless rows of bookcases and scroll cases with his guests. The Uchiha and the Senju are bleeding their riches dry, not just by fighting one another, but with all of the fighting they do with others. Eventually the amount of money they spend will cause them to become more desperate and totalitarian in their approach when it comes to dealing with other clans. What do you mean? They'll be less willing to speak on their grievances and quicker to jump into large-scale action, Hiruzen said, smiling wryly at his thought. I'm afraid talk isn't as cheap as people like to say it is. Actions are far more economical these days. What does it matter if you're right or wrong when you can just crush the people who have a problem with your actions? That was a sobering thought. What little morality was left in this world was hanging by less than a thread. That seemed oxymoronic given the world they lived in, but the moment you thought there was no possible way things could go downhill any further, the universe always conspired to prove you wrong. The approach of the Senju changed radically after Hashirama's time passed. Tobirama wasn't exactly the most sociable or peaceful clan head in history, I'm afraid. Hiruzen recalled, a true student of the ninja arts, both in the practical combat applications, its theory, and its history. Everything in his Senju first approach could have dipped into extreme territory. I believe during the course of his reign was when the Senju lost the rhetorical moral high ground over the Uchiha. You know, I might have noticed, Minato said with a wide grin that seemed to hide a deep-seated grievance. When he signed off on sending me and all of those other freelancers on that mission that he thought would kill us. You know we only learned a single part of the jutsu we had to learn in order to perform the mission? Yeah, they taught us just enough so that we'd send ourselves to his little rendezvous/ambush to get killed afterwards instead of paid. It was sort of brilliant in a cutthroat way. Hire a bunch of no-name hacks to set explosives for you in an Uchiha clan fortress, and teach them how to teleport out to a preset Haration marker where you would proceed to murder them with a clan platoon. Thus keeping your jutsu secret, despite the contract both they and you had signed to seal the deal in the first place, except for the part when one of the freelancers hired wasn't a hack, just a clanless shinobi, who proceeded to kill the entire Senju platoon, leave, master the jutsu he was never given all of the parts to, and then wound up killing Tobirama in battle years later. The grin on Minato's face wasn't entirely satirical. That had been one particular kill that Minato remembered feeling some sort of vindication from. It had been proof to him that he had the strength to go for the things he wanted. Even though he had killed an aged Senju Tobirama, it was still Tobirama, and he had still done it by outclassing him with the jutsu that Tobirama had been the one to create. It also helped that he hadn't been the one that had picked the decisive fight to begin with. Apparently a clanless nobody getting famous for using a Senju clan jutsu was too much for Tobirama to take to his grave. The loud sound of a book slamming shut attracted Minato's attention back downstairs to Kushina, hunched over the table she'd chosen to sit at. It was the first time he'd seen her actually close a book since she'd gotten something to begin reading. I've been searching every scrap of ceiling theory I can find, for the last 2 days, Kushina said, rubbing her eyes blearily. She hated studying in any capacity. All of them basically say to take the same approach with a Jinchuriki's development. What's that? Take no chances. Kill it if you can. Use as many numbers and as much force as you have available. If you can't do that, stay away before the seal holding the biju fails. Kushina said, none too amused by the complete lack of information that the best stores of collective knowledge in the world had to offer in regards to the one thing she needed to know. Apparently even the experts who wrote these would think Naruto is as much of an atrocity as everywhere else does. There is no text on the functions of a Jinchuriki, Hiruzen said, deflating Kushina's mood. At least no first-hand accounts. It has never been recorded as having occurred, you see. There are theories written up by Uzumaki Mito. A flash of surprise came across Kushina's face. It was from her that the taboo of the Jinchuriki was originally established, but the idea is older than any being alive today. What? My dear, you are not looking far enough back, Hiruzen said, beginning to roll up the scrolls Kushina had been looking through and collecting the books to put them back. You won't find what you're looking for in contemporary works. You have to look into material with questionable legitimacy if you want to find anything that may be helpful. Kushina tilted her head and looked at Minato, who was just as lost as she was. What exactly did that mean? Questionable legitimacy? Hiruzen loaded the scrolls and books onto a cart and turned to the couple with a smirk. It's simply a matter of how strongly you believe the legends of old to be, how hard you're willing to look for them, and the ability to distinguish fact from fiction as you put it together. Was he giving them a hint without really helping them? Minato and Kushina shared a look and an unsaid question between the two of them that both decided they would have been remiss to refrain from asking. Sarutobi-san? Kushina asked politely, a stark difference from how tense she felt at the moment. Why are you telling us any of this at all? Hiruzen began to push the cart away before stopping prior to disappearing amongst the hundreds of millions of books and various texts. You find yourself in a unique position. As one who would like for you to succeed, I doubt you both understand just how important it is, the commodity you have in your possession. Minato narrowed his eyes, not liking where this conversation was going. And that commodity wouldn't happen to be my son, would it? Kushina's stare could have burned through Hiruzen's back after hearing Minato's assumption aloud. Speak softly and carry a big stick, my friend, Hiruzen said, never turning around as he returned to tending to the primary responsibility of the Sarutobi clan. Good intentions and a novel idea will only take you so far. People will need to know that you are strong enough to see this through. In a matter of years, you will have the most valuable piece of leverage you could ever ask for in garnering the allegiance of clans willing to join your planned village. After hearing Naruto referred to by the general public of her own clan as something other than a human being, hearing it elsewhere didn't sit well with her. My child isn't a weapon, either in the legitimate sense or as a bluff to coax attention their way into forming the village in question. Hiruzen didn't turn back again to continue the conversation, having spoken his part. We're all weapons, dear. Make new friends 3. The first father-son heart-to-heart Minato saw himself having with Naruto did not involve a conversation that he thought he had at least 3 more years to prepare for. However, in his exuberant reunion night with Kushina, he had overlooked the fact that they had been quite noisy. Naruto was unable to look his own mother in the eye for 2 whole days, and everyone already knew why. Kushina was embarrassed that she'd allowed such a thing to happen, and it fell to Minato to try and fix the awkwardness. Minato had gotten Naruto for some alone time under the guise of critiquing his Rasengan that the boy swore was damn near finished, but he wound up sitting Naruto down away from everyone else and blindsiding him with the topic of the day. You old man, I don't want to talk about that with you, Naruto exclaimed, moving to get up off of the boulder they had been sitting on for the talk. Minato rolled his eyes and pulled Naruto back by his arm to keep him seated. You think I want to? But it's my fault that you heard something last night that you shouldn't have, so I've got to clear up any questions you might have. It was his job as a man and a father. Had he been held at kunai point, Naruto couldn't have been any less enthusiastic about the pending talk. Clearly seeing that Naruto wasn't going to break the ice without being prompted, Minato decided to get him talking first. Once the boy started, it was hard to stop him, which would help with this. Okay, well first, why don't you just tell me what you already know? That way I won't be repeating things you've heard before, and I can fill in the blanks. Naruto gave Minato a blank look despite blushing due to the fact that his father was going to give him the sex talk. Eventually he relented. The sooner he started talking, the sooner it would come to an end and he could go about his business for the rest of the evening. If you say so, Naruto said, fidgeting around in place despite Minato's encouraging smile. Let's see. 45 minutes later, back at camp, Minato walked back into camp as if he'd run into a ghost while wandering elsewhere. Upon being sighted by Kushina, he was met with a kiss and a hug from the grateful woman. Thank you, Minato, for whatever you said or did. Huh. He can actually look at me again. He smiled at me, hugged me, and said he was sorry. Hearing a human voice again, Minato snapped out of the trance he was in and shook his head. I thought he didn't know anything about sex, he said bluntly. Kushina pulled back from the hug, giving him a strange look. Of course he does. I had to tell him about some of it, she said as if it were obvious. What had he expected? That she told him the stork story when he asked her about where he came from? Not a chance. That was just misinformation that no one had the time to correct later, ergo it was worthless. Oh, the poor bastard figured he'd have been dealing with someone who didn't know anything about what had been happening. That was not some. That was way more than some, Minato suddenly exclaimed before calming down. If he knew, then why did you want me to talk to him about it? I thought you could maybe generalize it, and somehow get it across that it's not some horrible thing that it happens with you and I. The redhead explained, raising an eyebrow. What did he even say? Minato went pale and ran a hand down his face. I said I'd fill in whatever blanks he had. He didn't stop for about 15 minutes. Everything I actually expected to have to tell him, he already knew it. Then there were the subcategories. A shiver went down his spine. I need to live more. Well, I do too. We can always fix that later. We only just got reacquainted after all, Kushina said, up close and in Minato's ear, giving it a quick nip that put a stupid smile on his face. It doesn't matter though. Naruto's about to be 11. It's not like he's going to be interested in it anytime soon. Minato quickly pulled his mind out of the gutter and pointed something out. Yeah, it doesn't matter yet. I'm thinking it's not the best idea that Naruto and Tenten sleep in the same tent when they get a little older. If she's staying on for that long, that is. The only reason the issue hadn't been forced before was because Tenten never had her own tent. Out of necessity she'd had to use Naruto's and they'd gotten used to it. Neither of them were spoiled, so they were never going to complain. Shino wasn't keen on sharing any of his privacy, so Naruto wasn't just going to wind up bunking with him. The Aburame kept everything close to the vest. A moment of thought took place before Kushina could see how that could get awkward in the near future, as she looked over at the assembled younger ninjas. Oh. And with Jiraiya-sensei popping in and out every so often, oh. Kushina cringed, remembering that a few of Jiraiya's widely spread writings had gotten her through a few lonelier nights over the years. According to Minato, he behaved himself for the most part for the first meeting. That wouldn't last. Maybe we should start looking into getting them separate tents. Chapter 14. The Stains of Time. Time passed, lives carried on, and as was the ebb and flow of the ninja world, the hotbed that was the elemental nation settled down and reheated several times over. As the saying went, Rome wasn't built in a day, whatever Rome was, and neither was a functional village where several if not dozens of clans from all over could come together and pool their resources instead of fighting over them. An idea of that nature took a lot of planning, a lot of work, and someone had to do the actual legwork. Two figures darted quickly through a heavily forested tropical wilderness. The southern islands of the continent had been the location of the standing mission that they and their third partner had undertaken. From the speed with which they were leaving the island, it had not gone well in this particular area. The mission, to gauge the interest in the idea of a combined ninja village for a particular clan. The Kagaya clan. Okay, I guess we can mark them off of the list, a 14-year-old Naruto groused, wiping a speck of blood off of his cheek. Significantly taller in height, he wore a pair of navy-colored pants, brown sandals, a sleeveless mesh undershirt, and a snug brown pocketless vest that was more armor than apparel. All marks of the Uzumaki clan had vanished from any trace of his clothing. Does anyone even hire these psychos for anything? How are they a clan? I dunno. My guess is abduction and inbreeding. A fair amount of both, I'd say, Tenten said warily, looking over her shoulder as she fled at Naruto's side. I'm pretty sure 15's old enough for them to take me and, well, you know. While Tenten hadn't grown out of her twin bun hairstyle, she had grown out of wearing her pink top and instead changed over to a loose-sleeved white blouse with red fasteners and outlined with a large scroll strapped to her back. Her black trousers had been traded in for a pair of puffy red pants that exposed the outsides of her bandaged thighs up to her waist. Her conventional ninja footwear had also been swapped for open-toed sandals, and on her hands rested a pair of black fingerless gloves. Naruto's eyebrows turned up at the thought of the freaks chasing them, forcefully procreating by stealing away women and having their way with them. As horrifying as the thought was, they did seem to be the type. I guess I really shouldn't let them catch you, should I? At least not alive. That'd be nice, the bun-haired girl replied. We really should have asked more questions before we sailed out here. I'll take the heat on that one. I totally forgot that there are some people out there that won't even hear us out before attacking us. To be fair to you, I'm pretty sure they didn't even know who we were before this whole thing started. Naruto reasoned with a cheeky grin. I don't think it would have mattered who we were. They would have tried to cut our heads off on sight. It was eerie how calmly he'd accepted this fact. Well, look at the bright side. What bright side? I'm keeping this vest, Naruto said, pressing his hands to his chest and giving the well-fitting padded armor covering his torso a good thump. I'm actually glad to be your guinea pig for once. It kind of saved me today. Tenten rapped Naruto on the arm with the back of her hand as they ran for dear life. I think the words you're looking for are thank you, Tenten chided half-heartedly. But seriously, how does it feel compared to the plate armor? You've had the whole mission to try it. What do you think? Is it functional? Blue eyes rolled around in Naruto's sockets. She was asking him now? A really good time for it while they were running for their lives, wasn't it? She was always like that though, always wanting him to test her weapons and other tools out, but it was endearing in a way. It meant a lot that he was the only one she trusted with her prototypes though. She didn't have enough materials to produce large quantities of many items, so knowing when she had a pliable idea or not was very important to her. They were older, but nothing had changed with what she wanted out of life. Inventing ninja tools and weapons was still her passion, and she'd only gotten better at it over time. Naruto took a moment to think about the question as they continued to run. Getting hit in plate armor doesn't hurt as much, but I can move better in this. It wasn't as protective as plate armor when it was hit, but it also didn't have the easy-to-exploit weakness of slipping a blade underneath a plate to stab through the leather underneath. The vest had full protection. I ain't expecting it to stop a bolt of lightning or something, just a short blade. And it does, so it's great. It sure stopped that sword, Tenten pointed out, indicating a stab mark in the vest underneath Naruto's right arm. Your mom's gonna flip when she sees that you got stabbed. That's like the 5th time this year, isn't it? That was not my fault. You were all like, look out, Naruto said, mimicking a girly tone of voice. You totally distracted me. Because you were about to get run through from behind with a sword, jackass, Tenten responded irritably. You're lucky I brained the guy from 30 yards away before he stepped in for the kill, or you'd have really been testing that vest. The two stopped whatever disagreement they were on the verge of having as they could hear metal objects hitting the trees behind them with a thunk. Some of their pursuers were quicker than they thought. Either that, or berserkers didn't need to pace themselves on long chases. Either way, they were almost home free. The moderately sized vessel they'd taken to reach the island was in clear view through the thick trees, as was the sole person sitting on board. His features were mostly obscured by a green open-hooded jacket that hung down to his knees, and a dark high-collared shirt garment underneath that covered the lower portion of his face. His eyes were covered with a mysterious pair of goggles, and he seemed to be sitting on the edge of the ship with one of his fingers extended, probably speaking with one of his kikaichu. Shino had never really dropped that hobby, but whatever floated his boat. Naruto snickered at his own internal joke before ducking a hatchet thrown at the back of his head. Reality had a nasty habit of trying to bury itself into your skull or spinal column when it had the chance. Shino! Start the boat! Naruto shouted, covering his head as he dodged sharp weaponry raining down from above. Start the boat, man, or we're gonna die on this rock! With Naruto's distinctive and inhumanly loud voice cutting through the tranquility of the wilderness, Shino seemed to perk up from his apparent silent conversation with one of his insects sitting on his finger, and calmly nodded, creating a few insect clones to head up and loosen the sails for departure. As the ship began to move at a steadier pace, Naruto and Tenten bolted out of the forest, still with a good half-mile left to run across an open field before reaching their way out. With the loss of trees as cover, the weapons being thrown at them came closer and closer. If there's one thing about these guys, they're pretty good killers, Tenten pointed out, getting a nick in the long sleeve of her blouse from the never-ending wall of weapons flying their way. They don't really seem good for anything else, though. A happy sound of triumph came from Naruto as he and Tenten caught up to their boat and ran alongside it, jumping on just as the sails were released to full mast. The moment his feet touched the deck, Naruto wheeled around and flipped off the Kagaya clan members that had been outpaced by the sea craft, only to turn back around and see that they had to sail through a pass in order to leave the island. A long pass where the waterway would be surrounded on two sides by high cliff walls. The sense of ecstasy was quickly lost, and the resounding curse that echoed through the open air reached for miles. Fuck! Steering the ship, Shino shook his head before speaking up in his quiet manner. I remember why this is the first mission I've taken with you two in 4 months. Why, you may ask? Because it always ends something like this. Naruto finished for him, not even needing to hear why. They did seem to have bad luck when the three of them all chose to team up together. It's not even our fault this time. As they traveled between the cliff walls, they could see the Kagaya clan members barreling over the sides, running down the walls to outright rush their ship and undoubtedly kill them once they got aboard. The look in the beady, maniacal eyes that they all seemed to share and the vicious shrieks that they all cried out with as they charged left no arguments to the contrary. With a sigh of resignation, Naruto cracked his knuckles and prepared to forcefully kick as many homicidal lunatics off of the boat as he could. It was a rental from the nearest fishing community, and he wanted their damn safety deposit back. Let's do this, Naruto said, looking over at Shino for support. You ready? I'm steering, Shino pointed out, insects flying out from the openings of his clothes to do his part without necessarily needing to move. Unless you would prefer being dashed against the walls, I think I should stay at the wheel. With a frown, Naruto looked at their immediate surroundings. Let's save that for if we get overrun. While Naruto had accepted that they were about to engage in an intrusive display of hand-to-hand combat in close quarters, Tenten was at wit's end. They had been traveling to the southern ass end of the elemental nations for weeks, had to pull together money on their own doing odd jobs to get a boat to run the mission. She'd wasted a ton of weapons dealing with enough of the Kagaya clan members already, and she was quite certain one of them had grabbed her chest and her ass while they had been trying to kill her. She wanted a nap in a comfortable in bed, she wanted a long soak in a nice warm tub, and she wanted to be out of a situation where defeat meant being sexually assaulted and murdered, and potentially not even in that order. The opposite actually would have been nicer in that circumstance. You guys should have just left well enough alone. Tenten hissed through her teeth, arms covering her nose and mouth, revealing a pair of seals on the backs of her gloves with the kanji 4 blade on them. Nobody has time for this. Quickly swiping the index and middle fingers of both hands on the backs of the others, shuriken and other small throwing tools found their way into her hands to throw with rapid-fire speed and uncanny accuracy. Every time she moved her hand past the seals, more weapons entered her hands. Kuchios, Reiko Kenka, summoning, lightning flash blade creation. Nothing missed its target. A slew of bodies numbering past the dozens rained from the air and hit the surface of the water with harsh splashes. Naruto could only watch wide-eyed until it all came to an end. He had no idea that she'd have wound up using the gift he made her like that, in all of its delicious Fuinjutsu-infused glory. Abject slaughter had never looked so magnificent. Probably because they hadn't really been that close to it. Everyone remained silent for an extended period of time until they'd left the pass and reached the open ocean, gulls cawing in the air and waves breaking against the side of their boat. Naruto said, breaking the tranquility of escape and survival. Happy birthday? Tenten rolled her eyes. My birthday was weeks ago, Naruto, and thanks, she said, holding up her hands to show him the backs of her gloves. Literal lifesavers. With the adrenaline of the chase leaving her system, she sank against the column that held the steering wheel, with Shino still operating it. Ugh. There was still blood on the deck, but that would come out with a quick enough scrub. Other than that, all there was to do was bask in the tranquil silence of the boat ride. A welcome reprieve from the terrifying shrieks from the horde of killers after them mere moments ago. So that was the Kagaya clan, Shino said before basically summarizing their entire day in a single sentence. I think any ninja village would be better off without them. That didn't work out at all, Tenten exclaimed, pointing back at the island they had barely escaped with their lives. Ha, fuck that clan! What was that? Naruto pointed over his shoulder back at the island that they were hurriedly gaining distance away from. Somebody had to know we were walking into that. People suck. We asked around about them before we sailed out here and nobody said anything. We asked the guy we borrowed the boat from. We didn't even receive a warning, Shino said, adding on, his voice slightly miffed at how things turned out. We didn't even get a goddamn warning, Naruto repeated in so many words. Can I hit that guy when we get back to shore? Evil-sounding laughter sprang up inside of Naruto's head, obviously from his tenant within. Mwahahaha! Kurama cackled evilly. That was fun. Let's go back. No, Kurama, we're not going back there, ever, Naruto thought, getting a responsive killjoy from the Biju, Why didn't you sleep in a hiding place on that island if you like it so much? Because I was actually trying to sleep when I stayed on yours, Kurama defended. If I'd have slept on these morons' island and one of them had found me, they would have just kept trying to kill me instead of bugging me awake every so often like you did. They remind of 2 other psychotic humans I ate before, honestly. I wish you'd have eaten that bastard in the mask, Naruto thought with a deep scowl on his face. A lot of things would be different if you had. True enough, Kurama said, speaking seriously for the serious tone of the conversation. But many of the things that would be different wouldn't necessarily be for the better. At least as far as you and your friends are concerned. Tenten opened her eyes, bringing herself back from the state of almost dozing off as she noticed the look on Naruto's face. What's the matter? They weren't dead and they were getting far away from there. It was the best news she figured they could have gotten at that point. Nothing. Whenever Naruto was grumpy and wasn't actually willing to rant about what it was that was bothering him, those close to him learned that it was always one thing. Tenten pulled her knees to her chest, frowning as she spoke. You're thinking about the guy in the mask again, aren't you? You have the same look on your face every time you do. The infamous masked man that no one had a name for, and no one other than Naruto had ever seen hide nor hair of. Shino had been around for more than long enough to be privy to the backstory there. You constantly refer to the man in the mask, Shino said, eyeing Naruto speculatively. It has been 4 years, hasn't it? And have we seen or heard of any sign of this person? I would say that we have not. Perhaps he is dead? That would have been great if the man were dead, but luck didn't run that true in Naruto's family. And honestly, Naruto would have felt cheated if the man had died or been killed without facing him again. He beat him senseless and victimized him when he was smaller and not very powerful. He took advantage of a chance vulnerability in Kurama and Naruto's own weakness, and for what? Naruto still had no idea what it had all been for. It kept him up sometimes. For 4 years. Would the masked man ever come back? Would he do anything to Minato or Kushina? Would he try his hand at taking advantage of Naruto again in a moment of weakness? Or would he go after the newest, most helpless member of his family just because he could? Either way, they had to get back to the mainland as soon as they could. The wind was turning and none of them wanted to be caught out on the water during a storm. It was definitely the season for it. One day later, southwestern Hino Kuni, 6 separate sets of feet ran across the muddy mountainside trail, the only thing separating a cliffside from a long spill down into a thick forest. Soaked to the bone, a pair of siblings ran as if the devil were behind them. And they might as well have been for all the good that would come if they were caught with what they had. A wild-eyed teenage boy with messy brown hair and red fang markings on his cheeks. He wore brown pants and a black leather jacket covered in nicks and scrapes from years of conflict and hard living. Running at his side was a flop-eared white dog large enough for the ninja to ride if he chose. An older young woman next to him ran as well, surrounded by 3 gray-furred dogs with white undersides. She had brown hair tied in a single ponytail and similar red marks on her cheeks. Her eyes were calmer and more confident than her brother's, and her facial features were more delicate than was normal for even women of her clan. She wore a leather-fashioned battle dress with green and red accents, the back non-existent, revealing the bare back of her torso to the elements. Bastards! The girl growled out, referring to their enemies. Kiba! Don't let them get the damn canister back! Self-consciously, Kiba held onto the straps securing the bag over his back, willing to keep it in his grasp at all costs. The boy looked back over his shoulder as if trouble would be upon them any second. I know, sis! They were well aware of how the Uchiha had eradicated the Fuma clan. They hadn't been a big deal in decades. Not since the secrets of their trademark shuriken became common amongst every ninja in existence. Even so, they had held out into the common era and had shrugged off Uchiha clan influence, choosing to fight against them instead. Until a few years ago, when they all died in the course of a few weeks. And it only happened because while not as powerful, they occupied a position too well defended to attack directly. It was noted as biological warfare, as what got to them wasn't a poison and more of a disease. And in the hands of the Inuzuka siblings was a canister containing even more of what had killed the Fuma clan. The Uchiha clan had been poised to use it on them. They had pulled their advance teams that had been prodding the deep forest territory of the Inuzuka clan, and in the guise of such had been about to dispatch a small squad to do to them what had been done to the Fuma. At least until they were noticed crossing the unofficial demilitarized zone and were ambushed. It broke down and everyone wound up separated, But Kiba and his sister wound up getting the most valuable piece of that particular puzzle, and immediately fled with it once they realized what they had. They couldn't let them get it back, and they couldn't let it be opened. The smell of burning filled their potent noses before a kunai with an explosive tag attached landed in front of their intended path. Both brother and sister, as well as the 4 animals with them, all stopped and jumped as far away from the high explosive as they could. The detonation didn't catch the 2, but they had to cover up to protect themselves from debris and potential shrapnel. Either way, it caused them to stop and allowed the enemy the chance to close the distance and cut them off at the pass, taking a position on a small ridge positioned at a curve in the mountain path. "Fuck," Kiba said. "Hana, this ain't good." There was only one. A young man wearing a white short-sleeved shirt that went down into a dark blue cloth around his waist that went down to his knees. Underneath that he darker blue pants and black stirrups that went down to his sandals. On his wrists he wore a pair of arm guards that stretched up to reach and cover his biceps from harm. He stood with his back to the 2, his black hair matted down by the rain, allowing them to see the large crest on his back, that of the Uchiha. The Niken immediately bared their fangs and dug their claws into the mud. Only the orders of their human partners kept them from trying to tear him apart. "Don't look into his eyes," Hana said to Kiba immediately. "Look at the ground if you have to. Trust in Akamaru and your other senses if it comes to it, but don't make eye contact." She was fully aware that they were facing the youngest son of the current Uchiha clan head. An objective of their raid had been to kill him if they could. They found something more important during the attack though, and broke off the attack to leave with it. He'd caught up with them, and he'd done it all alone. They couldn't smell any backup coming for him. "Hand it back over," Sasuke said in a no-nonsense tone of voice. He didn't have any interest in some sort of genocide. "If you do, you'll see the end of all of this. If you don't, you'll probably die before anyone else in your clan does." Kiba smirked while all of the Niken en masse just growled, barely restraining pure bloodlust. "You're the only one that caught up?" Sasuke shook his head. "Well, the others had to stay back and clean up what was done to your other teammates." They had smelled the spilled blood being quickly mixed into the mud by the rain, but didn't turn back. They had been hoping that it hadn't been as Sasuke was saying, but hearing it only made them angrier. "You Inuzuka should have just given up earlier." But that would never have been a possibility. The Inuzuka clan didn't operate under one uniform system. Control was broken into numerous packs consisting of a few dozen people each, all with various lands throughout the unsettled woodland and grasslands that they called home. The leaders of each pack came together to form something of a weighted confederation, with power leaning toward those who had more people to take care of and land under their control. All of this made the process of war against them quite messy. While there were some who wished to surrender to the Uchiha clan and adhere to their concessions in order to keep what they could, as the Uchiha weren't going to outright drive the Inuzuka off of the lands they lived on and cherished, there were other packs willing to fight tooth and nail to the bitter end. Sometimes there were both sides in great numbers in single packs, and that had a propensity to tear families apart. Not in Hana's and Kiba's pack though. Everyone stood with their mother and fighting back as hard as they needed to in order to rend the enemy asunder, even if they had to fight against turncoat tribes that were willing to side with the Uchiha to keep from being killed by them like so many others. "Most of the other clans understand," Hana said. "The one thing you don't do is step over the Inuzuka clan's territory like it's yours, so what makes the Uchiha think they can? Your lands inside of that forest are too good of a natural stronghold to ignore. It's perfect for a new fortress." Sasuke explained the reasoning of his clan leader's actions. "If it wasn't going to be us, it was going to be the Senju. We just figured out how to get to you without getting torn to shreds trying to take your territory first. It wasn't as if destroying the Inuzuka happened to be their aim. Such a thought was giving a clan of savages far too much credit. But they were fighting a dogged enemy that wouldn't back down. Well, if they wanted a fight to the finish, they would get one. Everything was just another step to stay ahead of the Senju clan. That was what mattered. The next great outbreak of open war was coming soon. As far as clashes with clans like the Inuzuka went, it was a field exercise in comparison. "You're forgetting something really important right about now," Kiba said with a particularly vicious grin on his face. "Your guys aren't here. It's 6-on-1. As far as he was concerned, that was enough for the talk. If he was going to try and stop them. Get my back, Hana. Let's go, Akamaru. Getsuga, Fong over Fong." Kiba and his large white Niken charged forward several quick steps before blazing their way up the ridge at Sasuke, their bodies spinning quickly enough to take on the form of living drills. Sasuke formed a single-hand seal, causing the entire cliff underneath him to detonate and explode. The moment he'd gotten their attention and had them look up at him, he'd already caught them in a genjutsu. He wasn't particularly good with them though. Not like Itachi. Instead of something complex, all he did was conceal the explosive tags he'd dropped and allowed to scatter all over the ridge while he'd been talking and squaring off with the siblings. Kiba had charged right into the blast. All Sasuke had to do was survive the collapse of his little perched position, which was easy enough. He left enough of the space around him clear that he was able to ride a single portion of land down the collapsed ridge until he landed safely on the rubble blocking the cliffside mountain pass that had. "You forgot something important too," Sasuke pointed out after nastily rebuking Kiba and Akamaru's attack. "Numbers or not, don't attack an opponent with the high ground." There was no possible way that Kiba could intelligently respond. Half buried under rubble, what remained visible of him was not a sight worth seeing. His right arm was entirely gone, and the right side of his ribcage had been blown open and exposed. His face was mangled and burned raw. The rocks and mud surrounding him were stained red with his blood, and possibly Akamaru's as well. He was nowhere to be found. There was just enough left of Kiba for Sasuke to search his devastated body. The canister containing the virus was far too tough to be damaged by an explosion. They were constructed to endure almost any sort of trauma without rupturing. "You are fast. You're really fast. But to me, Sasuke said, reaching down to pluck the canister from what was left of Kiba's bag. "You're moving in slow motion." Feeling a heavy, metallic object, the same shape of the virus canister, Sasuke removed what he thought to be what he was after, only to widen his eyes in fear at pulling out a decoy. But he knew one of those two had taken off with it. The other Inuzuka members that had taken part in the raid were accounted for with the rest of his squad. Throwing the useless canister down on the ground in anger, Sasuke stomped to the edge of the path and looked over where there were still rocks and debris falling into river far down below. The girl. The last thing Kiba saw was the expression on Sasuke's face when he realized that Hana had the real container, and he'd blown her off of the overhang. And despite the horrible agony he was in, as everything started to go dark for the last time, he was able to pass on with a smug grin. Hana always told him he rushed in too quickly for his own good. Hopefully she'd be able to get the virus far, far away from their home and the Uchiha clan planning to use it on them. Sometime later, southern coast at Hai no Kuni/Kawa no Kuni border. "Kaiser, you asswipe!" Naruto yelled over the rain, feeling a distinct urge to hop off of the side of the boat before Shino could even finish docking at the jetty. Looking up from where he was fixing his nets, a muscular fisherman with an X-shaped scar on his chin, short spiky black hair, and a rope tied around his head saw the return of one of his ocean vessels and smiled, not at all affected by the light rain falling from the sky. Well. Look at you! You came back!" Leaning over the side of the vessel with a twitching eye, Naruto's head followed Kaiser even as they pulled past him and slowed to a stop. He didn't even wait for the gangplank to go down before jumping out and back onto, mostly, dry land again. "You didn't say anything about those Kagai guys. You guys look like the types who knew what you were doing," the fisherman said with a big grin, only to find himself doubled over from a quick punch to the belly. "Oof. I'll accept that, Naruto," Tenten chided. "Him telling us wouldn't have kept you from going anyway. It would have prepared them for the first person they saw to try and slip a knife into their bellies, but they still would have went, just to see it for themselves. Minato-sama wouldn't want you to do that." "Yeah, but the old man could have just teleported himself out of that if he really wanted to," Naruto responded before frowning and helping Kaiser back upright. "Sorry, Kaiser. I shouldn't have hit you. Do you want to hit me back?" Kaiser just grinned and laughed a deep laugh. "I'm not punching a 14-year-old kid, even if he does hit like a grown man. Contrary to popular belief, all sailors aren't roughnecks." He patted Naruto on the shoulder and shooed the teenagers off. "If your village idea ends up being a place with a water route for supplies, drop me a line, would you? Sounds like living in a ninja village would be interesting." It seemed that the civilians who learned of the budding concept of a village of ninja clans seemed more intrigued by the idea than a good number of the clans that were privy to the idea. Even in a place that was never really touched by shinobi activity such as Nami no Kuni, where they'd stopped on the way to the Death Trap Island that housed the Kagaya clan. They had been making some progress on the front of finding interested parties. Not enough, though. Only 2 clans had really committed, and that in of itself was fickle. A change in the wind and all of that could change as well. Thinking about it made you wonder how Minato didn't have wrinkles yet. The man always seemed cool, calm, composed, and in good spirits. Of course, that probably had to do with a tiny influence that he usually kept close around as he traveled lately. With an upward nod and a smile, Naruto headed off, followed by Shino and Tenten down the street with a clear view of the ocean. It was a nice view and a great main street area for town vendors and businesses. It was an easy place for them to meet back up with Naruto's family since most of the hotels were also positioned on that street. Sooner or later, as long as they walked around, they would have eventually been seen by someone that would have come out to get them out of the rain. Naruto and I. Speak of any of the devils. Naruto rolled his eyes and grinned, but braced for impact regardless. There were only two ways this was going to end, either with a cheerful little kid attaching herself to his lower body, or aiming for his neck and coming up way short. Fortunately for the aforementioned child, she had learned her lessons and aimed for the lower half on that occasion. "What's up, Kana?" Naruto asked, continuing to walk as a tiny redhead wrapped her limbs around his leg. The small girl had long red hair, her bangs framed away from her face and back with the rest of her hair in a loose ponytail with two blue hair clips. She wore burgundy shorts and a sleeveless burgundy garment over a long-sleeved white shirt. Almost 4 years ago, shortly after the trip to the Sarutobi clan domains, Naruto had been taken for a short amount of time by Jiraiya in order to teach him and let him get more mission experience. It had lasted around 3 months, and upon returning he had been presented with the surprise of his mother's slightly swollen belly and news that he would be getting a sibling. To that very day he retained that he hadn't swooned or fainted upon finding out. He had passed out. There was a difference. Roughly 9 months later he had been more than happy to welcome Namikaze Kanako into the family and the world, and Naruto had a new reason to try and make it better if he could. She had been given Minato's surname because Kushina technically wasn't of the Uzumaki clan any longer the way she had been when Naruto had been born, and giving your kids a clan's surname when you weren't one of them was a quick way to piss them off and send them after you. They had enough problems without that becoming another one again. "Where you been?" the little redhead asked, as her brother walked her into the inn her family had been staying in, an eager shine in her blue eyes. She was a sucker for a good story, and there weren't many better than ninja mission tales. "Doing stuff," Naruto responded vaguely, stopping to pick the little girl up onto his hip before he continued to walk. He was not about to tell her about busting his way through dozens of homicidal lunatics, mostly because he didn't want to give her nightmares, and otherwise because a story about running away wasn't very cool. The answer did not satisfy Kana though, causing her to wrinkle her nose at him in aversion. "What stuff? You're too little to do it stuff. Daya bring me a present?" "I did not bring you a present," Naruto replied, reaching down and picking her up off of his leg. "There really wasn't anything there to bring back for you from where we were. Besides, he spoiled her enough as it was already." Shino and Tenten sat down at a table in the front pub where they saw Kushina watching over her youngest child from, at least until she'd seen her brother outside in the rain, and ran straight for him. After a long trip to get a boat they could use to explore a few islands before returning to the tiny nation to meet up with the main party, they were quite tired. "Mission complete, Kushina-san," Shino said, reporting to what was technically the second-in-command of his employer. Taking her de facto status seriously, Kushina nodded and prepared to hear out the most professional member of her son's favored working unit. "And what are you thinking about the Kagaya clan? They are not exactly the type suitable for what we have in mind. Namely, they didn't have the bloodthirsty, savage, raider sort in mind as possible clans to take part in the village plan. That would be another clan to strike from the list. Coming off of their cooldown period and trying to get things going again was proving to be troublesome to get some traction going. A few years ago they'd made a lot of messes. Between the sealing of Kurama inside of Naruto, as well as trouble with the Uzumaki clan and other dust-ups, they had to lay low and avoid open conversation with clans Minato had stricken up relationships with before taking his family on with him. The Senju clan was growing increasingly more reactionary, and if smaller clans had been noted as supporters of the village idea, they would run a risk of having to meet the Senju clan in battle. No one wanted a piece of that, even with a clear butting of heads occurring behind the scenes with what was traditionally thought to be their sister clan in the Uzumaki. They were growing testy and were more willing to leap when they felt froggy. The clans who were ideal for the village scenario were taking a wait and see approach to gauge just how badly doing such a thing would set off the powerhouses of the world, and the clans without the foresight to do so were so twisted that one wouldn't necessarily want to be partially represented by them anyway. Case in point, the Kagaya clan. No. Tenten let out a sigh as she watched Naruto play with Kana in the more open area of the pub, away from other guests and patrons. She wished she had siblings. Kanako is so cute. Kushina clicked her tongue and shook her head. Lucky kid's the exact opposite of Naruto, she said. Minato's facial features, but my dominant traits, and she acts more like Minato too. Daddy's girl that she was. Granted, that definitely makes easier to handle than Naruto was, so I'm thankful for that. Really? Tenten asked with an intrigued grin. Kana's better than Naruto was. Go figure. Her sarcasm was fully on display, but she was earnestly interested. Knowing things about her best friend's life before she met him fascinated her. Oh yeah? I love him to death, but Naruto was a tough brat to raise. Kushina grinned at the thought even though he'd given her fits at the time. He was good when he was a baby, but around the time he turned, I want to say 4, he started acting up. A lot. And he never stopped. Some of that she wanted to blame on Naruto being her first child, and the fact that she had been a single mother raising a boy. In the end though, she knew her son, and knew that sometimes he liked being a handful. Naruto appeared, still bouncing his little sister up on his hip. That's because that's when Karen stopped being nice and started being a dash. He censored himself and watched his language in front of Kana, only because Kushina gave him a look, one that Kana tried to give him as well. It wasn't nearly as effective. Alright, I won't say it. Knowing Tenten probably had no idea who Karen was, Kushina gave a curt explanation. My niece. Naruto's cousin, and his closest family back on Yuzuno Kuni. Which was kind of pathetic because she didn't even like me. Naruto added before shifting the conversation away from the awkward silence. So, what's next? Kushina grinned at her eldest child, her cheeks in her hands with her elbows planted on the table. Your father is heading off to meet with Enko about that mission he gave her. She says she's finally got something for him to see this time. Enko's mission had been extremely simple in theory, if not utterly time-consuming and more complicated than one could have figured when put into actual practice. All that had been asked of her was to find the best possible set of locations she could that would be able to support a village the scope of the type Minato wanted to build. It was a more dangerous job than one would have thought at first. Enko definitely found that out after accepting what she'd originally thought to be an easy contract. When you were searching for a place to stake a land claim, there were so many complications that could arise. Maps seemed to be rewritten every other week when it came to land holdings and national borders, and it was laughably easy to step on the toes of several different parties if you found yourself in the wrong place when the wrong person had some sort of claim over whatever turf you were on. Enko had gotten herself and foot into a lot of fights over land-related misunderstandings over the years. She says she's got something we need to see every 3 months, Tenten said. Where's she saying you should build the village this time? Swampland? No. Naruto chimed in, bouncing a grinning Kana on his hip as she seemed to mimic his own mischievous expression. The foot of an active volcano, right? The middle of seasonal tornado lands? Tenten ventured, slowly grinning at the past misses of Enko's attempts to get paid by finding Minato the perfect land to build a village for ninjas on. Naruto laughed before another one came to mind. Ooh, how about that place with all of the landslides and earthquakes? I kicked a rock sitting on the ground and sent half of the place over a cliff. That wasn't as bad as the time she tried to get Minato-sama to take that spot at the edge of the Earth Daimyo's personal lands. He won't notice until the place is halfway built, Tenten said, mimicking Enko's cadence before huffing. That was a real blast. Perfect. She's got to be some sort of saint or something to stay on with Enko for as long as she has. Kushina decided to cut off the teasing right then and there, not because it wasn't exactly nice, but because she herself wasn't included in the festivities. Alright, that's enough of that. But anyway, either Minato will come back, or he'll have us meet him wherever this place is. So until then, relax? Naruto looked at his mother, and then to his little sister in his arms who looked back at him with the brightest smile. Kanako was most certainly not going to leave him alone for the next few hours, not after he'd just gotten back after being away for a few weeks, but he wanted to go lie down. Right. Come on, Kana, let's go take a nap. I don't want to take a nap. The others could hear Kanako pout as Naruto carried her off. Mama, do I have to? Naruto can play with you when it stops raining, Kanako, Kushina said, knowing that she wouldn't push the issue. Like she said before, Kanako was a good girl instead of a hellion like Naruto was. If you go sleep for a bit you won't have to wait for as long. Naruto, You're rooming with her until we leave. He was always diligent in watching her, and if push came to shove, he was the best bet there was for someone willing to fight tooth and nail to keep Kanako safe. Really? Kanako asked, wiggling fitfully in Naruto's grasp. Yay! Siblings usually tend to dislike sharing living space, Chino pointed out after seeing the little ninja spawn's exuberant outlook on the situation. Well, Kana doesn't, because I'm a great freaking brother, Naruto said, editing himself when he saw Kanako give him another firm gaze as they went up the stairs. You're gonna stop giving me that look. Bad words are bad, Oni-chan. Who are you supposed to be, Mom? So what do you think, boss man? Enko had seemed incredibly pleased with herself by the time Minato had made his way to the coordinates where she'd requested to meet up with him. He was a tad skeptical after a few years of start and stops when it came to her finding him a good place to build a village. After arriving and being led a short distance through open fields, rolling green hills, and all-round fantastic natural aesthetics, confusion reigned for the aspiring leader when he found himself taken into a quiet little village that he couldn't remember having visited before. That had been when Anko had asked him the question. You can't build a village where there already is one Anko, Minato said in a deadpan tone. He traveled 2 days for this. Thanks for stating the obvious, the purple-haired Kunoichi replied. But really, I think this has been going the wrong way the entire time, Anko said with a grin on her face, as if she'd been planning out her pitch for quite some time. Looking for open land to build a village from scratch just keeps starting trouble. Instead, we should find a place with a village that already exists, and see if they'd want to have us build your little ninja utopia around them. It was what ninja clans did with other towns to begin with, setting up satellites so to speak. Only this would be them basically taking a consenting village, and instead of using it as an outpost it would be the main stronghold. Enko could see the expression on Minato's face show that he was if nothing else giving thought to the idea. Think about it. Even if this place isn't your idea of where you want to go, another village could think of it as built-in security from marauders and being collateral damage in ninja wars. Merchants would get an easier source of clientele, and a close source of the security of their choice when they go outside to do business. If you do this right, it could really be an economic game-changer. Minato couldn't help but stare at Anko in a bit of amazement. He was aware that she was crafty and damnably professional about her work, but admittedly hadn't taken her for much of a thinker beyond the surface. You've really given this a lot of thought, haven't you? If Anko had been offended, the lopsided grin on her face didn't show it. Hey, I'm more than just bloodlust and a rockin' bod, you know? It was at that moment Fu descended from the sky and landed in the road right by them, wings of chakra disappearing as she did so. Brushing off her skirt, she turned and faced Minato with a smile, a shimmer of life in her orange eyes that she hadn't possessed a number of years ago. Other than growing up, she hadn't changed very much since she'd been younger, at least not from appearance. Show off, Anko remarked once Fu had landed. Her grumpy attitude was thoroughly ignored by the green-haired Jinchuriki as her eyes panned around in search of someone. Minato-sama, it's good to see you again, she said, her greeting poorly disguising her desire to see her younger friends. Fu was just wondering if you came all this way alone. Minato bade the girl a smile as she walked the rest of the way over. She was certainly a far cry away from the eerie little girl she'd been when he met her. I'm afraid so. Naruto had a mission and he was actually able to take his team this time, so no escort from the kids. Fu's countenance dropped at hearing that her favorite people weren't present while Anko rolled her eyes. When are you going to stop speaking in the third person? The older woman asked. When it stops bothering you that Fu does it, Fu answered, perking right back up at the prospect of exasperating Anko. East coast of the elemental nation's mainland, the meetings between the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan were becoming less and less hospitable. Over the years things had changed from a welcoming sort of hospitality that had existed in the past whenever the two sides were to meet. Tsunade hadn't set foot inside of the Uzumaki clan village in almost 4 years. This year she wasn't even setting foot on the island nation of Yuzu-no-Kuni itself. Instead, Nagato was coming to her, technically. She wasn't bringing him to the main Senju stronghold, and if that were the case she wouldn't be welcome back in the comfortable setting of the Uzumaki clan head's mansion either. The two met on board a ship a mile or so away from shore so that Tsunade could feel some measure of security and control over the setting, even though it was Nagato's ship. The proceedings were strained, to say the least. What? Tsunade's voice could have cut steel. It was clearly the rebuttal of a woman entirely unused to being told no when it came to anything, especially things of a military nature. navally based in this instance. She wanted free rein to use the quick waterways that the Uzumaki clan had traditionally secured for merchants as a secret attack method against the Uchiha clan in a region that they were beginning to dominate. The newest war wasn't going to be fought in central Hai-no-Kuni, if it was going to remain in Hai-no-Kuni at all, and the mobility of the seas that the Uchiha clan could never have would have been the supreme advantage. Nagato had been her ace in the hole. And now she was being told the exact opposite of what she wanted. You think you've won the little race to the coast because you've had us keeping them away from the area, don't you? Nagato asked, the bare minimum of light reflected in his Rinnegan eyes. He stared at her, never blinking or showing anything other than blank tolerance. What if I told you that you're not getting any sort of outlet to the sea for your war games? This had become increasingly commonplace over the years. Nagato's responses to his clan's involvement in any of the Senju clan's affairs always boiled down to three concerns in any given situation. Are we going to be reimbursed for the fight? Is, insert enemy's name here, a direct threat to us if we don't fight them for you? Are you saying there will be consequences from you if I say we're not fighting? In order to spur any positive action, the answers to the first two questions always had to be yes, and simply hinting that yes was the answer for question number 3 was grounds for Nagato to immediately call the meeting to an end to call her bluff. He was done deferring to Tsunade's whim. The Jinchuriki episode was perhaps the most emasculating affair the Uzumaki clan had ever endured, and they had lost face around the elemental nations as a result. That wasn't even counting that Nagato's more accepting side had withered and died in the time following Minato's outright blitz on the village to leave with Kushina. Those things combined left him with markedly less patience and willingness to defer to the whims of their sister clan. Both Tsunade and Nagato were well aware of the common perception that the Uzumaki clan was barely more than a little sibling of the Senju. A stigma came with that, one that had never been debunked by anyone on the Senju's side. They were lesser to the Senju, not equals. After the fallout that had occurred with Naruto becoming the most recently created Jinchuriki, the relationship had been horrendously strained. I don't like what I think you're saying, Nagato, Tsunade said. Something had been wrong with him for quite some time. Over the years he'd grown more distant, confrontational, less willing to abide by her requests than he had in the past since taking over as the head of his own clan. It was as if the man was finally becoming fully aware of just how much power he had at his fingertips. We need to work together to stop them from Dash. You're not doing this to stop anyone from reaching this coast, Nagato declared, cutting her off bluntly. You want free reign of the water routes and our assistance with transport so you can ferry supplies and ninjas around the southern bend of Hai-no-Kuni and fight them there when you think they'll come. We have sources of information of our own. We're not quite the hicks you would like us to be. The Uchiha clan had gone straight through the countryside and were currently embroiled in battle after battle as they tried to solidify secure strongholds in the previously untouched wilderness area. They were done reacting to one another's actions. Now, instead of fighting aimlessly for business to build up capital, it seemed like the two age-old enemies were taking prerequisite measures to prepare for open war. It was almost that time again, for the two of them to square off and try to wipe one another from the annals of history. If you weren't with either of them when it started, you were to be stepped on or rolled over. Tsunade's fingers drummed on the railing of the deck, holding back her irritated strength from smashing right through it with the thunderous taps. Well, she said, taking a drink of the beverage she'd brought along. She of course wouldn't be trusting any sort of food or drink from anyone else. If I didn't know any better, I'd say your Uchiha was showing. Now, that's just a rumor, Nagato said, not bothered at all at the subtle jab at his lineage. But even if it was true, what does it matter to you? It matters when the leader of the clan meant to be our distant relatives is the child of an Uchiha man. And there it was, the primary reason why the relationship between the Senju and the Uzumaki had been eroding for years. After Nagato's Rinnegan had surfaced, things had changed, and when he'd taken over leadership things only deteriorated from there. If you believe the stories, the patriarchs of both clans originate from the same individual. It had always amazed him just how paranoid over the bloodlines mixing the Senju and Uchiha clans had been. It had cost his parents their lives and almost his in its infancy had it not been for the sympathy of the Uzumaki clan his mother had come from. It was funny, because they had been put together in a bid for peace. But the scramble over who the child of their union would go to caused it all to splinter. Instead of one of them getting the progeny of that marriage, they were more comfortable with being assured that neither would have it, hence the assassination of his parents before they could be with child. He was told the truth after his Rinnegan had awakened, on that damnable mission he'd been given the credit for. The one that had signified the beginning of his climb to clan leadership, and the one that scribed in stone Kushina's affections for Minato instead of him. He had never harbored any ill will over it after finding out about it. He had no memories of his parents, and he'd been raised as a clan child same as any other. But it did always bother him just how absurd the blind aggression between different clans could be, for no reason that he could ever find. Justification barely ever went any further than, they're different from us, so they don't deserve what they have over us. You should be careful, Nagato, Tsunade warned. Those pretty eyes of yours don't make you the Messiah, you know. It's closer than you or the Uchiha make yourselves out to be. Instead of trying to put out the growing flame, Nagato stared the buxom blonde leader down with advice of his own. And you should be careful, Tsunade. Being the leader of the strongest clan doesn't mean you can simply take on anyone you choose and expect to win. After decades, the historically one-sided relationship between the two clans was all but over. Southern coast at Hai no Kuni/Kawa no Kuni border, with a short break in the rainfall, Naruto had taken Kanako out for a short walk around. He wasn't going to get any sleep until she fell asleep, and the two of them shared lineage, which meant that she wasn't just going to get tired like a normal person. He had to actually tucker her out. She wasn't anything close to being frenzied mess that he had been even when he was her age, but she had the inherited vitality of the Uzumaki clan, so when she had her mind set on being active it took quite a bit of it to wear her down. Fortunately, Kanako was still very young, so it wasn't very difficult for someone like Naruto to tire her out. For the K.O. He took her to the beach and walked around with her until she went out like a light, head on his shoulder as he carried her around. It was almost too easy to take much pride in. Naruto couldn't get the grin off of his face as the only sound he could hear on the nigh empty beach was that of the crashing waves and Kanako's soft breathing. So easy, he whispered to himself. I can't get over it, every time I see you two together, Tenten said, walking up behind them quietly after noticing that the little girl was asleep. Before your parents had Kanako, I never thought you would have been the type to be good with kids. I'm not. It's just with her. When Mom had Kana I really had to try and shape up, Naruto said with a smile as he stared out at the water. Not just for me. If it was just me I could have been fine with being a brat. But it was for her. Ready or not, I had to be ready to actually take care of somebody. Well, Kana adores you, the weapon user said before adding in a joke. And another plus, she isn't anything like you. She'd better not be like me. Mom and the old man left her with me a lot when there was something that they couldn't send me on. Naruto could still remember all of the early times he'd been left alone with his infant sister. Do you know how scary it is to look at your own flesh and blood, and realize that everything that happens to her is on you? Even if it was just for a week? Even if it was just for a day? No, he didn't want Kanako to be anything like him. Naruto was the way he was because the only source of affection and encouragement he got growing up was from Kushina. She was the only positive relationship he could really say he had amongst his clan. It wasn't until he left, and the core of his personality had been formed that he met more people that gave him a chance to win them over. That wasn't going to happen with her. Not if Naruto had anything to say about it. It was another reason to get the whole village idea done with. Tons of kids her age for Kanako to interact with and grow up with. Having a stigma with one clan wouldn't stunt her entire social life for a decade the way it did his, because in a place with shinobi of multiple backgrounds there was always a chance to find someone somewhere. It was just another experience he'd had that could be added on to the list of things that would never touch her. Tenten managed to catch herself staring at the brother and sister silently to the length that it had been uncomfortable for her to realize it. Feeling the pinch of awkwardness, she cleared her throat and brought up something to distract herself. What was your home like? The sudden question got Naruto to look at her in abject confusion. You know. Yuzu no Kuni. Your village. What was that place like? It took until asking the question for Tenten to realize that she'd never asked him about where he'd grown up before. She also realized that he never brought it up, and he never seemed too markedly concerned that for all intents and purposes he could never go back. Thank goodness he was kind of dumb, otherwise he probably would have called her out to make fun of her. Well, it's peaceful there, or at least it was when I left. More peaceful than anywhere else we've been since for sure, Naruto explained, wondering what brought along Tenten wondering about his home all of a sudden. In the village, we were so close to the river and the ocean, you could hear it all the time. I think that's why Kana always falls asleep so easily when she's around running water. Like home or something, you know? That certainly sounded like a sweet and profound riposte. It was almost enough to make you look at the speaker differently simply from hearing it. But Tenten already knew the speaker well, and was quick to point out something off about Naruto's statement. How exactly could this remind her of home? Kanako's never even seen Yuzuno Kuni, Tenten said with a sly look on her face, as if knowing she'd caught him slipping. I said or something, Naruto said, hurriedly making up an excuse, lowering his voice after remembering that he was still holding his sleeping sister. Don't finish my thoughts for me, Tenten. Ah, too bad. You almost made yourself look cool just now, the older girl continued. His reactions to being called out were just too great sometimes. If you waited long enough, you could always count on Naruto to say or do something dumb. You held in your dork for as long as you could, didn't you? What, Ash? A dork? The words didn't seem to compute. No, I'm not. Kana doesn't think I am. It was perhaps the weakest argument in the history of their entire relationship. Kanako is 3. Give her time. She'll learn. Naruto just scowled and let things lie as they were. He knew he was awesome. Thunder sounded out in the distance, which meant the rain was probably about to start up again soon. It was time to return to the inn before they were all caught in the downpour. If Kanako got sick, Kushina would murder him. Gesturing with his head, Naruto motioned for them to return to shelter and made to leave while Tenten took one last long look at the ocean. Judging from the weather they'd been having, chances were that the next set of rains wouldn't let up until after they left, and she wanted to take in the view and the feel while she could. While looking down the stretch of beach, her sharp eyes picked up something sprinting right toward them, causing her to focus on it as it got closer and closer. It was fairly large to be moving so fast to boot. Hey, do you see that? Naruto turned and looked as well, squinting his eyes as they weren't as good as Tenten's were. Are you talking about that huge dog running right for OF? Tenten had been able to take Kanako out of Naruto's arms before he was unceremoniously tackled to the ground by the large, frantically whining, and seemingly extremely intelligent gray-furred husky. The impact had been quite impressive. Almost reminiscent of a speeding cart hitting a deer on a highland road if one had to compare it to something on the spot. Kanako, on the other hand, woke up in the unfamiliar grasp of her brother's teammate and looked over with bleary eyes, only to fully wake up when she saw Naruto being grabbed and pulled through the sand by his sandal at the jaws of the powerful, clearly well-trained creature. No fair, Ruto and I want to play with the puppy too. It wasn't playing, it wanted to show them something. That wasn't just some run-of-the-mill family pet. That was a fighting dog, and if it was that hysterical, to grab Naruto and drag him off to do whatever to help, it had to mean there was trouble afoot. Yep, Tenten said, debating whether or not to immediately catch up, or take Kanako back to the inn first. No matter what she decided, at least there was a dragged trail through the sand to follow. He's just that lucky, isn't he? Chapter 15, War Games. It smelled painfully of antiseptic and blood. So much so that it stung her sensitive nose relentlessly upon regaining some semblance of cognitive awareness. Hana hadn't exactly been blessed with good fortune as of late, so when she found herself waking up, body racked with pain, she half expected to be greeted with the smiling face of an Uchiha. Right before being horribly tormented for information mentally, because the first thing she'd done would have been to make eye contact. Saying not to look into their eyes no matter what, and actually managing to pull that particular feat off were two different things entirely. You couldn't just ignore a lifetime habit of human nature with nothing more than battlefield advice to go on without years of training. If it had been that easy, she wouldn't have been blown off of a cliff. She had been blown off of a cliff. And with that point sticking in her mind relentlessly, Hana sat up, thrashing horribly until her body told her that such a course of action was a horrible idea from the pain it caused her. A hand set her back down onto the bed, only for her to dig her sharp nails right into the wrist of it, coming dangerously close to hitting an artery. Whoa! Naruto shouted, pulling his now bloodied hand back. Calm down, would ya? I'm not doing anything wrong! She couldn't hear or smell the lie on him, and he seemed more startled than angry or preparing for any sort of escape attempt from her. No security? So maybe she wasn't anyone's prisoner. That was quite the lucky break after the outcome of her little battle with the Uchiha clan. How did I dash? Hana started to ask how she'd survived before remembering that she did indeed have partners that had been right along with her when all hell had broken loose. My dogs! She shouted before wincing at a piercing, burning feeling in her nose that almost made her ill. Oh no, she knew that feeling. Her nose was broken. That would be a big problem, if there hadn't been one already. They're okay. They're okay, Naruto said, placating her with defensive gesture to sate her before she wound up hurting herself worse than she already was. They're a little banged up, but compared to how you were when we found you, they're fine. More tired than anything else right now, really. Naruto had drawn the short straw, so to speak, when it came to keeping watch over their injured guest. None of the present party were capable healers in the slightest, so Shino had to fetch a doctor, and Kushina had to broker how they needed another room close by for Hana and her pack of Niken. Tenten watched over Kanako, who was not allowed to be around the unknown, potentially dangerous kunoichi in case something happened. Thus, Naruto was stuck by Hana's bedside, as he was the one who'd brought her back to the inn to begin with, so he could deal with her potential homicidal reaction upon awakening. In his defense, he hadn't known what else to do when the dog that tackled him dragged him 2 miles down the beach to where the girl and the rest of her dogs were. It wasn't like he knew the town very well, and he couldn't just leave her there. She'd looked half dead. She still felt like it as well, even as Naruto pulled up his chair closer to her bed, just out of immediate lunging range. She noticed. Interesting. So who are you, and what the hell happened to you? Fighting the urge to chew the irritating bandages off of her injuries, she answered him only as far as she was willing to, not knowing the first thing about him. Hana, she said. He needed to be able to call her something, after all. It was common practice to refrain from giving out one's surname, as you never knew just who might have had enough of a grievance against a family member of yours to take a shot at you out of revenge, but it was kind of worthless in this case. Shino had already identified her as an Inuzuka, almost on sight. The team of Niken, the facial markings, the teeth, were all better physical giveaways than most clans had. The door to the room opened and Tenten walked in, holding onto a thick metal canister. The seal on whatever this is isn't coming off without somebody that really knows what they're doing, so I figured you could dash. Oh. She's awake. Hana tensed up considerably at the prospect of someone breaking open the canister. Don't do that! Naruto looked at what Tenten had brought into the room and went wide-eyed at the sight of it. Tenten, bring that here, would you? She did as he asked, and he honestly wished that he hadn't wanted to see it up close when she had. The hell? Tenten peered over his shoulder, trying to make heads or tails herself at what Naruto was looking at. Hanging out with the family that she spent most of her time around meant that she'd have picked up a fair bit of Fuinjutsu in passing, even if she wasn't on their particular level with it. But whatever Naruto could see might as well have been Greek to her. To Naruto, though, he could read it as if it were a foreign language and he were a practicing linguist. It was one of the things he'd actually had a leg up in as a child, and if you had a particular affinity towards something, it was a crime not to try and cultivate it. Regardless, whatever was inside of the canister, the seals that had been applied to it were so powerful there was no way anyone was getting it open without having the key jutsu to get it open. You couldn't even break that thing open, not even in case of an emergency. It took Naruto a few minutes of checking the canister over to be satisfied enough with what he could see from a first glance, allowing him to turn his attention back to Hana, who seemed nervous about something, more than likely what was in the object. What exactly is in here? He said, tossing it from hand to hand, noticing how her eyes were warily following its movements. On one throw in particular, it bounced off of his hand and fell to the floor, eliciting a panicked cry from Hana as it hit. Tenten stopped it from rolling away underneath her foot, having taken note of the older girl's reaction. Rolling her eyes, knowing that Naruto had done that on purpose, Tenten pulled on Naruto's cheek. Now why'd you have to go and try to give her a heart attack like that, Naruto? It's not gonna break open, Naruto said, his voice warped by Tenten's admonishing tugs. I just wanted to know if there was something important in it, and if there was, she wasn't gonna just tell us. Hana recovered quickly after realizing that she wasn't infected and took note of the name Tenten had just dropped. Wait, Naruto? You're that Naruto? She asked, looking him over and finding herself underwhelmed at what she was seeing. You don't look like a guy that made 30 Uchiha clan members blow themselves up all at once just to take you down. At his Uchiha rumor being brought up, Naruto took on a sufficiently bashful expression, while Tenten gave him a dry look, eventually choosing to temporarily excuse the two of them from the room. Could we get a minute? She asked, grabbing Naruto and taking him outside into the hall before shutting the door for some privacy. Really? It started off as 8, then 15, then people said you did it in one move. Tenten hissed quietly at him. Now she's saying it was 30, and they were so outmatched they tried to suicide bomb you, and still failed. Naruto had to admit, that sounded way cooler than the last one he had heard. I wasn't the one who made any of that up. You didn't stop it either. True enough, but then again, it was a rumor that had gone outside of the country in the span of a month to begin with. What do you want me to do, send out a press release? It wasn't often that Naruto would say something that would stop Tenten's tongue cold, so he learned to savor the moments when he could, like right then. Good point. But still, you could downplay it when people actually bring it up. Naruto gave her a look as if to ask why in the world he would ever do such a thing. The private conversation was then immediately interrupted by the timely call of their temporary guest. Just so you know, Hana said from inside of her room, voice muffled by the door. I can hear everything both of you are saying right now. The two looked at each other in momentary alarm and confusion. They had been whispering the entire time, and from the sound of her voice, Hana hadn't left the bed. It then hit them that she was of course an Inuzuka, which meant enhanced smell and hearing. Right. With that settled, Naruto opened the door and walked back inside before clearing his voice. Ahem, anyway, yeah, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, doer of all of that stuff you said, an all-around jam-up guy. Hana gave him a listless stare as if to question if he was still going with that story she told despite it being obviously debunked. This is Tenten, and we found you half-past dead on the beach. Hana frowned, remembering the circumstances she'd been in before she'd lost consciousness. Well, thank you, but I have to get going. Tenten looked at her as though she were crazy. You can probably barely stand up right now, and the vet we got to look at your dogs said that they should sleep for at least the rest of the day. The poor things were totally spent. Keeping her alive in a raging river would have more than likely done that to them. She'd been blown off of a high cliff with no small amount of explosive tags, and the last thing she remembered with any sort of clarity was Kiba and Akamaru charging right into the fray. Oh God. Reaching out, Hana grabbed Tenten's sleeve almost desperately. Did you find someone else? Another person? He would have looked like me. My brother. Taken aback at first, both Naruto and Tenten looked at each other before turning back to Hana and shaking their heads. Her hand slipped off of Tenten's loose sleeve and fell onto the bed with a soft thud. In her head she had already known that it might have been the case, but in her heart she'd hoped that Kiba by some stroke of dumb luck would have just been blown into the river the way she had. Hana wanted to cry, but she wouldn't. Not yet. Not in front of these strange people. It wasn't the time, and she would find a way to keep it together until she could return to her mother. Only when she had shared the news with her mother and seen her reaction would she allow herself to cry. At least if the news caused her mother to openly weep, she could at least have someone to cry with. Still, she couldn't help the moisture that sprang to her eyes, though she quickly wiped it away before even a single tear could fall. Naruto could almost feel the sorrow rolling off of the young woman. She had clearly been in a serious amount of trouble, enough so that she didn't believe her brother could have survived it if he wasn't with her in the present. What happened? There was an instinctual need to step back when a threatening growl rose from the back of Hana's throat. Uchiha. Elsewhere in town. Uchiha? Kushina asked, wondering how many times she would wind up hearing that clan name before her time on the earth was through. They're fighting the Inuzuka clan now? Why the hell would they be doing that? I didn't even know they had anything the Uchiha clan wanted. The merchant Kushina had been asking for the lay of the land from simply shrugged his shoulders. The red-haired woman had come through, buying some of his wares and then asking about what was happening around the countryside, her focus specifically on issues involving the Inuzuka clan. Normally that clan kept to themselves, so there wasn't much to say, but the one thing there was to talk about was quite a doozy. The only thing they could have is land, the man told her. You know how the only way to get around here to the south is through mountain passes and stuff? That's because the forests are where most of them live. Kushina leaned lazily on the edge of the man's travel cart, arms crossed over her bosom. So, they want it for what exactly? The forests in question were too thick to build roads through. The rivers that ran through them split off too often into waterways that were too small to warrant any sort of actual travel route. I don't get it. The merchant shrugged. Beats me. I've got no idea why you ninja types are so hard up for killing each other or doing any of the stuff you get up to. He was just telling her what he knew. Fire doesn't ever have a reason for burning things. It just does. And when that happens there's three kinds of people. Those that can stop it, those that get the fuck out of the way dash, or those who get burned. Kushina finished for him. The merchant nodded with a smirk. You might be the first one, lady, but I'd like to be the second one. Otherwise I'll probably end up the third. Granting him a pleasant smile for the bit of information she'd given him, Kushina gave him a slight bow and grabbed the bag with her purchases as she departed. Sure. Thanks for the help. Upon walking away, Kushina lost her smile with a heavy sigh. And things had been going so well lately too. Shino was always fascinated that Kanako had never been unnerved by his clan's insects. She even did her best to try and remember the names he'd given certain ones. Sure, she always got them wrong, labeling insects that didn't even have names with the names he'd given a particular few, but she remembered all of the names, which was significant enough for him to like her. Oh, and she was the little sister of the person who was perhaps his best friend. There was that as well. Either way, Shino had little problems with watching over the youngest member of the Uzumaki Namikaze Union. Sitting in a chair overlooking the bustling little port town around them, Shino simply allowed Kanako to yank his arm around and tug on his sleeve, as if she were trying to look up in the confines of his clothes or shake the insects out of him. Where do your bugs come from? Some people would have sugar-coated it, or tried to spin it so that a child her age would understand without being alarmed. They live inside of my body, like a hive, a nest, or an ant hill. I allow them to do this in exchange for their assistance in battle. I help them, they help me. Shino was not one of those people. You! Kanako giggled, though there was no disgust in her reaction, only guided interest. Like how Big Brother has Kurama in him, she compared. Not quite. Being raised around the extraordinary did certain things in regards to stunting her reaction to outrageous subject matter. To Kanako, Naruto wasn't a Jinchuriki. She didn't even know what that was supposed to be. He was just her brother. It was the same with Shino. He was her brother's friend, and sometimes bugs just so happened to come out of him. Since it was something that she had always been around, it wasn't really so terribly strange to her, just different. Ball of energy that she was, upon noticing Naruto stepping out onto the upper-level deck, Kanako let go of Shino and immediately ran over to latch herself onto Naruto's leg. Shino turned to greet him when he noticed something odd. His face was a whiter shade than it should have been. Was he nervous about something? Either way, he simply waited for Naruto to pick Kanako up and set the little redhead on the side of his hips so he could start learning just what was wrong. Tenten had gone to see how he had been doing with that girl they'd found, but hadn't returned with him, so he surmised that their guest had awakened. Was that what this was about? Okay, Naruto eventually said, leaning against the railing of the inn's observation area, color coming back to his face now that he could get some fresh air and sunshine. We've got a problem. Shino raised an eyebrow, his curiosity really eating at him after watching Naruto come out there, almost pale from whatever he'd come across inside. A problem, you say? There was always a problem, but they normally didn't elicit that sort of reaction out of someone like Naruto. Even if there were problems, they just seemed to make him louder and more animated, not reserved. I ask because I couldn't possibly see it as something that bad. Okay, if that was how he wanted to play it, Naruto had no problems hitting him over the head with the blunted mission stick. The Inuzuka clan are fighting with the Uchiha clan, and to top it off, we have an Uchiha clan superweapon that they were going to use on them. We can't open it, or destroy it, and I'm pretty sure they can track it. It was a testament to how well Naruto knew Shino that he could surmise that the slight fidgeting of his body was the equivalent of a complete loss of composure by anyone else's standards. Where is it? Shino asked. With Tenten and Hana, that's the girl's name by the way, Naruto added. She and her team ambushed them and stole it before they could get into position to use it. But I think she's the only one who's still alive. She didn't want to talk about it, and after asking about her brother she'd gone mum on the entire subject of others who had been with her. It might have been down to just those two before whatever had happened that had injured her and sent her into the drink. She fell into a river, so the Uchiha probably know the weapon is around here, Shino said, trying to calm down and put things in perspective. Even if Inuzuka-san had been a day ahead of them after being sent downriver, she's been unconscious for long enough that one could surmise they would not be that far behind now. That is to say, if they are not here as we speak. I can imagine they would be rather frustrated as of now. Fuss dat, fusaterd fuss. Kanako repeated, slowly working herself into a fit trying to properly pronounce the last interesting word she'd heard Shino say. Frustrated kana, Naruto corrected, slowly enunciating for her before turning his attention back to speaking with Shino. Well, it was a cool vacation, even if it did only last like a day. The two young men met each other's eyes before Shino spoke up again. I believe we should begin making plans to leave discreetly, otherwise I believe this entire town will soon pay the price for it. Frustrated. Tenten had kicked Naruto right out of the room when she had determined that it was time to redo Hana's bandages since she was awake. Due to the fact that many of them were covering the entirety of Hana's torso, stomach and shapely chest included, it was quite improper for Naruto to be there. He did not agree with this. But I need to stay and watch. There are really good reasons. Why? You know, security reasons. In case of, in case of boobs? Well, you said it, not me. Naruto, get out. He wasn't anywhere near as bad or as brazen about looking at girls as Jiraiya, but the man had clearly left his mark as one of the young man's mentors. Either way, once Tenten had begun, the two girls had fallen into something of an uncomfortable silence. Hana didn't feel all that secure with someone sitting behind her, even if it was to wrap bandages, and even if they had already shown to be on the level with wanting to help. She was something of a medic, even if she specialized more with animals, and she couldn't find anything bad that they had done to her. It was awkward for Tenten as well, as she could feel the barely restrained paranoia emanating from Hana. She had to keep from making any sudden moves and make sure Hana always knew what she was going to do and where her hands were going to keep her from freaking out. You know, Tenten said, trying to make some conversation to try and break the tension. Naruto isn't that bad. I mean, yeah, if he could have been a fly on the wall to watch me change your bandages he would have, but still. Hana reacted enough to speak what had been on her mind at that very moment. She had been markedly underwhelmed by the blonde shinobi. I thought Naruto of the Nine Tails would be, I don't know, different. Tenten blocked a wince as she continued wrapping cotton cloth around her fellow female ninja, that name again. How so? Well, he has a biju inside of him, Hana said, as if that explained everything. When she caught the skeptical look on Tenten's face over her shoulder, she felt as if she'd made a mistake. I didn't mean anything offensive by it. It's just Dash. Tenten assuaged her by sighing and shaking her head. You expected him to be some kind of jerk, psycho powerhouse throwing his strength around or something because nobody can stand up to a biju's might. She wouldn't have been the first to think so. That's kind of what we've always expected. We actually count on it at this point. Hana raised an eyebrow in intrigue. You count on people being afraid of your leader's son, and not for being a ninja? Minato-sama kind of uses Naruto as a tool, depending on who we deal with. Tenten said with a distasteful scrunch of her nose as she explained. People are either so impressed with the idea of a Jinchuriki being on their side, or so scared of the idea of starting a fight with the people who have won they'll hear what Minato-sama has to say instead of outright rejecting us, if nothing else. Shortly after Minato had brought Kushina and they had gone to the Sarutobi clan's mountains for advisement on how to go about Minato's course of action, Jiraiya had volunteered to take Naruto away for a few months in order to give him a crash course of training. Shino had gone back home to his father for several months around that time for more training and to tell his father of his intention to take part in working closer with Minato in representation of his clan. While Naruto had been gone, Minato and Kushina had gone back and forth over how they would approach the idea of Naruto's Jinchuriki status. The discussion, which was a light way of putting it because a lot of it involved Kushina shouting at Minato about his decision, lasted for a full month before he'd been able to persuade her that it was for the best. His reasoning being that Naruto was going to be an object of attention and at times fear in the ninja world regardless, so why not use what was already going to exist regardless for everyone's benefit? After Naruto's return, this was put into action, as word was spread that the abomination Jinchuriki boy roaming around, which by itself was terrifying enough, was the son of the most dangerous clanless ninja in the world. That was enough to scare people entirely out of their wits. It had both good and bad results. It got more than a few clans to hear Minato out. The rumors would scare them enough to make them sit and listen, allowing Minato to somewhat win them over to his side of thinking if only to keep them from being at odds with what would eventually become a force throughout the elemental nations. On the other hand, it made other people target them even more before something concrete came of the ninja village idea. As was mentioned before, the idea of a human containing the power of a biju was an affront to the natural order of things. It was the decision of a leader, trying to make things go as smoothly as possible. Instead of wasting the effort of fighting the inherent stigma of the Jinchuriki classification, it was being used to shove open enough doors to start bringing things together. So for the people aware of him, Uzumaki Naruto over a short period of time became known almost solely as Naruto of the Nine Tails, instead of by his surname. The weapons specialist answered Hana's question with a bit of a sad note to her voice. I can tell that Naruto doesn't like it. but that's how it's been for years. He'll never say anything because he likes Minato-sama's idea of a place where people don't have to hide their clan names out of fear, or where someone like his little sister doesn't have to learn how to kill people or be killed instead. Hana's gaze turned downward and Tenten felt like a fool, bringing up Naruto's younger sibling when Hana had lost hers so soon. Knock knock. Yo! Naruto's voice called from outside of the door. Can I come in yet, or is she still not wearing clothes? Finishing the wrapping of Hana's bandages, Tenten got up from sitting behind her on the bed and noticed how Hana's entire demeanor had gone stony. She clearly wasn't going to show too many emotions to people like them when she was in such a vulnerable state. Hana eased her way into a change of clothes, and upon sufficiently covering herself, Tenten called out, "She's fine, Naruto. Come on in." For good measure, he wanted for a few more seconds just in case before coming in, carrying Kanako on his back. So, what's with that serious look? He did have a serious look, one that Kanako did her best to mimic, quite successfully at that. God, Tenten loved that child. The only thing stopping her from letting out an ah and teasing Naruto was that it clearly wasn't the time for it. Do you think we could get her ready and run for it? Naruto started off asking. Like today? Really soon? Preferably within the next hour. Tenten raised an eyebrow at Naruto, wondering just what it was that made him take running away as his first choice. Naruto hated running away. He was never the one to bring it up as a course of action. It's not a good idea. Her Nikin aren't up for putting in any hard yards here, and she isn't either. If we're leaving, where's Shino? Shouldn't he be hearing this? Naruto waved off her concerns. Shino was the very first to know. Shino's busy using his bugs to try and scope out what's going on so we can leave. He's also using them to look for Mom. Because if Naruto and his friends skipped town without her or without at least letting her know, with Kanako especially, whenever she caught up she would ream him. Tenten couldn't help but concede that much to him. Yeah, that's probably for the best that Shino's doing it, she admitted, crossing her arms over her chest with a smile. I mean, no offense, but you aren't exactly boasting a killer track record when it comes to delicate plans. Naruto rolled his eyes in return. As if that were supposed to offend him. The first part of being at peace with oneself was accepting just who you were, and to Naruto there was no shame in his game. I seal stuff, punch stuff, and blow stuff up. And if that doesn't work, I'm not doing enough of any of them. That was pretty much what you were getting with him. He was never going to map out the strategy of the century. Escape plans aren't really in my wheelhouse. These colors don't run. Those colors ran last week. Tenten pointed out, keeping Naruto from puffing out his chest too much. I should know. I was there, running right along with them. Running is definitely good, Hana declared after a moment. She couldn't just sit tight and let the Uchiha clan get their hands on the weapon canister again. My brother and our clansmen, they gave everything they had just to take this virus away. If you can get me to my clan's territory, maybe we can do something with it. Well, I hope Shino's insects are doing their thing, because we need to get rolling really soon, Naruto said to the two women, holding up the item that was the source of all of the trouble. 'Cause I was right. There's a tracking signature seal on it. Both Tenten and Hana recoiled accordingly. That's the right reaction to have. Hana took it a step further. So they can find us now? Yes and no, Tenten explained, drawing upon the fraction of sealing knowledge she had from hanging around two of the best in the world and one who was trying to get to that level. They've got our general area, which isn't as bad as it should be, because there are like 5 inns around this one. Tracking seals were meant to be used to chase down people who managed to get their hands on something sensitive, and they weren't exactly precise. They didn't have to be. Those chases rarely took place in crowded towns, instead usually happening in forests and other remote locations, where the seal could easily narrow a search area down. So, hooray for seaside merchant hotspots. They were such effective obstacles for bogging down and sidetracking precise fighting forces. So they could just swarm around this place, Hana said, getting frustrated at just how difficult it seemed to be to keep a super weapon out of the wrong hands. The neighborhood around wherever the canister is will be teeming with enemies until one of them gets close enough to lock right in on us. She stopped in her tracks when she saw Naruto shake his head in the negative. No? Naruto held his eyes closed in a squint as he thought things over. No, it doesn't work like that. It'd take somebody synced with the tracking seal to find it, and there aren't a billion people out there that can even make them. They're pretty personalized too, he said, trying to simplify just how complex the entire thing actually was. I mean, Dad has M as a part of the Hashirama, so that should tell you all you need to know about how advanced those stupid things are. I can't even make any yet. In the meantime, all they could do was wait for Shino to sweep as much of the area as he could with his insects. If they took off running then and there, it would have been more trouble than it otherwise would have been. Amazingly enough, contrary to normal combat logic, allowing themselves to be surrounded was the best way to actually escape in this case. That didn't make it any less nerve-wracking though. With Minato was torn. The village that Anko and Fu had showed to him was, in a word, perfect. It was everything he could have wanted out of a location to build his unified ninja clan settlement. It had an abundance of natural resources. It had plenty of unclaimed space that could go to the clans that would invariably want their own territory to themselves, for privacy and appearance's sake. It was in a fairly defensible position that would only become more so after a team of planners got a good look at what they had to work with. With the proper experts, they could mold the land to their liking. And the people were friendly and actually accepting of a military presence there to dissuade criminals on the highways nearby from attacking their trade both going in and coming out. Commerce seemed to be a big thing with them, which was great for this situation. It was the perfect center of absolute boredom. If a fire of war had ever touched that land, it definitely hadn't occurred in the last century. And that was something of one of Minato's issues. One of the problems he had with it all was that they simply weren't aware of just how much trouble going along with this would bring to their doorstep. Anko had truly found a gem, because until this point, the people of that village had little to no dealings with shinobi of any sort. Experience had already told Minato that his endeavors to bring a sort of understanding and working relationship between multiple clans in his home country had attracted extremely negative attention from several parties that relied on the chaos of open, total war to keep their fists clenched around the profits they earned. That would only get worse once his village came to life. They would have to fight, and more than likely they would have to fight there. There would be casualties. Civilian casualties. There always were when battles occurred in or near ninja-occupied villages. They would be bringing death and violence to people that had not experienced it before, and had little idea just what they were getting into. They'd had exposure to 3 examples. Mitarashi Anko had been the worst that they had come across so far, and while she was a tad bit off, her demeanor was offset by the quite pleasant and well-meaning Fu. Also, Anko was nowhere near the primary example of just how violent ninjas could be. She really only got nasty when she needed to. That aside, there was another issue. The fact that the village was in the realm of a daimyo, and he wasn't particularly keen on giving up any chunk of land for Minato's idea. An established military inside of his land holdings, completely unrestricted from his power, was not a good idea in the ruler's book. Minato knew. He tried to speak with that particular sovereign before. It hadn't gone so well. Well, if you're feeling slighted, we could just go and off the guy, Anko suggested cheekily, nudging him with her elbow to coerce him. Come on, boss man, you could be in and out so fast, no one would see it was you. Everyone would know it was me because I'd be in and out so fast. Minato deadpanned back to her in return. And then what? I kill a daimyo because he doesn't want anything to do with giving the okay to a consolidated military force he can't control. He sounded near incredulous at the mere thought. Doing such a thing would have turned, as his son would have put it, into a shitstorm. Anko shook her head with a scoff. That guy's an idiot. If he lets us set up shop, we're not going to turn on him for some power grab. Ninjas fight for money. Ninjas fight for the chance to make money too. More money than the other guys. That's one of the reasons clans keep going to war with each other now. Minato corrected, getting a glare out of Anko that he simply shrugged off. Amongst other reasons too numerous to name here and now. And there are people who would power grab. Whoever winds up leading the village, now or later, might think about doing it and taking control themselves. It'd take a lot of trust for someone to allow what we want. This was all turning out to be way more trouble than Anko had originally figured it would be worth. So you're saying that I need to find a place with all of your picky particulars, and I have to make sure it's in a place where the head honcho will actually let us do our thing without a fight? She gestured to the entire village around her. You see this? This took 3 goddamn years to find. You are never going to find an area better than this one, in place where you don't have to build from the ground up. She was paid well for as long as the mission lasted, so it wasn't that she wanted to move along to a different set of work. No, it was simply the part of her that liked the acknowledgement of a job well done. As a professional, Anko took pride in her work, and in her own humble opinion she had done a kick-ass job, It was just that the parameters for the mission being completed were so slim it was absurd. Most of the factors were entirely out of her hands altogether. I say, fuck it, Enko told Minato. Go ahead and start. You've got the money, you've got enough clans to get things started in my opinion, and the freelancers will be all over this thing too. By the time anyone who would care notices, it'll be too far along to stop, and anyone who would want to would have to fight us. TCH, good luck with that. Throwing his weight around wasn't Minato's thing, but Enko in all of her stark bluntness had something there. It was easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission, and all that jazz. Besides, once it was started, stopping it would take more than most forces could bring to bear against them. Point taken. But I would rather do this without the extreme amounts of bloodshed. Thought he was aware enough to know that this was a pipe dream within a pipe dream. There was almost no chance that this would happen without some kind of loss. Probably significant loss. One could hope though, and try to keep those losses from happening wherever they could. As he looked around, he could see Fu playing around with the younger kids in the village in an open field. She had an extremely approachable demeanor for a girl that Kakuzu had tried to turn into a human guard dog. With a blink of his eyes he could see that same field raised of its grass by fire, covered in dead bodies of all ages, both shinobi and civilian. It was something he had to shake off quickly. There was no guarantee that such a thing would come to pass over this, or that it would be to such a degree of devastation. Enko shook her head. Eventually this whole thing's gonna come to a head. This is stepping on a lot of toes as it is, and at some point wherever you set up is going to take a hit. I never thought I'd be the one to say this to the Yellow Flash, but sack up already. What did you say? You heard me. Enko repeated, not backing down in the slightest. You're literally within running distance of getting what you want off of the ground, and what you want is a village of ninjas. So yes, people are going to get hurt. A lot of people are going to get hurt. But that's going to happen anyway, and you have to believe that what you're doing is better than the alternative. That's why you're doing this, isn't it? The fact that the blood spilled from that point forward would be on his hands made Minato felt uncertain. Having run most of his own affairs in the past, he had rarely had to risk more than his own life. When he was reunited with his family and held a measure of responsibility for them, that concern had gone up tenfold, after having a second child, 20-fold. Such concerns would only increase as the affairs of an entire village of hundreds, no, thousands of shinobi would become his as well. But that was the price of leadership. And he did believe that this way was better, with all of his heart. He believed that it was worth fighting for. Even dying for, if it so came to that. Having a dream was nice, but just putting it into motion wasn't enough. He had to oversee it, nurture it, work out the problems with it. Yeah, Minato said with a chuckle. He'd been cornered into admitting that he was realistically the only person at that point and time who had enough respect/fear/trust of those involved, and the vision to actually want to make it all work. So much for humility. Yeah, it is. Well, there you go then, Enko said, entirely satisfied with nothing more than Minato's affirmation. Fuck, I'd rather quit or get fired than keep working for somebody who's so flaky. The way you're going about this isn't exactly great leadership. Who says I'd plan to be the leader? Oh yeah, because there are so many others qualified for the job. No clan head could run this thing without turning it into a closer-knit version of what the Uchiha and Senju are already doing. Face it, putting it all together isn't enough. You're the only one that can head it all up. I know, Minato eventually admitted, continuing the tour around the village to observe and introduce himself to the citizens. And maybe I just wanted to hear you say it out loud. Wow, and here Enko had been thinking that Minato's son had gotten his cocksure bullshit from Kushina. Apparently a fair amount of that could have been attributed to Minato as well. Who could have figured that, southern coast of Hai no Kuni/Kawa no Kuni border, seaside village, to be a fly on a wall wasn't as worthless a saying as it seemed for some people. People like those within the Aburame clan. It didn't take the use of many Kikaichu inside of every building within a 20-block radius to set up an effective grid to keep watch for one of two things, Kushina or possible members of the Uchiha clan. For Kushina herself, as she made her way back to the inn where she'd left her children, their friends, and their temporary guests, she felt something off in the air around her. Maybe she wouldn't head back just yet. Knowing that there was trouble and being ready for it was one thing, but it was another thing entirely to chance bringing it back to your allies and 3-year-old daughter. So as she noticed an insect fly directly in front of her, just out of range of being an annoyance, she stopped and reached out a hand from the bag of food and other supplies she held to her chest, raising an eyebrow as it calmly landed on her finger. Shino, she thought to herself as she continued walking to avoid rousing suspicion that she was on to the fact that something was going on. Is something happening at the inn? No, if there was, the Kikachu currently with her would have started leading her right back there instead of sticking with her. Shino might have been a bit unnerving at first glance, but the kid knew how the whole ninja thing worked, and his insects were well trained for the job. Before she could take another step forward, mired in her thoughts, she stopped. The insect on her finger flew just a few inches off of it, and stopped on the air in front of her. It then began walking vertically on nothing. Not flying. She knew the difference. So it was like that? Alright then. It made just as much sense as anything else happening today, and if nothing else it was at least timely. I hate genjutsu, Kushina thought to herself before quickly dispelling it, finding herself standing at the end of an alley, away from the main road she knew she had been walking on before getting ensnared in an illusion. Turning around she found herself looking at a nondescript villager, completely unassuming at first appearance. Drop the henge already, would you? With the jig being up, and the maintaining of the physical alteration only being a waste of chakra at that point, the man did as requested. A puff of smoke blew away to reveal the form of the teenage prodigy Uchiha Sasuke. I only wanted to talk, Sasuke said, holding up his hands defensively. You could have done that without trying to screw with my head, kid, Kushina shot back. It's not like I really have any deep-seated gripe with the Uchiha. Civil conversations are totally within the realm of possibilities here. Even now. I'll give you one answer just so long as you screw off right after. Isn't that nice of me? Just one answer? Sasuke said, a smirk slowly growing on his face at the older woman's banter. She had just as much of a mouth on her as someone else he knew. It fit, seeing as how she was that person's mother. That seems more like a tease than anything else. Nobody ever had their questions answered with just one response. Kushina responded with a fake laugh. Ha, clever. But you're a little too clever for your own good. I might have been inclined to answer as many questions as you wanted, but needless to say you kind of pissed me off just now. Oh yeah? He'd known it when he'd first seen her, but this was definitely Uzumaki Kushina. No question about it. Long red hair, snappy attitude, and oh goodness the blunt wordplay. The stories are true. You are easy to anger. I don't think anyone in particular likes getting slapped with a genjutsu. My baby was right. You do like to show off. Kushina informed him, calmly setting her bags down and to the side. Not that he has any room to talk really. Come to think of it, I don't either. Huh? She said in honest thought. Maybe that was why Naruto didn't like Sasuke. Because he was a show-off too, and one that could do cool things to boot. And maybe Naruto was a big, flashy show-off because she was a big, flashy show-off? Naruto's mother called him her baby? That was just too good to leave alone. If he saw him anytime soon he was going to rub that one in without mercy. Alright, now that question, Sasuke said, trying to get things back on course. Have you seen an Inuzuka girl anywhere around here? And you're looking for an Inuzuka, why exactly? That's not really your problem. Actually it was, but Sasuke didn't know that. Nor did he have to. Well, I can't say that I have. Kushina replied coolly. She wasn't really lying. Yes, she was aware that the girl that her son and Tenten had found was an Inuzuka. That much was obvious to anyone who had ever seen one before, but it had not been confirmed to her by the person in question, so technically she hadn't exactly come across an Inuzuka. Sasuke's smirk dropped into a blank scowl. Your clan isn't good at lying. Although that might just be you and your son. Well, that's just because we're honest folks, Kushina said, seeing the small vein beginning to form on Sasuke's temple. See, I always tell the truth, even when I lie. Not that I was lying or anything, but even if I had been, it would have been the truth. Does that make sense? It sounded better in my head. Oh God, there were two of them. Wait, if there were two of them there was no God, because no divine creator would ever make Kushina and then decide that there needed to be another just like her, only younger and in a different gender. She was definitely messing with him now. If there was one thing Sasuke didn't take kindly to, it was not being taken seriously, and he had a distinct feeling that this lady wasn't exactly looking at him as the battle-hardened veteran he actually was. He had a definite problem with that. A problem that his pride as a shinobi felt the need to remedy. So you're not going to tell me? I can't tell you what I don't know, dear. Kushina said sweetly before hearing the slide of sharpened metal against its sheath. If ever there was a sound that signified the beginning of a battle dash. "Oh kid," Kushina said, grabbing a handful of her long green dress with an unnervingly pleasant expression spreading across her face. "If you're thinking of picking this fight right now, for your sake I really hope you're as good as advertised." Before she had even finished her sentence, Sasuke was at Kushina's side, his left hand on her left shoulder, and his other holding his sword, prepared to stab it through the body of the mother of two. Whether he'd managed to get her again in another genjutsu to get that close so quickly or not, she wasn't certain, but she definitely heard what he had to say next. "No, I'm better." At that exact moment, Kushina's grin alone could have turned back a pack of wolves. It had been a little while since she'd gotten to fight for real. Elsewhere in town, back at the inn, Naruto had packed up all of his mother's, and his sister's supplies, ready to move out post-haste when a cold chill went down both his and Kanako's spines, causing the little girl to unintentionally bite off a larger-than-intended piece of a cookie she had been given with an audible snap. While getting her own things ready and helping Hana to rouse her trio of Niken for a quick departure, Tenten noticed the siblings' discomfort, much to her own curiosity. What was that just now? She had to get up and make sure Kanako didn't wind up choking on her snack. "Somebody just did something really stupid, and I'm pretty sure it involves one of my parents," Naruto told her as he put his bag on. Why Kanako reacted to his own premonition, he didn't know. She wasn't even aware of the fact that their parents were dangerous people yet. Only confirming what Naruto had gotten a premonition of just seconds earlier, Shino opened the door and walked into the room, his calm demeanor belying how fast he'd actually moved from his previous vantage point outside. "We should leave now," he said. "Kushina-sama is fighting." Naruto went to pick Kanako up from the bed, wincing a bit at the tight, trembling grasp she'd placed around his neck to keep herself on him. Well, at least it'll be one hell of a diversion. He was at least glad that everyone was handling everything so calmly. The last thing he wanted to do was panic and start scaring Kanako. Tenten rolled her eyes and wrapped her knuckles off of the shoulder of Naruto's flak vest, before speaking to Shino. "So do you have a route planned for us to get out of here, or are we all about to play the nastiest game of hide-and-seek ever?" Shino just nodded vaguely. "I don't know what that means." "There's a route, of course. Why would you ever think that there wasn't?" Shino specified with a rhetorical query of his own. "I will lead the way, unless anyone has a problem with this." He received no dissent from his friends, nor their temporary ally. "Then we should begin." "What about Uzumaki's mother?" Hana asked, surrounded in a protective manji formation by her Niken. "She's in a fight right now, isn't she? Is someone going to get her? My insects will ensure that Kushina-sama will be able to locate us after she manages to extricate herself," Shino told the Inuzuka girl. "Stepping in the way of Kushina-sama while she's in combat is unwise." Kushina was the absolute last person in the current party that any of them had to be concerned about. If there was anyone in the ongoing predicament that needed someone to pray for them, it was whoever she was up against. With that settled, the temporary team began to calmly head through the halls per Shino's unspoken direction. The 5 people and 3 dogs would have looked quite the sight to anyone heading their way, but to maids, cleaners, and the rest of the staff, quite accustomed to the eccentric methods of shinobi, it was just another day. All that was left was to check out, but the entire time Naruto had been at the front desk paying, Kanako had been having fits. "What's the matter, Kana?" he asked, only getting her to bury her face deeply into his shoulder, her tiny arms wrapping around his neck even tighter as he turned to exit with his friends. The sound of her whimpering was damn near heartbreaking. "Sure, it's all right. Mom will be right back in a few minutes, okay?" It didn't seem to help, however. Kanako poked her head up off of Naruto's shoulder to look in the direction of the man working behind the bar over in the pub area of the inn. The same person that had been working there every day since they'd first arrived over a week before. The man made eye contact with her, and a stronger grip of terror than before took hold of her heart. As she opened her mouth to say something to the only person around that she could turn to. "Naruto and I!" All she could do was shriek his name. She couldn't warn him. She had no idea of the situation or the circumstances. She didn't understand. She had no clue what was happening, or why she felt so scared, only that things felt bad, and when things were bad, Big Brother was the one who always fixed everything. Naruto followed her line of sight and felt the mood of the entire building turn after making eye contact with the bartender. Those weren't the eyes of a sieve. A sneer crossed the man's face as he threw the bottle he'd been handling across the room right at Naruto. In mid-flight it exploded in a puff of smoke, transforming into a larger-than-average shuriken. The blonde Jinchuriki had ducked out of the door before it ever got close enough to threaten him or Kanako, and just like that it all fell apart. They had already been inside, for how long was anyone's guess, transformed to disguise themselves as at least one of the actual staff members, just waiting for them to leave. Shino heard the thunk of metal stabbing into the doorframe and saw Naruto barreling out of the inn with Kanako, panic on his face. His eyes began to quickly scan the crowd of streetgoers, the insects inside of his hive of a body buzzing as his brain ran rampant with paranoia. He was easily able to spot people in the throng who were paying attention to what was going on, but weren't reacting with curious interest or surprise. Those same people were using the cover of passers-by to hide their hand seals. "Move!" Shino raised his voice to an honest-to-goodness shout, startling the women and the canines into action, following him with powerful leaps off of the ground just as powerful jets of fire bellowed from the mouths of several bystanders. "Katan, Gukaki no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball jutsu!" The impromptu bonfire in the middle of town whipped the citizenry into a frenzy. Screaming, crying, and outright panic reigned supreme as the several people realized that they had missed and allowed their transformations to fall as they took off after the people in possession of their objective. Naruto kept Kanako held tightly to his chest, his arms covering any part of her body he deemed vital and at risk as they fled. "No matter what, keep your head down, Kana," he told her. "Don't try to look back over my shoulder, okay?" The little redhead muttered an affirmative response and did as he asked. How did Kanako spot that enemy? She didn't know the first thing about what to look for. And he was in a henge. She definitely didn't know how to spot a transformation, and it wasn't as if it had been a bad one either. All of those transformed Uchiha clan members had been disguised well. Come to think of it, she'd been fussing way before any of that had even occurred. Truthfully, that should have been far messier than it turned out to be. Blood should have been shed, but it hadn't been. Not yet. Kanako had caught the ambush before it had even taken place. Incredible. A child that young, and she's sensitive enough to killing intent to pinpoint where it's coming from, Kurama said inside of Naruto's head, honestly amazed. Apparently Minato's prodigious talent hadn't skipped a generation, it had just bypassed Naruto and gone straight to Kanako. No toddler should have been able to do something like that so precisely. "You'd better never have her meet me then," the Might Biju joked. "No, you don't think Dash?" Naruto thought to Kurama, "You think Kanako sensed that? Are you sure she didn't just see something off? How could an untrained child have seen something that you and all of your friends didn't?" Kurama said, as Naruto could visualize the sight of the nine-tailed fox's tails lazily swinging about within the prison that was his mind. "Or are you saying you're that incompetent? Because it's fine if you are. I mean, I've been saying you suck for years, but Dash, alright, I get the point, you big red jackass," Naruto concluded the mental conversation before turning his attention to his friends. "I think my little sister is a censor." Naruto deadpanned before turning to Hana, who was wincing with every fleet-footed step they all took. "Shouldn't you have been able to sniff them out or something?" Perturbed, Hana pointed at her nose that was covered by a bandage. "Oh. Sorry." There hadn't been any need to remind her anyway. Even with a broken nose, she still had a sense of smell on par with a health human. It had been embarrassing enough that they were able to get that close since around them before they had been discovered, and Hana hadn't been the one to anticipate either attack. Even if I wasn't hurt, they completely drenched their scents in something else to overpower the scent of smoke and the smell of burning wood. Hana explained, face turning red at being put on the spot. "They know how to prepare to fight us. There's a reason we're barely ever the ones attacking them, you know. It's not because we like defending." From the sides, two Uchiha clan members, a man and a woman, closed in while two came up close from behind, forming an attack formation. The two in the back took aim at Naruto, who ducked and twisted his way out of an attack from a pair of sword wielders. His hands weren't free, so he couldn't necessarily fight back. Fortunately, Hana had three Niken who were chomping at the bit to get a piece of the people that had defeated them so thoroughly. "Gate na, Fong rotating Fong." At her orders, two of the dogs broke away and flew right at the two rear-attacking Uchiha, timing it perfectly with their missed swings on Naruto. That led them straight into Hana's Niken, both of whom were rolling fast enough to inflict the proportionate damage of a buzzsaw's their size onto human flesh. Naruto winced as the two flew past him and turned his head to see the results. One who had overextended on his swing to try and reach him couldn't recover nearly in time and wound up cut into two from the left side of her neck to just under the right side of her ribcage. The other was able to change his course enough to avoid death, but his sword was broken from attempting to deflect even a bit of the attack. The side he'd favored using the weapon with had been mangled up, but given sufficient recovery time he would probably return to fighting shape. If Hannah would have had more say, he wouldn't have. But she couldn't exactly order her Niken to turn around and finish off someone who was wounded, or do it herself, no matter how much she wanted to. One violent kill in 2 attempts would have to be enough to satiate her desire for vengeance for the time being. Riled at the sight of Hannah's Niken killing one comrade and injuring another, one of the other Uchiha clan members pulled out a kunai and dove in from a side position to get at the Inuzuka girl in the middle. "You bitch!" Instead, Shino got in his way, but the angered shinobi wouldn't let one interloper by himself stop him. "Get out of the way!" The blade of the weapon passed through Shino with little give, only for his body to break down into insects that began to cover the unfortunate attacker. Hannah was more overtaken by surprise at Shino not being Shino than the insects that were currently draining an enemy dry of chakra. "What Ash? When did he do that?" Not being able to smell things out was just getting more and more aggravating. If I had to guess, he probably switched himself out while you two were having a row with each other," Tenten said with a look that spoke of exasperation in regards to their partner's lack of communication. She hadn't noticed him leave either. "Shino isn't really the best when it comes to talking about things. As good a friend, and as talented a ninja as Shino was, he wasn't exactly number one when it came to establishing an understanding with others. If it was something he felt he could do without talking about it, he would go ahead and do it with little or no warning. Switching himself out for whatever reason with a combat-ready decoy in the form of an insect clone was one of those things. It wasn't that he wound up being wrong a lot of the time. After all, they were moving pretty slowly in order to allow an injured Hannah to keep up, but some correspondence in certain moments would have been nice. People were trying to kill them and rob from their corpses after all. Naruto kept his eyes on the lone Uchiha clan member, keeping pace with them from a slight distance. A good move after watching his 3 comrades fall at the hands of the most hodgepodge combination of ninjas he had probably ever seen. "Well, the escape route lasted like 10 seconds before we got caught. I bet you 20 commandos he went ahead to try and clear the way," Naruto remarked on Shino's current absence. Tenten's interest was piqued, but not because of the 20 whats? "Commandos," Naruto repeated, taking a hand off of holding Kanako to chuck some shuriken out behind them. The rest of the pursuing Uchiha party had grouped together, presumably to make a plan to try and take them down. They scattered apart, but quickly came back together again. "Push-ups I can make you do anywhere, anytime, however many I want until you run out. And you have to drop and do 'em on the spot when I say. Did you make this up yourself?" "No, I kinda borrowed it." "Borrowed it? From who?" "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Who would have come up with or inspired such an asinine idea?" And still, for some inexplicable reason, she desperately wanted to take part in it. "You're on." Hannah was amazed. These were agents of the man who was trying to bring about a revolution in the ninja world? 3 teenagers of varying eccentricity, who could downplay being pursued for death while it was still happening. Yet, in that vein, they hadn't been stopped or so much as slowed down since they had taken off. She wanted to take an opportunity like that, with people who weren't afraid to take the Uchiha clan on, to stop and fight. She wanted to kill them the way their ilk had hurt, and killed her clansmen who had only wanted them gone from their territory. Just thinking about it made her blood was boiled to get revenge for her brother. He would have been the same age as the people she was running with right now. Just killing one of their pursuers wasn't cathartic enough. It was hard to keep her mind on the task at hand. Her mission wasn't to deal damage to their side by thinning their numbers. It was all about the virus canister that they were trying to get away with. Above all else, the Uchiha clan couldn't get their hands on it again. Anyone aware of that clan knew what rested within it, and just what it could do and would do to an entire population if it was opened. It took a matter of minutes for Sasuke to realize something that most others were unfortunate enough to realize within seconds. Even as a mother of 2, with a son and a daughter who adored her, and a husband who rose and fell with her as though she were the sun, when battles began, Uzumaki Kushina was a miserable, dangerous human being. She had grown up in Yuzuno Kuni, where war never really touched its shores, but she had spent the majority of her life, from her childhood to her early adult years, fighting tooth and nail against the absolute dregs of the mainland elemental nation's war-driven society. She'd become accustomed to the best way to kill an enemy before she'd hit puberty, and had earned a reputation as a feared shinobi of her time. Then she'd had Naruto, and all of that became unnecessary in the rearing of a child. But it never went away. Every so often in Naruto's youth before the misfortune with Kurama that ended with both of them eventually leaving, they did go on missions where fighting was required. That sort of attitude, forged in fire as it was, never left a person. They either became good at turning it on and off, or they became horribly imbalanced in their day-to-day lives. She'd gotten more in the way of fighting since she'd reunited with Minato and began traveling with him, but had seen very little in the way of no-holds-barred combat since having Kanako, and mostly had to make do with doling out lumps to Naruto and his friends while training with them. Still, every so often she was given an excuse to flip the switch. Sasuke had given her that excuse. Kushina had been more than thrilled to show him just how badly he'd screwed up in doing so. It was just a matter of hitting him at that point. Standing on the awning of a nearby building, Sasuke had to blink a few times for his eyes to return to their appropriate width. The street beneath him was a torn, gnarled, cut-up mess, and the cause stood serenely in the center of it all, holding on to the green dress she'd been wearing beforehand that had given the image of nothing more than a proper housewife. Without the garment, Kushina still wore the sleeveless white blouse that had always been visible, but the rest of her outfit was now exposed, revealing a wide black obi tied around her stomach and a dark yellow battle skirt that ruffled around her thighs. Directly in front of her, she leaned her body on the top of an oversized kunai stabbed into the ground, her arms supporting her on the ring of the weapon. "Well, you can dodge, I'll give you that," Kushina said, very much resembling a cat lazily staring up at its cornered prey that only had one real option. "It's not really doing much to make me tell you anything, though. That is why we're doing this, isn't it? You're the most unpleasant woman I've ever met." "Oh, that can't possibly be true." Sasuke scowled and backflipped up onto the roof as Kushina took the opportunity to jump right up after him. By now he was no longer surprised by how quick Kushina was. As evidence of such, by the time he found himself in the air to change rooftop perches, Kushina had taken his place on the original one. In midair, Sasuke made 5 hand seals as tiles flew up from the top of his intended building and hurled themselves at Kushina. Kawara Shuriken, Roof Tile Shuriken! The tiles were strengthened by his chakra, enabling the jutsu as ideal for urban combat. Instead of using the width of her large kunai to defend herself, Kushina kept coming forward and instead hacked away, cutting down the empowered tiles in rapid succession, letting the massive weapon fly mid-swing when there were none left to deal with. Sasuke landed and tilted his body just out of the way as the sharpened tip of the kunai sailed past him and stabbed into the wall of a neighboring building. A chain connected to the ring of the weapon that Sasuke knew hadn't been there when Kushina had first started using the kunai on him quickly shortened, pulling the red-haired woman in, her hand drawn back to punch a hole clean through him. It was easier said than done to hit someone like him though, and Sasuke was able to again avoid contact. Kushina's punch missed and drilled a hole in the wall the size of 3 people. Pulling her hand back, Kushina blew pieces of brick, wood, and plaster off of it, her knuckles cracking with every clench and unclench of her fist. Looking around, Kushina could no longer see Sasuke or feel his presence, nor could she feel the sort of pressure in the air that came with awareness of one's involvement in a dangerous situation. Had he retreated? How disappointing. He was an interesting one. She definitely hadn't expected him to use tiles of all things to try and kill her. Reaching a higher position, Kushina was able to see Sasuke moving away along the rooftops, as well as smoke from a fire that had been set elsewhere, and a group of people being pursued by larger numbers. Apparently he didn't exactly need to try getting blood from a stone in his attempt to interrogate her after all. Clearly it was more trouble than it was worth, especially when one could see what he was after from there. And now the quick little shit has a head start, Kushina muttered to herself before preparing to pursue the pursuers. Good thing I'm still in shape. This was supposed to have been something of a vacation, while Minato took care of some business with Anko elsewhere. That idea was certainly long gone. All of this over one little canister, but it was definitely worth it. There had been hearsay as to what horrors resided within. No one needed to experience that. Chapter 16, Pandora's Box. Despite the calm demeanor that showed on his face and in his gait as he walked through the forest that was the stomping ground of the enemy, Uchiha Itachi felt his adrenaline pulsing. It was suicide for any member of the Uchiha clan to venture any farther into the great woods of Hai no Kuni without at least 4 more people with them, one to look out in every direction and one to keep their eyes to the treetops above. The Inuzuka were a frightening clan to find as your enemies, even before you took into account that the current conflict was occurring on their terrain. The lands they knew like the backs of their hands. This was something that Itachi felt he had to do though. He was no fan of spilling blood, even more so when he saw it as needless. If it took him putting himself out on a limb to preserve as many lives as he could, he would. That was also why he came alone, as well as because of the fact that putting himself at a disadvantage would present a better chance of a peaceful talk. He stopped and turned when a branch broke. The creature that caused the disturbance made no effort to hide its presence. Slowly stalking out on 4 large paws, a wolf-like dog the size of Itachi himself with black fur, 1 eye, and 1 ear stepped toward him. Of all things, the growling canine began to talk through the deep rumble in the back of his throat. "You've got some nerve coming here alone, Uchiha. Either that or you're a fool." Itachi didn't draw a weapon or even prepare to fight in lieu of the insult and the threat. He merely inclined his head at the sight of the intelligent animal. "Kuramaru-san," he said in greeting. "I assumed Sambeno is nearby." With that, he turned his back on Kuramaru and found a woman leaning against a tree not too far away. She had an animalistic look common to her clan, with long, spiky, untamed brown hair, vertical slit-like pupils, clan fang markings on her cheeks, red eyeshadow, and purple lipstick. She wore a leather vest covered with fur, black leggings, and sandals with fur covering her legs traveling up to just below her knees. Around her right bicep she wore a band decorated with sharp teeth. Itachi started to turn around when the woman's rough voice stopped him in his tracks. "Nope. Not so fast. Keep your eyes to the ground," she said, prompting him to turn around slowly, his eyes locked on her feet and no higher. "Just needed old Kuramaru to keep you from looking over here and trapping me in a genjutsu. You all seem to be good at that." It was understandable. Keeping his eyes away from hers wouldn't necessarily put her at an advantage. He could still tell if she made a move to attack. If it made her feel secure about talking and kept the battle from breaking out, it was fine. "I'm surprised and grateful that you didn't bring an entire squad with you to ambush me," Itachi told her, bowing to her to initiate the conversation, but of course he kept his eyes on what he could of her as he did. It was simply common combat sense, to always keep your eyes on your enemy, even when you bow. "You've done me a great honor. The head of the Inuzuka clan's most influential pack, hearing me out today." That almost made her laugh. Inuzuka didn't put much stock in titles. Everyone had to work, do their share, and earn their keep. Fighting, doing missions, hunting, scavenging, selling goods, and on it went. Being leader simply meant that you did the most out of anyone, and you were the best at it. The aforementioned Inuzuka simply fixed Itachi with a toothy grin in response, showing him her sharp canines even under the dark canopy of the forest. "Well, it isn't such a big thing getting me out here. You made it so obvious that you were coming through the forest. And I figured if I just brought the house and turned this into a fight, more of my guys would have died than I could have stomached for it. Of course, to kill you, some would say it would have been worth it." Sim wasn't ceremonial in the least when it came to anything that she did. The way her people operated, formality just wasted time and kept people from speaking their minds and their hearts. Honestly, she wasn't so influential either. Her pack was the strongest, which from the outside had people looking at her as the leader. That mistake was made more than one would have thought. The Inuzuka clan didn't operate under one uniform system. Control was broken into numerous packs consisting of a few dozen people each, all with various lands throughout the unsettled woodland and grasslands of Hai no Kuni. The leaders of each pack came together to form something of a weighted confederation, with power leaning toward those who had more people to take care of and land under their control. All of this made the process of wartime defeat quite messy. While there were some who wished to surrender to the Uchiha clan and adhere to their concessions in order to keep what they could from being ravaged in battle, as the Uchiha putting boots to the ground to fight cared nothing for the lands the Inuzuka lived off of and cherished, there were other packs willing to fight tooth and nail to the bitter end. Sometimes there were both sides in great numbers in single packs, and that had a propensity to tear families apart. "Still, you have my appreciation," Itachi said, remaining in his bow. He had chosen to go to her for a reason. Any of the remaining packs still fighting against us would have attacked me instead of hearing me out. "Well, we ain't all barbarians the way everyone seems to think," Sim replied matter-of-factly. "We're just a little spirited and we just want our land. It's not like we could fit in and get along anywhere else. That in of itself is something I can admit I do not understand," Itachi said. "Where this outlook on your clan comes from. They weren't violent berserkers, or foolish barbarians set in backwards ways, they simply lived close to the land and the creatures within it. It was just another of those unexplainable things, of how or why certain clans evoke certain responses and receive particular stigmas from the rest of the ninja world. It figures. You lot really don't care about the past at all unless it involves your parts in it," Some stated firmly. "Your clan's just a thread in history's web. Same as everybody else's." Itachi wanted to understand. The only thing clan-wise he had been fed by his own ilk was that the Uchiha were extremely powerful and descended from the Rikuta Sennin, and the Senju were the worst of the worst. Trying to learn about the other clan cultures from them didn't exactly go very well when he was pitted against most of them in battle, and they were the only ones that could give their side. "It was your clan's predecessors, and the Senju's predecessors that cast us out of the original shinobi sect," Some said, kicking at the dirt on the ground. "Thought the way we used chakra to commune with animals as familiars was an abomination, or something. Now look around, a mark of strength is a connection with animal familiars." All of the clans that splintered away from the original unified shinobi sect that had formed underneath the teachings of chakra via the Rikuta Sennin had generally never broken away of their own accord. It often happened over time, either because of conflicts with other aspects of the sect or various other methods. The reasons that fragments scattered to the winds and became the separate clans that they were today were as various as the methods that shinobi could take chakra and use for themselves. "I see," Itachi said to the woman. "I am asking you, Inuzuka Dano, look beyond what your clan has now. You can read the climate just as well as anyone else in your position. Things are going to change soon, and I can't say whether or not they'll ever go back to being the same again. You don't seem to get it," Some said. "Even if living like this wasn't our choice at first, it's our way of life now. And coughing up our lands, the only place we can go without being seen as second-class shinobi, to you is going to help us? How exactly?" Itachi closed his eyes and tried to think of some way to eloquently place what he wanted to say. "In the face of a maelstrom, you cannot fight it," he eventually said. "You can merely prepare as best as you can and endure." Certain things sounded like threats. After being around for as long as Some had been as a shinobi, most things fit the requirements to sound like one. Would that make the Uchiha clan the storm? Itachi frowned and shook his head, deflating her significantly as she had been expecting an underlying threat where there was none. "No," Itachi said after a moment of thought. "This conflict is not what I was referring to." And like that, his body vanished in a flock of crows, surprising both Some and Kuramaru with the sudden shunshin. After confirming that Itachi was departing, Sum's longtime Nikken partner turned to her and spoke up again. He had held his tongue in exchange for keeping a wary eye on Itachi. He didn't say anything about the attack on the bioweapon convo. Some knew, and that bothered her. It could have been because the attack had been successful. They had lost their trump for killing off everything that moved in the woods, and Itachi didn't want to show how much that turn of events stung their war effort. Of course, it could have also meant something awful as well. The group that had waged the attack had begun to return after scattering afterwards, those that had survived anyway. The ones who had come back thus far had told her that her children Kiba and Hana managed to make off with the device containing the virus. They were amongst the few who had yet to return. Itachi could have simply not brought this up because her children were dead. Such a thought made her bite her lip hard enough to draw blood. No. Her kids were good. They had shown themselves to be more than talented enough to entrust with something like that, which meant she had to trust that they were also talented enough to come back. God, she hoped they would come back. Southern coast of Hai no Kuni/Kawa no Kuni, outskirts of seaside village. Apparently the Uchiha could learn through more ways than just staring at someone else performing a jutsu. They could learn lessons that would have them change their tactics. After the first small squad that had attacked the ragtag group of Naruto, Tenten, and Hana had failed, they stuck to keeping their distance. Close enough to pursue, but far away enough that they didn't find themselves within range of the overwhelming response they would get for straying too near. Sure, they figured they would more than likely win that fight due to sheer numbers, but the losses they would receive in return made them question if it would be worth it, if they could even win at all. One of their enemies was a Jinchuriki after all. The fact that they hadn't sent him on a distressed, Biju-based rampage yet was a stroke of luck as far as they were concerned. So their decision was to simply follow. They would get reinforcements. Then it wouldn't matter. It was the most boring chase that Naruto could say he had ever been in. Aside from Tenten trying to randomly pick off someone who strayed far enough from the amassed squad that she figured she could hit them, there was no more fighting. And they couldn't find a way to lose them. Naruto didn't have a sleight of hand way to shake them as long as they had their Sharingan on, which they all did. Farther ahead, the group with the stolen canister containing a crippling bioweapon were trying to brainstorm a solution to their problem as well. "Why are we running?" Hana asked, still wanting a couple of pounds of flesh for her brother's sake. Her own injuries be damned. "We can handle them." "We just did, so what's the point of trying to get away when we can just take them on?" Naruto and Tenten both gave the Inuzuka girl an incredulous look. She couldn't have been serious. None of them had pegged her for the battle-hungry type from the amount of interaction they'd had with her since she had woken up. Never one shy to share his outlook, Naruto quickly informed her of the reasons why. "First of all, I hate fighting inside of towns. Second of all, I hate fighting Uchiha, period. One in particular more than others, but Naruto could only hope that he wasn't there. It had been a year since he'd run into Sasuke and he'd have liked to keep it that way. Third of all, I'm carrying my friggin' sister. I can keep going if you want." Hana had the presence of mind to look sufficiently embarrassed at forgetting that Naruto was carrying Kanako. To his credit, he had done a great job of tucking her against his chest and keeping little girl protected and out of sight with his arms. For about a half-second, Tenten grinned at the fact that Naruto hadn't brought up the biggest reason. He was a prime target for a genjutsu. He was awful at them, and at breaking them. And when faced with anyone who could throw one on him with just eye contact, he didn't exactly want a piece of them. Still, the situation was serious. Not a time to pick on Naruto. She could do that later. "At least Sasuke isn't here," Tenten said, trying to look at a silver lining in the current set of events. "I hate it when we have to fight that guy." "Who's we?" Naruto asked. "I always end up fighting him. I let you do it once and he almost killed you. Shino lost half of his hive keeping you from getting cooked." Tenten didn't like being reminded of her more crushing defeats. She had been prepared to jab back with a timely, "You never beat him either," but seeing a new figure make a beeline for the enemy pursuers put an end to any banter she was ready to dish out. "Oh." Naruto turned his head back to see what she was referring to and frowned after catching sight of it, or better yet him. "Oh man. Speak of the devil." Hana caught sight of the young man approaching the rest of the Uchiha at a faster speed than they had seen out of the rest of the clan. She immediately flashed back to the one person that had obliterated her, and her brother the last time she had been conscious. "That's Sasuke? That's the one who got me into this mess. He killed my brother!" Her claws were bared and her teeth were out. It was murder time. Or at least it would have been, if Tenten hadn't immediately dropped back to keep her from breaking rank and heading off to take them on. "Are you out of your mind?" Tenten barked at her, feeling a tad stabby at Hana, almost costing them all just to get some untimely revenge. Revenge that she probably wouldn't have gotten close to obtaining. "There are 20 of them at least. Calm down." 20 that they would not be fighting themselves, as shortly after Sasuke joined with his clan brethren, they broke off from the chase and simply left. Naruto and company came to an immediate stop after reaching the woods at the outskirts of town, thoroughly confused. They hadn't even started tree-hopping in earnest. "That's right!" Kurama bellowed from within the seal he was locked behind inside of Naruto's body. No one could hear a word but Naruto, yet Kurama shouted as though its voice would echo for miles, causing Naruto to wince. "Run, you filthy, lowly Uchiha! Count yourselves fortunate you were wise enough to flee, or else you'd have been devoured by my awesome might." Kurama did not like Uchiha clan, more than a lot of other people with legitimate gripes against them disliked them. After years with the Biju, Naruto had deduced it had something to do with the Sharingan, but every time he brought it up, it just turned into a rant about how he could have, should have, would have devoured the Sage of Six Paths' eldest child when he had the chance, and how that would have fixed so many problems. Naruto didn't have the patience or the background information necessary to try and begin to piece those ramblings together. "They're leaving?" Naruto asked, shifting Kanako in his arms as he watched the overwhelming force in numbers vacate the area. "Why the fuck are they leaving? Sasuke always wants to try and take a few chunks out of me." He sounded disappointed. "I thought you said you didn't like fighting in towns or fighting Uchiha," Tenten pointed out, keeping a close eye on Hana and her growling pack of Niken, lest she go off and try to do something foolish. "I don't, but this is different. The blonde Jinchuriki seemed honestly confused as Kanako reached over and pinched her brother's whisker-marked cheek for previously cursing. He never runs from me, no matter how stupid the rumors get or how much ass I'm kicking at whatever time he shows up. What spooked him? What indeed? Sasuke was one of the people that put absolutely no stock in Naruto housing a Biju inside of his body, having come across Naruto and lived/thrived in battle against him once before with few ill effects. There could only be a handful of things out there that could make him retreat without trying to go after what the others saw as his objective. Kanako finally pulled her face out of Naruto's chest with a bright, joyous demeanor. "Mama!" She knew she was on the way before anyone else ever even saw her. "Well, well!" Kushina's voice rang out as she landed on the ground in front of her children, their friend, and their temporary tag-along, dusting off her legs as she stood straight up from her rush to return to the youngsters. "Our guests are clearing out. I guess I don't have to crack any skulls today after all." Naruto and Tenten leveled deadpan looks at each other and spoke simultaneously. That explains that. Kushina had fought against Sasuke. Enough said. No wonder he didn't spare them a second glance. With that red-headed devil on his tail, getting as far away from her as humanly possible made sense, especially if Kanako was potentially in the crossfire. Numbers didn't really matter against Kushina unless those numbers were crushing in size, or each individual had enough force to deal with her on their own to a degree. "Mom," Naruto greeted in earnest, putting Kanako down as the two Uzumaki siblings walked over to their matriarch. "Did Sasuke make you lose the old lady clothes?" He was promptly greeted with a rap on the head. "Ow. Kushina had liked those clothes, but they weren't what you wore to a fight. Don't be a smartass," she said, tying her hair back into a ponytail before taking Kanako's hand. "So no trouble here? Everyone's alright?" Tenten pursed her lips, remembering the bit of trouble they had run across because of the damned canister. "We had to fight a little bit, but they didn't get any shots in on any of us. If Naruto's right about the seal on this thing, they can keep coming for us though," she said, presenting the item she spoke of. Kushina looked over at Naruto for more on the subject, which he succinctly gave. "Tracking seal." The eldest Uzumaki present winced at the information. Tracking seals were a nasty bit of business. "Well, that's annoying. What's in it?" "Uchiha bioweapon. And we can't really open it or destroy it." Kushina let out a mighty sigh, shaking her head. She couldn't just give it back or let Hana go off on her own with it, could she? She'd be killed and looted within 6 hours. "So we have to keep a big flashing beacon with us that would wipe out another clan if we let them have it. We can't hide it, because they can find it, and we can't open it and risk letting it out somewhere safe." Naruto raised a hand for her attention, sitting down on a log for a short break. If Dad was here he could just give it to the toads and have them stash it on empty Mayaboku, but not an option. Kushina finished for her son, listing off options on her fingertips. "If we throw it away into the ocean, they can still find it. Does anyone know where the nearest volcano is?" she joked. Hana didn't find the situation particularly funny. "Just taking care of this canister won't matter. They can afford to have more made for them," she said, glaring in the direction that she could still smell the Uchiha clan members moving away in. "Our mission was to take this just to keep them from using this particular batch to kill off my clan. We should just go and get rid of the Uchiha that are here, so they can't track us any longer." She wasn't speaking to shinobi her own age. She was speaking to an experienced, and apparently feared kunoichi. She would have to be the sort who was aggressive enough to take the initiative and crush her enemies. "Not really." Kushina stared at the girl, mouth slightly open and eyes halfway closed as she absorbed just what it was Hana wanted to go and do. "First of all, don't ever tell me what to do," she stated flatly. "Second of all, no. Third of all, my daughter is 5 feet away. Would you suggest we go into battle with her? Or do you have a plan for that?" She was what one could consider an aggressive ninja by nature. But she wasn't one for fighting with nothing at risk. She had been around far too long to be okay with such a thing. One girl's revenge was not enough of a reason to chase down a numerically superior force. Only 2 of the 4 minors nearby belonged to her by blood, but Shino and Tenten were extremely close to her children and were fully her responsibility as well. Tenten especially had been around enough in close enough proximity to basically be her daughter by default, more or less. The red-haired matron walked over to Tenten and took the canister away from her before holding it out to Hana. "If I know Naruto, he's going to try and help you figure out how to get rid of this to give your clan a fighting chance, and I'm not going to stop him. He's old enough to do what he wants. But if you want to go and throw your life away, be my guest. Just take this with you when you do. Blunt as always. Mom, Naruto said, if only to chide her for being a bit harsh. It wasn't as if any of them were actually going to agree to go on an Uchiha death hunt. They were more careful than that, and had no personal reason to do anything so harebrained. My son and these kids aren't risking their lives on someone else's mission, Kushina continued, getting up close to Hana as she pushed the canister back into her hands. Not when that person is willing to go off and get killed instead of seeing it through themselves. Hana glared at Kushina. She didn't care if she was killed trying to get to Sasuke, just as long as she could make the effort, but if she did, she would be handing them the simplest method to exterminating mass amounts of her clan. Even if she ran off to do it herself, she didn't put it past the woman in front of her to simply drop the canister where she stood and leave it there to be found. Kushina stared at Hana as she held her hand up to her mouth and bit into it deep enough to draw blood, breathing deeply as she tried to swallow her rage along with the iron taste on her tongue. Kiba didn't die fighting in some foolish rage just because he was angry at the Uchiha clan. He died fighting to make sure that they kept a weapon that could end their way of life from being put into play. She was in no condition to fight awful odds like that anyway. Her condition was downright deplorable, and she would have been lucky to last even 90 seconds against any passable shinobi. Putting the Uchiha within arm's reach of it, just to take a swipe at her brother's killer, it wasn't worth it. Getting rid of the bioweapon would hurt, or at least slow down the progression of the enemy. They would have to continue fighting a conventional war, at least as conventional as a ninja war could be, until they could get more bioweapon made. Finally cooling her jets, Hana let out a sigh and licked away the blood from around her lips before calmly receiving the canister from Kushina, nodding in understanding at her stark advice. Kushina held no ill will and gave her as much of a comforting, understanding smile as she could, mouthing "I understand" to her, giving her a pat on the shoulder before going back to Kanako. That done, Hana walked up to the seated Naruto. He had been the one to help her in the first place, and seemed to be the ringleader, except for Kushina, but she didn't feel like pushing the Frank woman any further than she had already. Okay, I know you have nothing to do with this, but I need your help. She didn't even get the chance to bow after making her declaration, let alone ask properly, before Naruto pushed himself up off of the log he sat upon, bringing him inches away from the girl with the wild appearance. Okay, I'm in. Hana blinked at both the close proximity and the immediate nature of the answer. Really? Yeah, totally. Naruto confirmed with a big grin, stepping back out of Hana's personal space. Hana couldn't help but ask, why? As no sane or intelligent person would have been okay with such a thing without at least a little thought first. This time, Naruto took a second to think and give the Inuzuka lass an honest, thoughtful answer. Because what I've heard about that bioweapon is nasty. I don't want anyone to get hit with that. It was more humane just to massacre people by hand than sick the virus inside of the container on them. Plus, it'll probably piss off Sasuke if he can't stop me from doing something about it. He felt Kanako glaring at him and took that moment to address his little sister. That wasn't a curse word, Kana. Technically. Kanako didn't know what technically meant. She just knew that bad words were bad. Naruto punched into his palm as he began bouncing on his toes. Yeah. We find the guy who made it, hold him at kunai point, and get him to hand over an antidote. Hana just stared at Naruto for several seconds until she realized that it hadn't dawned on Naruto the seriousness of what he had just said. Our intelligence says that Orochimaru made this. She eventually said, prompting Tenten to let out a soft gasp at such a name being dropped. As a something of an engineer of ninja tools, a creator in her own right, she had a healthy respect and fear of what the man was allegedly capable of. Naruto's reaction was markedly less spectacular. What's your point? What could Inuzuka-san mean, you wonder? Shino said, appearing from nowhere and scaring the daylights out of everyone other than Kanako, who didn't seem surprised in the least. It's simple, Naruto-san. You plan on seeking out the greatest scientific mind in the elemental nations, a man who also doubles as one of the most dangerous shinobi of all time, with the objective of coaxing him into giving you the antidote. Kushina put a hand to her chest and took a breath before pointing accusatorily at Shino. Oi, Shino-kun, where did you scurry in from? I almost threw Naruto at you, Tebane. Be more careful. Did I startle everyone? Shino asked earnestly, despite how rhetorical that question should have seemed judging from the reactions of the others. My apologies. I have been standing here for the last 5 minutes. And no one noticed. Naruto looked at Shino and then at Kushina, slowly gauging that he was separated from her grasp by at least 12 feet before bringing that to her attention. I'm all the way over here, Mom. She couldn't really throw him, not without her chakra chains. I know! Stand closer to your mother, she told him. I need my weapon of opportunity within arm's reach. It wasn't her fault that he had inherited Minato's hair. With the hardness of his head to boot, Naruto was like a walking mace. I'm surprised Tenten's never swung you at anything. I've thought about it. Tenten chimed in under her breath, offhandedly. You are just the best mom in the universe. Did you know that? Naruto said sarcastically. I should get you a mug that says so. Love you too, baby. Tenten rolled her eyes at the usual display between mother and son as she spoke to Hana. If Naruto's going, I guess I am too. Someone has to let him know how dangerous the people we end up running into are. Because God knew that Naruto's survival instincts had been broken ever since they ran into Shikaki years ago. I know who Orochimaru is, Naruto argued with his closest female friend in turn. I just barely care about it. When's he come up before now? In many cases there was a thin line between not knowing and not caring. Well, apparently he made that marvelous virus that wiped out the Fuma clan, Tenten muttered. So now we have to go and find his operation. I'm pretty sure that's not gonna be easy. I don't think that'll be too much of a problem, Hana said, pointing at her own nose to indicate her clan's powerful sense of smell. Once this heals up enough, and I still have my Niken, this should be enough to distinguish the sense of the people who have come into contact with it. None of which were Uchiha. When Hana and Kiba had gotten to it, the canister had been in an isolated container. They were the first people to so much as touch the canister itself since it had been given to the Uchiha clan. So whatever scent they wound up getting would more than likely get them where they wanted to go. Even if it didn't lead to Orochimaru, it would take them to someone who was connected to the man. Of course, from there the problems truly began, but that would have to be something that they would deal with when the time came. Tenten brightened up a bit at Hana's assurance. Oh. Well, alright. I guess we're on then. Thinking about what they were going to do made her stomach do flips. Even if he was extremely dangerous, Orochimaru was something to look up to in a way, at least as far as she knew. He was a man with no shinobi clan, who through his own force of will, intellect, and ingenuity revolutionized several fields of practice for ninjas. A person like that made her think that she wasn't so out of her league living as a ninja. That she wouldn't die before she reached 30. Hell, no one knew how old he was, but it was assumed that he was far past the age of 30, because he'd had a reputation 20 years prior. Kushina pulled Naruto aside momentarily while his friends conversed with Hana over how things would be expected to go, and how long this temporary partnership would last. Making sure she brought him in close, she lowered her voice to keep the conversation between just them. Naruto, she said, her serious nature a stark departure from the Kushina who normally took great joy in teasing her son. It showed all over her face, and Naruto knew that when Kushina was done making light of things, it was time to shut his mouth and open his ears. She was the only person who could make him sober up on command. Yeah, Mom? You can do whatever you want, like I said, she told him, breaking any possible thoughts he may have had on her, potentially advising him to turn Hana down. You're growing up, and I want you to do what you think is right, make your own choices. I know, Naruto said with a small smile. It was times like these where Naruto knew why he listened to Kushina's direction easier than he did to anything Minato told him. It wasn't out of any sort of malice, it was just how he felt the two handled him. While Naruto knew Minato saw him as his son first and loved him dearly, Naruto was also aware that Minato also saw him as a piece on the shogi board, as whatever one would class a Jinchuriki as. It wasn't long into Naruto's time with his father after going off to train with Jiraiya for those months that he realized just where he stood. He realized it, but that didn't make it any easier to endure. That was the mound of crap that oftentimes came with politics. Kushina, on the other hand, made sure at all times that Naruto knew he was a boy first. He was her baby, even if he was growing up, and if and when everything village-wise came to fruition, Naruto would have a very important position as the son of the person who put it together. No political tool would be able to say or perform in such a role. It would take a man, not a fabricated monster. You can do as you like, Kushina continued, reaching out a hand and stroking Naruto's cheek. But please, 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 don't pick a fight with Orochimaru if you find him. You can't win. It was the first time in a while that Naruto had been told straight up that he couldn't overcome a potential opponent. He wasn't used to hearing such a thing. What? He said in disbelief. But you know I can dash. I know what you can do, baby. It doesn't matter. She warned him. If even half of what was said about him was true, Orochimaru was not the kind of person that could be overpowered. If he was, someone else, another clan, would have done it a long time ago. There was a reason he was still around, doing what he had been doing so long undisturbed for the most part. Even if you could defeat Orochimaru, he isn't the kind of man that you can force to do anything. But he is a businessman. Naruto squinted his eyes as he frowned, picking up what Kushina was more or less telling him. The first solution to the problem would be to try and purchase as much of the antidote to the virus as the Inuzuka clan would need if an outbreak occurred. It wasn't as if they didn't have the money to afford it, but as far as they knew, they weren't being compensated for this. It was the right thing to do, yes, which had been part of his motivation in offering Hana his help, but they were mercenaries, and the world was a cold, hard place. Paying for an entire clan's cure, even with the deep coffers they had for the village project, was very inconvenient. Bah, fuck it. Naruto had been the one to put his neck on the line, taking all of it in the first place when he'd been a little boy. If he wanted to use some of it to help keep an entire clan from being eradicated by the ninja version of the plague, it was his business. He'd never used any of it that he hadn't earned as mission pay before, so he was due. Meanwhile, with Minato's hand shot to the inside of his pocket, clutching at his wallet tightly for no apparent reason. It wasn't as if they were in a city rife with thieves. They were in a quiet, rural town with friendly people, not cutthroats. And any civilian willing to try and boost from one of them had to know that they were basically volunteering for suicide by shinobi. You alright? Enko asked after seeing Minato's actions and his subsequent confusion at just what he himself was doing. You look kind of off. It's nothing. Minato assured the curious young woman with a carefree wave, before his gaze hardened and he looked in the direction of the south. I just have a feeling that Naruto's going to try and spend a lot of our money. A lot of their money? As in money for the plan? That was a laugh. The sheer amount of riches that had been pilfered from Kakuzu's money pit could have funded a full-scale clan war 10 times over, and they still did missions to continue bringing in funds to boot. Unless Naruto planned on buying a diamond-studded codpiece for every day of the decade, they weren't running out of money easily at all. Fo observed her boss before leaning over to Enko to whisper, Minato-sama is a cheapskate. It was poorly done, however, as Minato heard her and twitched in response. The older Kunoichi could have told her green-haired comrade that much from the way their periodic pay periods were set up for their terrain scouting mission. He's got the wrong dream in mind if he's not good with spending money. Just wait until those clans joining up want a piece. Hoo boy. I can hear everything you two are saying, by the way. Minato pointed out before Enko got too far along in her conversation with Fu. Good, maybe you can take some of this to heart then. If I ever get real subordinates, will they be as disrespectful as you are? Only if you let them get to know you like we do. Southern High no Kuni, cooler heads had to prevail, even if the entirety of Sasuke's brigade wanted to tangle with the group that was currently in possession of their clan's property. He wasn't the only one either. Sasuke, we have them outnumbered. One of his fellow clansmen said, a man in his mid-20s with long black hair. If we head back, we can take them on now. There's no need to fall back. The Uchiha did not like to lose, or even accept the implication of anything other than victory. They had a strong drive to succeed simply because of that nature alone, thus it was a bitter pill to swallow that they would turn back. As appealing as the thought was, Sasuke couldn't bring himself to agree. Numbers won't matter, or don't you know anything about Uzumaki Naruto? I don't even want to start with Kushina either. Uzumaki Kushina was anything but just a housewife. On the point of going up against her, the others had to concede that giving her space was the best option for them all. Sasuke felt that his approach had to be responsible, even if every fiber of him wanted to go back and feed Naruto of the 9 tails, all 9 of those figurative tails of his, the way he knew he could. Kushina was the bigger problem and the more relevant threat at the moment. Fortunately, for whatever reason, she didn't feel the need to try her hand at turning a retreat into a rout. He had to look past the immediate setback and think about what would have been. As prideful as he was and as much as it burned him to admit it, fighting that woman would not have had a preferable ending. You wouldn't have been able to take it before Kushina got to them as backup, Sasuke said, shaking his head at the thought of tangling with that woman. She hadn't even resorted to any of her signatures and she had him on his heels. We can find and get the canister back whenever. That fact put the other members of his clan at ease, and it was a better approach than simply pressuring the very powerful black sheep Kunoichi of the Uzumaki clan. They could at least spare the time to come up with a plan of action. As long as the Uchiha sitting and waiting just outside of the Inuzuka clan forest lands knew that the bioweapon was coming, Itachi wouldn't order any attacks or expeditions into the dangerous area to further the campaign, so they wouldn't be costing any lives. Yashima Inabi Hikaku, Sasuke said, picking out 3 of his nearby clansmen for a request. I need you to go back and update Itachi on the situation. He frowned, preferring not to be in a situation where he had to give his brother any kind of status report other than one of his returning success. They should pull back a bit, but sit tight at the line. We'll be back soon enough and can go ahead with the attack then. It wouldn't take too terribly long, and Sasuke was sure that the combat-weary clan members situated near the territory of the Inuzuka clan would be appreciative of a short reprieve from all of the fighting. It would be a quick trip back to the battlefront after they wrested the canister out of that Inuzuka girl's hands. Some time later, Northern Hino Kuni, Kushina had taken Kanako away from her big brother to head north and meet up with Minato, and it was just as well. Being with Naruto was no place for Kanako whatsoever. Anything involving the Inuzuka Uchiha conflict was Naruto's thing to take care of, and even if it wasn't, she couldn't just run around with a little girl who couldn't do anything to defend herself. If this went the way it was supposed to, there wouldn't be any fighting done anyway, so her presence wouldn't have contributed enough to justify the risk it would have presented. That left the younger portion of the village enactment group to take care of their own business, which was Inuzuka business. But Naruto had stuck his nose into it, what with being strictly anti-genocide and all, thus bringing his friends into the fray as well. After taking off and traveling for 2 days, they had stopped for a little bit of comfort at a roadside tea house. Just a quick break before continuing their run. Shino and Naruto took it upon themselves to check back and make sure there was no one coming their way anytime soon. Tenten and Hana waited for the 2 of them to return, with one of her Niken, as she had lent the other 2 to Naruto and Shino for both security and assistance in scouting for foes. The 2 girls shared a pot of tea, sitting outside of the small building. If something was going to attack, they weren't going to find themselves caught inside of a small, easily collapsible shelter. Not by choice, at least. Keeping an eye on the travelers that passed by or went inside to rest up for a spell as well, Tenten eyed her small cup before downing what was left of it, letting her tea burn for a quick moment as it went down her throat. Do you think we can see to this quickly enough to be of any real help? She asked Hana. I really hope so. Tenten wasn't an Inuzuka, and didn't really have any dog in the fight between them and the Uchiha clan, so to speak, but having an entire clan wiped out wasn't anything that she wanted to see. Apparently she was like Naruto in that regard. This is something my Niken can definitely handle, Hana said with a proud smile on her face. The canister had been kept somewhere safe on her person when she had fallen in the water, so the scents on it beforehand were still there, and there had only been one other until she had touched it. It had only rained in the south of the country recently, near the sea, so if they went far enough north, there was a very good chance that the powerful noses of her 3 dogs would pick up a trail and take them right to the source. Yes, Hana was absolutely certain. She would have staked her life on it. The only scents on the canister are yours, Uzumaki-san's, his mother's, mine, and… Hana said, some tension in her voice at bringing up her late sibling. And my brother's. Aside from the person who first placed it inside of the original isolation container we found it in. Tenten couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy for what Hana was feeling. It had been around 10 years since her parents had been killed during the course of the last massive conflict between the Senju and Uchiha, but thinking about it still left a bit of a raw pain in her chest, even if it was fading with the time she spent around her friends. Hana wiped at her eyes and swallowed down her sadness before trying to change the subject. Anyway, I'm guessing that with who you are and what your leader is aiming for, you want something that would help your unified village idea, right? Well, I'm pretty sure Naruto hadn't even thought of that when he agreed to help. Tenten told her with a grin. But if you could swing a meeting with your clan head, it would be nice if we could at least get someone to hear us out. It was nice when they didn't have to fight off people radically opposed to it. It was also nice when they didn't have to jump through hoops to get a meeting either, but after years at work, none of them were beneath performing tasks to show that they had value in of themselves, instead of being people looking for the strength of clan-based shinobi as buffers or protectorates to make life easier. Namikaze Minato already tried to bring his aim to our clan's attention. I remember. The injured Inuzuka girl remembered, thinking of years past, before the stupid war with the Uchiha clan. Some of our clan liked the sound of it, others didn't. But we don't have a uniform leader to make any sort of call for all of us, and some joining with others staying in place would have split up our entire clan, something that we would never let happen. Tenten pursed her lips thinking of a question that sprang to mind. If there's no real leader, how does your clan work? Hana knew the Inuzuka system like the back of her hand, explaining it easily for. The Inuzuka clan's leadership is broken up into packs. Members of the clan attract followers that could be friends, family, lovers, whatever. They could begin amassing pack members while already belonging to one and then breaking away later to make it official. Or they could try and challenge the head of their own pack leader to take over. Tenten tried to process that information, and when placed alongside what she knew about most other clans it contrasted sharply. That sounds complicated. How did they ever agree on anything as a single unit? Or did they? Did they wind up fighting wars amongst themselves? Perhaps that was why they remained isolated more than any other shinobi clan. It can be, Hana admitted with a shrug. With us, clan politics basically boiled down to might makes right. If you think your idea is for the better of the clan as a whole and you want to enforce it, you'd better be strong enough to beat up anyone that disagrees. She emphasized with a punch at the air. The cute way Hana illustrated her point got Tenten to giggle a bit, as it went against much of what she'd formed in her mind about her temporary ally until that point. It sounds like it has a simple charm to it, I admit. Hana nodded with a tiny smile. Above all else, my clan values loyalty. If I make it out of this alive, I won't ever forget what you did for me, and I'll repay you. I definitely will. Hana explained, looking away while she scratched the ears of one of her dogs. I can't promise anything in regards to your village, but I can promise that I will make sure that you always have a friend in the Inuzuka. Well, that was a start. Even if it didn't really grant them anything, being friendly with someone, even if they didn't want any part of the village, was better than having them declare openly hostile intentions against it. It was then that Naruto and Shino returned, with two of Hana's Niken moving with them. Both dogs happily ran up to her, panting and whining as they rubbed their heads against her legs, prompting her to laugh at the contact. Tenten hoped that it was earnest, and more than her putting on a brave face instead of grieving in the wake of an emergency. Shino stood off to the side, despite the empty space on the bench that he could have taken a seat on. Naruto and Tenten were more than used to his quirks by now. He valued friendship, but he had a thing for seemingly being left alone even amongst people he liked. It was strange. Naruto, on the other hand, had no qualms parking himself on one of the ends of the wooden seat, next to Tenten, who bumped him with her hip as he sat. So, any tales? She asked. Sure. 9 of them, Naruto said, not missing a beat. Oh, you meant people following us? As blasé as Tenten's initial reaction was, it had been a quick return time for Naruto's wit. As far as stupid jokes went, for him it was sort of impressive. Really? You went there? The weapons specialist responded. Blame Kurama. He said it first. Naruto reasoned, though the smirk on his face showed that he didn't have any problems with it. But seriously, not yet. Shino's bugs never gave him anything and Hana's dogs couldn't pick up anything that smelled like an Uchiha nearby, so I think we're fine for now. Shino chose that moment to interject. With that out of the way, we have an important question of our own, he prefaced, getting Hana and Tenten's attention before he spoke further. Did you get us anything? Tenten almost fell forward out of her seat. Really, Shino? Another trait of their at times enigmatic friend, he could be somewhat petty about the little things. Fortunately, she had foreseen this. Yes, we ordered for you guys too. Just dango so we can eat and run, and no Naruto, there's no ramen here, so you'll have to go without this time around. Naruto huffed and looked away in embarrassment at her bringing up one of his chief vices. It's not that big of a deal. I don't always eat ramen, you know. Tenten-san may have a point, Shino said matter-of-factly. Why you ask? I'm certain that ramen is a good 60% of your diet, at least. Tenten pointed at Shino for backing her up. See? Naruto leaned forward to look over at Hana, explaining his banter with his friends and how it was directed against him as though he were doing commentary. It's a group thing to pick on me. They think if they tell me I'm as awesome as I already know I am, it'll jinx me. No, we just think that if we did that, your head would swell up from all of the hot air and carry you away. And then I could fly, which would make me even more awesome. This was just another thing that came with dealing with Naruto, the calculated ego trips. Fortunately, they had all just recently been given a weapon to battle back against it. Give me 2. Tenten said, pointing at the ground. 2 what? Naruto seemed confused for a moment before realizing what she had been referring to, the throwaway bet they had made the other day. Oh. Wait, really? Here? Tenten didn't want to seem as though she were too terribly pleased with herself, but it was very hard not to. Yep. I thought you said it was dumb. It is. But you still lost, and the wager was 20 push-ups that I can make you do whenever I want, so hop to it. Naruto sighed before shooting a look at Shino, as if to say, why couldn't you have lied and said you went ahead to clear a path? Either way, he dropped down and banged out 2 push-ups, popping back up and squinting at Tenten harshly. You happy now? He had severely underestimated how mortifying that concept would have been in practice when he made the bet. His only saving grace was that there had been no one outside of their immediate circle that had seen him do push-ups on command. Yeah, actually, Tenen said, with a markedly easy demeanor. That was way more satisfying than I thought it would be. Next time she had to make sure that she saved a few so she could make him do that in front of people. A lot of people. That would probably humble him a bit more. Hana laughed a bit. She hadn't had many enjoyable interactions with shinobi outside of the Inuzuka clan that hadn't been about something business-related. These were 3 completely different people that she found herself traveling with for days, and aside from one minor dust-up begun by passion, rage, and adrenaline, there had been no major fallout between them. The separate points of view, backgrounds, approaches to the ninja arts. Was this the kind of thing that everyone involved would get to experience with the end goal of the unified village idea achieved? Because if so, it seemed pleasant. As if there were more to it than just the amassing of the most powerful skills available in the ninja world. She was broken from her musings when she felt the push of one of her ninken's muzzles against her leg. Looking down, she noticed the other 2, both standing ramrod straight, their nostrils flaring as though they had picked something up. The one against Hana's leg let out a low snort and a quick rumble of a growl from the back of its throat. Hana pursed her lips in thought after interpreting the noise. Apparently the good times, the safe thoughts, they couldn't last. It was nice to think about though, Hana thought to herself before capturing Naruto's attention. She knew Hai no Kuni like the back of her hand, but they were straying close to the limits of her clan's geographical knowledge. Is there a town within 8 hours of here? North? Hold on. Naruto pulled out the map of the countryside. They were near the northern border with Ta no Kuni, and while there were plenty of closer towns, Hana had been rather specific and particular in her query. 7 to 10 hours actually. Nowhere is an 8-hour trip exactly from here, but heading north, that one's the closest to that time frame. What's the matter? Hana stood up and smoothed out her battle dress as she stared north. My triplets have a scent, the scent. The scent of the last person to lay hands on the bioweapon canister before it had been contained and handed over to the Uchiha clan. They would have to eat while on the go. Fortunately, dango was a fairly portable snack. Even if the whole of the elemental nations was a war-torn feudal system, when you stood at the top and those fighting wanted nothing of yours, the view was still marvelous. For those who did stand at the top, the daimyo, those in control of the nations that covered the continent, the system worked. Shinobi posed them no threat. They did not desire control of the countries. All they wanted was money. Money that the daimyos were willing to provide in exchange for their services in battle, as rare as it was for the countries themselves to ever go to war. Thus, the ninja would not kill lucrative sources of income. They would kill each other to make sure that they wound up being the ones hired, but once again, this was of no concern to the nobles. The senju, the uchiha, or whomever, they could have it out as much as they wished. It didn't matter in the end, and it never affected his bottom line. Taxes still came in from those he'd put in charge in certain areas of the country, and he could still mount an army from drafted citizens anytime he saw fit. Life went on, for him and other nobles at least. It was just that rebuilding after some of their battles was quite annoying, but the responsibility of leadership had its share of burdens like anything else. None of that was a pressing matter, however. It was a family excursion for the Fire Daimyo, on a wonderful eastern tour of his realm. He and his guard were merely waiting on his wife to return with the multitude of purchases that she had ordered made while they had been in the area. That woman did love her keepsakes, even if she would completely forget what she had gotten and where she had put them within the span of a week. Dressed in his elaborate robes, with his traditional headdress on his head, emblazoned with a fan marked by a fire emblem, the Fire Daimyo chortled lightly to himself inside of his carriage. That woman, he said lightly, fanning himself until after one particular wave of the object he realized that he wasn't alone. A bandaged old man with shaggy brown hair and a black robe covering a white kimono top sat directly across from him, staring with the one good eye that he had left. His mere presence alone was startling enough. The fact that he had obviously infiltrated his guard detail and made it inside of his carriage with nary a sound only compounded upon this. And you are? You may call me Danzo, Daimyo-sama. Danzo greeted, bending forward slightly in the makings of a bow. There is no need to be so tense. An airy scoff of anger came from the fire daimyo to mask his fear. Well, unfortunately, I cannot say that I am accustomed to having uninvited guests in my personal transport, he snapped. The old, grizzled traditionalist had expected nothing less than complete mistrust, and even a touch of outrage. It was why he had snuck in to begin with. I did not come here to cause you harm, otherwise you would never have known that I was here, and I have far more subtle methods of sending a message without exposing myself were my aim to threaten you. Then what is it that you want? The daimyo asked, wishing he hadn't foregone his guard captain's constant advice to keep some kind of small arm handy. Even a little dagger. But no, it was too unsightly for a noble with his own forces to carry something so unbecoming. I would have ventured that it is to offer your mercenary services, but I have no pressing issues that require the skills of your kind. I want nothing from you, other than 5 minutes of your time that would otherwise only be spent sitting within this carriage doing nothing. I simply wish for you to hear me out, and once you do I will be on my way. The intrusion was not one that endeared Danzo to the fire daimyo, and the last thing he wanted to do was reward such behavior with lending Danzo an ear. Of course, on the other hand, yelling for guards at that moment would likely wind up with him getting his throat opened before he even finished uttering the one-syllable cry for help. Very well then, the fire daimyo said carefully, eyeing Danzo as though he were a poisonous serpent. Speak, shinobi. A man had to prioritize after all. I will not lie to you, Danzo said, resting his weight forward on his cane, causing the fire daimyo to unconsciously draw himself backwards. I do have my own reasons for bringing something this alarming to your attention. A village comprised of allied shinobi does neither of us any good. Think about what could become of it. It didn't take him long to put together just what disadvantages such an arrangement would present him with. What the word shinobi meant to him brought clear and concise images of just what it would mean if they banded together. If the best ninja clans in the country were all unified under one banner, prices for work would rise. Cost for shinobi work had steadily been dropping over the decades, with the constant warfare and the need to attract work away from clans to cripple their earning ability. Other clans would discount their own prices to entire clients. If there was a unification of these clans, prices would begin to increase to their former costs, and then beyond, because there would be no other supply. On top of that, if the best came together as one, there would be no better quality either. I see that you have a point in this matter, the daimyo said, honestly considering everything that he was hearing. You wouldn't happen to have an inkling of just which clans would be interested in this, shall we say, revolutionary idea? If Danzo were more of an emotive man, he would have smirked at that exact moment. The man was paranoid of losing his power, his prestige, his control over all his soldiers surveyed. There was nothing he had at his disposal better than the truth itself that would feed that paranoia so completely. The Hyuga, the Aburame, the Sarutobi, even shinobi outside of this country's borders are interested, namely the sand nomads of Kaze no Kuni. With every clan name that Danzo dropped, he could see the daimyo's eyes slowly growing larger and larger. Those are only the more prominent parties. If this came to fruition, there would be no military power that could match its might. Including yours was the unsaid implication that Danzo wanted to make sure he could drive home. Still, a lifetime dealing with politics and the constant threat of warfare tearing at the stability of his realm left the daimyo of Hai no Kuni with a very well-defined poker face. And you are making sure that this has been brought to my attention, why exactly? Not that I'm ungrateful for knowledge on just how far along this measure truly is. He honestly hadn't known how much had already been poured into the idea. He had heard rumblings, but never anything solid enough to really make anything of it. The people who spoke about it in the open didn't know enough about how far along it was, and the people who knew about how far along it was didn't speak about it in the open. I'm old, daimyo-sama, Danzo stated bluntly. My time on this planet is short. When I go, I would like to rest with the knowledge that the system I grew up in, the system that we've held, that has worked for centuries, does not die off soon after I do. They were supposed to fight. It was competition. They were supposed to stay to themselves and wage war between each other to propagate the lifestyle. Anything else, and in Danzo's mind it simply would not and could not work out. When peace and corroboration between the clans became a viable option, everything would start to change, and the outcome of such a drastic shift would not guarantee the survival of the ninja system in the least. That simply could not stand. A ninja village will be the beginning of the end, Danzo said gravely, the timbres of his voice affected by the thought of it. It will slowly strangle everything that I have ever known until nothing is left but the withered husk. I will not allow that to happen as long as there is breath in my body to prevent it from being so. With that, Danzo stood, once again scaring the fire daimyo back farther into his cushiony seat. Danzo spared him half a glance before turning and opening the door, ducking his head to make his exit. Thank you for your time, Danzo told him. I hope I've given you something to think about. There is much to lose for those of us that would rather things remain as they are. Wondering why there was no response from the multitude of armed followers he knew he had surrounding his horse and carriage, the daimyo leaned over to peer out of the open door. He let out a gasp at finding his entire guard detail standing dead still, staring at nothing, stupefied. Not a one of them noticed Danzo's departure, as the old man left and rejoined a small contingent of black-clad shinobi that surrounded him and led him away. Stupefied, the fire daimyo plopped back down in his seat, entirely undignified. This? Danzo wasn't even from a notable clan according to his own words. Certainly none that he had ever heard from before. He was an old man, maimed and possibly crippled from years of battle, and still his skills were terrifying. If named shinobi of notable strength and skill, from clans world-renowned banded together for the sake of their own interests, what would that do to the carefully positioned balance of power? Without his control over the situation, it could not be allowed. As the ruler of Hai no Kuni, a force rivaling or surpassing what he could amass himself could not be permitted to take hold. Nothing good could come of this. Not for him. Not for any noble in his position. Something needed to be done, and soon.